Hello everyone, my name is Rafi. I have 20 years of experience in visual effects. In this course, I will teach you Davinci Resolve. Davinci Resolve is the best video editing and color grading software in the market. You will learn everything in Davinci Resolve. We will start from scratch and then gradually we will cover more advanced techniques. You will learn the most common tools inside Davinci Resolve. You will learn how to edit your videos, how to create topography, motion graphics, how to use Fusion, which is integrated visual effects compositing software inside Davinci Resolve. You will learn how to use the particles system and much more. Davinci Resolve is very easy software to learn. The user interface is very organized and well built up and easy to navigate. You will learn how to create video transactions, how to use powerful video editing tools, how to use the color page to color correct and color grade your clips, how to use Fusion, which is one of the most powerful features in Davinci Resolve. We will cover the particles in depth inside Fusion. So let's get started. When you first open Davinci, you should see this window, and it may be different in the future. It depends on the version you installed. My version is Davinci Resolve 19. As you see, it's written on the top of the window. So in this window, you can manage your projects. You can create a project, rename it, specify where your project should be saved. So these projects are saved somewhere in my drive. So in order to see where they are saved, I need to come over here and click on this icon. This will open a side window for you. So you can see here I have two folders. So if I come over here and right click and click on open file location, this will open the location of that folder. And you can see each one has multiple projects inside it. So if I come to the test and right click and open file location, and here I have the path, and I can create multiple projects in one folder. In order to create another folder or project library, it's called project library too. So you can come over here and click on add project library, and you can set a name. Let's set it test2, and you can specify the location from here. You can click on browse. I can go to the folder. Let's choose Udemy and select the folder. And now if I click on create, this will create another project folder for me. And now I can save multiple projects here. So now in order to create a project, you can come over here and click on new project. When you create a project library, this will create a default project for you. So if you need another one, you can come over here and click on new project. And let's call it untitled. Let's set it to. And click on create. This will create that inside the test2 folder because the test2 folder is selected, and click on create, and this will open Davinci Resolve for you. And now let's go back and close the Davinci project, and I want to open it again. So here again we have the project manager window again. And on the top, you can see I have this slider. If I move it, you can see I can change the size of the icons. I can sort them based on the date or the format. I can click on this icon to show some information about the project that I created, like the last modified and the date. And you can click here to sort it, list view or thumbnail view. And you have the search button here. You can search for your projects. You can create a folder and organize the projects too. And now if you want to open the project, you can click on the open button or double click on any project you want to open it. Let's go ahead and click on the robot, double click on that to open it. And of course you can create the projects from the menu too. So if you come to the file, you can click on new project and you can name it and create it. And remember, this will create that in the folder that we selected in the project manager. In this lesson, I will explain what these tabs are at the bottom of the window. Davinci Resolve has a unique way to organize the workflow by splitting all the tools in 7 sections to make it easier to use and more user-friendly. So the first tab is the media section. You can import the videos and sounds and organize them. So basically, it's the primary interface for media import and clip organization. Next, we have the Cut and the Edit tab. They are similar. The Cut tab is simplified version of the Edit tab. So if you have few clips, you can put them together and export the final result quickly. I never used it because we have the Edit tab. It contains everything you need and it's more advanced and more flexible to use. So in the Edit tab, you can edit your clips, like cutting the clips, applying effects, and adding sound, and so on. I'm gonna explain everything in details in the upcoming lectures. Next, we have the Fusion tab. It's similar to After Effects and Nuke. Before, it was standalone software used in VFX studios, but now it's integrated in Davinci Resolve, so you don't have to use After Effects because you already have similar tools inside Davinci Resolve. Next, we have the Color tab. It has very powerful tools and easy to use to adjust the colors of your clips. Next, we have the Sound tab. It's called Fairlight. You can edit the sounds. Lastly, we have the Export tab called Deliver. Basically, you can export your final result into any format you want, like MP4 or MOV file or image sequences. So this was just a quick overview of each tab. In the upcoming lectures, we will cover each one separately in more details. So see you. When you are inside the Media tab, the user interface should look like this. So on the left, we have the media storage. So if you don't see that, you can come over here and click on the media storage to open it. So basically this works like a browser. So you can see I have my hard drives, and on the right, I can see all my media. So for example, if I go to the E drive and I'm gonna go to downloads and click on videos. So here you can see if I click on the folder of the animal, I can see the footage. I can select the folder, and if you hover the mouse over the media and scrub, you can see a preview of that clip. This is a very fast way for previewing in Davinci Resolve. Or if you open the window and drag and drop the file to Davinci, it will open the path. But this footage is still not in Davinci Resolve, so basically it's showing you the path. We still didn't import it to Davinci, so you need to drag it and drop it to the master in order to import that into Davinci Resolve. And on the right, we have the clone tool. This will clone the media from the camera or the hard drive connected to your PC. And on the right, we have the audio. This will show you the audio. So for example, if I select or hover the mouse over the rain, you can see, I can see my audio here. And I have the metadata. Let's go ahead and select the footage. And you can see I have the clip details like the start, end. I have the start frame, start, end frame. We have the frame count and so on. And on the top, we have the frame rate, we have the resolution, and we have the time here. And if you come over here, you can see we have the inspector. So if I click on that, and let's go ahead and turn off the metadata, you can see I have some tabs here, for example, the video, audio, effects. And these tabs, as you see, they are grayed out because we don't have any audio or any effects on the clip. So if you come to the video, you can see we have the transform. You can zoom in or zoom out. I can change the position. I can rotate the clip, and I can change the anchor point for the rotation. So now it will rotate from the anchor point that I specify here. And you can reset that by coming over here and click on this button to reset it, or click on this button. This will reset the entire section. And we have the pitch too, and you can flip it horizontally or vertically. And we have the cropping. You can crop it from left, right, top, or bottom, and so on. And here we have the dynamic zoom. So if you click on that, this will animate the zoom. And we have the composite. As you see, we have the composite mode. We have normal, add, color. This works like the Photoshop modes or After Effects, and you can control the opacity from here too. It's very similar to Photoshop. And we have the speed change, and we have the stabilization. We're gonna take a look at them later. We have the lens correction, and we have the read time and the scaling, and we have the super scale to increase the resolution of the low resolution image. And this is for paid version of Davinci Resolve. And here we have the capture. This will connect Davinci Resolve to a controllable deck. As you see, we don't have anyone here. And lastly, we have this button. If you click that, this will extend the window to the bottom. So if I click on that, this will extend it, and now I can open multiple tabs together. If you check that off, you can just show one tab. And here we have the favorite tab. If I go ahead and select the video and drag it there, as you see, I created a favorite path for my video. Not every time you come over here and scroll and search for your folder. And you can remove it by right clicking and clicking on remove folder from favorites. On the bottom we have the master. So as I said before, this is just a browser. It works like a browser. So in order to import the footage into Davinci, you need to click and drag it there. So now it's inside the project. So now you can go to the edit, and if I go to the media pool, you should see it here. If I come over here and click on the thumbnail view, I can show it from here. I can scrub the mouse on it, so you can see I have a preview on that. So I can click and drag it and place it there. And here is the clip. Let's go ahead and enable the track because I disabled that before I record this lesson. We're gonna take a look at all these options later in the course. Let's go back to the media storage, and I'm gonna open a folder. Let's open the rain folder and make some room here. On the top, you can change the view mode. So for example, I have the list view, I have the start time, the end, I have the frames, the resolution, and so on. And you can right click here and add any column you want or remove any column you want. And I have the thumbnail view, and we have this slider. You can change the size of the icons. And if you hover over the footage, you can see I have a little icon here. So if you click on that, you can see the metadata of that clip. For example, we have the time, we have the resolution, the frame rate, and so on. And the same is here at the bottom. If you go to the right, you can see I have the same slider. I can increase the thumbnail size. I have the view mode. For example, I have the list view, I have the thumbnail view, and I have the metadata view. And if you go to the top here, you can see I have the time. If you come over here and scrub that, you can see the time is changing there. Of course, you can come over here and right click. You can change it, for example, to a source frame. This will show you the frame number and so on. So let's go ahead and set that to source timecode. And if you come over here, you can change the size. For example, I can click on actual size. This will show me the actual size for the clip. I can decrease it or zoom in. So in the next lesson, we're gonna continue. In this lesson, we're gonna cover the video and image resolution. If you already know what they are and how they work, you can skip this lecture. Video resolution is the amount of detail in your video or image, or how realistic and clear the video or image appears. A higher number of pixels indicates a higher resolution, and a lower number of pixels makes your video or image low resolution. Previously, resolution has been divided between standard definition, which called SD videos, and high definition, which called HD video. Anything below 720 is considered standard definition. However, in these days, it's less likely for anything to be shot in SD. So almost everything is shot from HD and higher. You can always decrease a video from higher resolution to a lower one, but there is no way to magically increase lower resolution footage after it's been shot, except for using AI scale images, and that's another story. So while you don't want to waste storage space by going too high, you also want to make sure your resolution is high enough for where your footage might be seen. So we have 720, or it's called HD. Most videos are shot in at least 1080, but 720, which is 1280 by 720 pixels, can be acceptable resolution for smaller web content. But it's a good idea to aim for higher resolution, more than 720 for web use and streaming. We have 1080, or it's called Full HD, which is 1920 by 1080. This is industry standard resolution that doesn't break your storage, and it's standard resolution for smartphone. We have 2K resolution, which is 2560 by 1440 pixel. This is perfect for editing your images. We have 4K, or it's called Ultra HD, which is 3840 by 2160 pixels. This is useful for filmmakers. It gives you more room to zoom in and edit. There is not much difference between 2K and 4K unless you want to zoom in and edit the colors. So you can say it's useful for video editors and doesn't matter much for viewers. So this was just a quick overview for the video resolution and how it works. So see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you will learn about image color depth. So I will explain the difference between 8-bit, 10-bit, 12-bit, and 16-bit. If you are a video editor or motion graphics artist or visual effects artist, it's very important to understand how color depth works. You don't have to go too much in details about color depth, just basic knowledge about it is enough. The most common color depth is 8-bit, like JPEG format. This is widely used on the web and smartphones. And even if you do basic color correction or color grading, this will be enough and you don't need more than that. On the left we have 8-bit. It has 256 shades of red, green and blue. If we multiply them, we get about 16 million colors. On the right we have 10-bit. Each channel has 1024 shade. If we multiply them, we get about 1 billion colors. Some image formats that support the 10-bit or more are TIFF and EXR. We have 12-bit, we have 16-bit, and we have 32-bit too. The 32-bit used widely in visual effects because they need more room to adjust the exposure and the colors. For example, they may need to turn the shot from daylight to night. In this case, they need more colors to get the result they want. In most cases, we don't need more than 8 bits. We're gonna focus on 8-bit and 10-bit. If you understand the difference, then it's very easy to understand the other color bits. Here you can see we have two color gradients. As you see, the difference is very clear between 8-bit and the 10-bit. In 10-bit, we have about 1 billion color. In the 8-bit, we have less than that. So the 10-bit video provides significantly more color information and smoother gradients than the 8-bit video. And as I said, in most cases, we need just 8-bit. In this example, I increased the exposure on both images. And you can see clearly the difference between 8 and 10-bit. Notice how the background on the 8-bit image has artifacts, and the 10-bit image has more clear background. Here I have two images of a radial gradient. I created them in Davinci. First one is 8-bit and the second one is 16-bit. As you see, there is no difference between them. But if I play with the brightness or the colors, you can see how we get artifacts on the 8-bit and the 16-bit stays in a perfect condition. So it works on the 10-bit too. In this example, just I wanted to show you that the 16-bit is very close to the 10-bit too. In this section, we will cover the edit page. In the edit page, you have all the tools to edit your clips, like cutting the clips, changing the speed of the clips, and so on. You will learn how to import your clips and how to organize them and how to filter them. You will learn how the index window works, how to navigate in the timeline, how to use the trim and dynamic trim mode to make your workflow faster. So let's get started. The Edit tab user interface is very similar to the Media tab. So let's go ahead first and import some clips. So let's go to the Media tab, and here I have some clips. I'm gonna choose the lightning and I'm gonna drag and drop it there. Before you drag and drop it, make sure you select the master, because if you didn't select that, Davinci can't import it. So for example, let's delete that. If I, let's say, select the keyword or collections, if I drag and drop it, as you see, it's not importing the clip. So it's very important to select the master and then drag and drop it there. So now let's go to the Edit tab. So now in order to import the clip into the timeline, you can just click and drag it there. And here we have it. As you see, Davinci created a timeline for you. So basically the timeline saves all your edits and adjustments inside it. So you can have multiple timelines. We're gonna cover the timeline in more details later in the course. So the user interface is very similar. We have the media pool, which has all your clips and timelines. You can filter them. For example, you can come over here and click on video clips. This will show you just the videos, or if you have audio only. So it works like a filter. And here we have the same options, except we have another option, which is the metadata, and the remainings are similar. And on the right, we have the save gate. This works just like a guide for you. For example, in the social media, you can see the save gate. We have for HD. And here we have again the timeline. And here we have the entire time or the length of your clip. And here we have quick export. This is similar to the Deliver tab. You can export your footage quickly from here. And we have the mixer again, we have the metadata, and we have the inspector. We talked about that before in the media lecture. So here at the middle, we have this button. So if you click and drag, you can play your clip. We have this button. It will snap the time slider to the first frame, and this one to the last frame. And we have the play backward, and play forward. And we have the loop. If you click on that and click on play, this will loop the clip. Now let's go ahead and import another clip. So let's go again to the media tab, and then I'm gonna import this one. I'm gonna drag it here, and let's go again to the edit. And now if I go ahead and drag that, if you drag it here, it will create a new track for you. And if you drag it next to the clip, as you see, we are importing that into the same track, and release the left mouse button to import the clip. As you see, Davinci didn't create new timeline because we already have one, but you can create another one just for that. So here we have the two clips. And if you want to move it to the another track, so you can select and drag and move it there. So in the next lesson, we're gonna continue. In the previous lectures, we talked about the smart bins. So basically they are filters. For example, it will automatically filter your clips. If you have videos, it will set the videos inside the video clips, and if you have audio, it will set it inside the audio only, and so on. And here we have the custom bins. For example, by default we have the master, so it works like a folder for your entire clips, but you can create a custom one. So if you right click and click on new bin, you can create new one. You can name it let's name it video, and you can select that. As you see, it's empty. You can go back to master and drag and drop it on the videos. So now if I click on videos, you can see it's there. And you can right click and choose open as new window. This will open separate window for the video folder. So this is very useful. If you have two monitors, you can set this window on the second monitor. So you can drag the folders from here and drop them there. Let's go ahead and close that. You can add another one and create a new bin, and let's call it audio. And here I don't have any audio. I can go back to the media pool and I'm gonna navigate to my audios. Let's go to rain. I have few audios here, so I can drag it here. And now let's go back to edit. And now I can drag and drop it on the audio. And you can color them too. So you can right click and go to color tag and color it in any color you want. Right click, color tag, let's set that to blue. And you can parent them too, so you can click and drag and drop it on the video. So now it's under the video or inside the video folder. So till now we have two bins, right? We have the master and we have the smart bins. We have the third one, which called power bins. So basically whatever you put in the power bins, it will be shared on multiple projects. So whatever we see in the master bin, it will just show in this project that we created, but in the power bins, it will be shared on multiple projects. By default, it's hidden. You can show it by coming over here and click on show power bins. And here we have it. So whatever you put inside the power bins, it will be shared on multiple projects. Next, I want to talk about the focus window inside Davinci Resolve. So you can see here I have this thin red line, right? If I come over here and click on the timeline, you can see it's there. And if you come over here and click here, you can see it's there. This means now the focus is inside this window. If I click here, now the focus is inside the timeline. By default is turned off. I'm gonna show you in a moment how to turn it on. It's very useful. Let's say, for example, if you are in this window and if I use the keyboard shortcut, let's say I want to use the arrow keys. So if I go to the left, I can select the audio folder. If I go to the right, I can select the forest rain, right? But the same shortcut are different in the timeline. So if I come over here and click on the timeline, now if I use the keyboard shortcuts, if I go to the right, if I press the right arrow key, you can see I am moving the time slider to the right and the same to the left. And if I hit up, I can jump between the clips up and down. That's why it's very useful to have the focus red line so we know where we are. So let's say by default, if you are here and if you don't see the red line, if you come over here and if you press the up and down button, you can see it's not working because the focus line is not in the timeline. So I think it's very useful to turn it on. So I'm gonna go to Davinci Resolve and you can come to the preferences, and here under the UI settings you can see we have the show focus indicators in the user interface. By default is turned off, so make sure you turn it on. So and click save to see it. So again, it's very useful to use the focus window so we know in which window we are, so we can use the shortcuts easily. In this lesson, we're going to talk about the index tab. It has 3 tabs. We have the edit index, we have the tracks, we have the markers. So basically, the index tab provides you with information about your timeline in simplified spreadsheet format. So as you see, I have 4 lines there because I have 4 tracks. You can see I have V1. This means we have the video. The A means we have the audio. So you can see we have 4 tracks, we have 2 videos and 2 audios. And if you look here, we have 2 videos and 2 audios. So basically the V is for video and the A is for audio. You can see on the left, we have the event name and we have the type of the track, we have the video or audio, we have the duration, we have the start time and the end time. And next we have the name of the clip. You can see here written lightning. If I come over here, you can see the name of the clip is lightning. And here we have the forest rain. The name of the second clip is forest name. And next we have the resolution 2. You can change the columns here. Of course, you can customize it by right click on that, and you can turn off what you don't need from here. Next we have the tracks. It shows you the tracks. You can lock it from here, or you can come over here and lock it from here too, and you can disable or enable the track from here too. And we have the markers. If you have any markers, it will filter them here. We're gonna talk about that later. So let's go back to edit index. So the edit index will show you all your events. For example, if I come over here and let's say I want to cut this clip, if I click on the cut tool and cut the clip, you can see the event is listed here. So this will show you everything you do in the timeline. It will be listed here. And this is really very useful, and you will understand later why it's very useful. So our cut is here, is recorded. And if you come there to the right, if you click there, you can see I have some options. So basically these are just filters. For example, I have the show active track items. So if I click on that, they are all listed, right? It will show me all the active tracks. And if you come over here and click on V1, as you see now this layer is active. So it will show me just this track that I activated. And if you click on V2, it will show me this one too. And you can come over here and change that, for example, to show video track items. This will show you just the videos, will ignore the audio. And next we have show audio track. Is self-explanatory. It will show you the audios in the timeline. And we have show flags. So as you see, I have the colors. So we're gonna talk about the flags. So let's say I want to change that to blue. As you see, nothing is here and it's empty because I don't have any flags. So in order to create flags in Davinci, you can come over here, let's select the tool and select the clip. And if you click there, you can create a flag. As you see, by default, it's blue, but if you come over here, you can change the color too. So let's select the blue, or click on that. It will create the flag at the end of the clip. And now you see it shows here. And it doesn't show the forest rain clip because it doesn't has any flag. If you come over here again and let's select another color, let's say green. As you see, we created the green flag. Let's go again. Let's see why it didn't update it. So let's go again to show flags because we selected the blue. And now we can click on the green. It will show me the green flag. So for those who don't know why we need the flags, basically it's just a note. So you can double click on that. You can add a note inside it. So it's very useful. And we have the markers too. They are similar. Basically, the flags will be created at the end of the track. So you can have the flag at the end. But the marker, you can set it on a specific time. For example, if I come over here and click on the marker, you can see I created a marker there at this time. And if you select the track and click on the marker, it will create the marker at the clip. If you deselect, if you don't select anything and just click on the marker, it will create it above here on the top. So you need to select the track in order to create it on the track or on the clip. And they are similar. You can add a note on it. So if you double click on that, you can see you can add a note or keyword, and you can change the color too. So let's go ahead and add another one. Let's add a red here. So now if I go there, you can see we have the show markers. So I can click on blue, it will show me all the markers that I created. I can come over here, let's change it to red. As you see, it will show me just this one because we have just one marker. And next we have show clip colors. Before I explain that, let's go ahead and delete all the markers and the flags. So you can come over here and click on clear all. You need to select the clips. Let's go ahead and select everything and go ahead and clear all and clear all. Let's go ahead and again clear all to remove everything. So now if I go there and click on show clip colors, and let's say I wanna click on green. As you see, we can see just the audio because the audio has a green color. So let me show you how to color your tracks and the clips. Basically, you can color the track and the clips. So they are different things. For example, if I come over here and right click and change that, let's say to green color. So you can see we have the green color on the forest rain, right? And it will show here. So if I go ahead, let's go ahead and check that it's on green. And we can come over here and change that, let's say to orange. As you see, the entire track colored with the orange color. And I can come over here again and go to show clip colors, and let's change that to, where is the orange? This is the orange, and it will show me the orange color. So this is how you color the track, but there is another way you can color the clip. For example, I can select this clip and right click and come over here and color it, let's say with the blue color. So you can see now the blue is overwriting the track color. So if you come over here, let's say the forest rain is green, right? And now if I right click and change it, let's change it to yellow. And now I can change the track color. Basically, the clip color will override the color of the track. So now if you go ahead and change the color, nothing gonna happen because we overwritten that with the clip color. So make sure you clear everything here before you color your track because the clip color will override that. So this is important thing to remember when it comes to coloring. And next we have show through edits. So basically this is very useful. You can filter all the clips you just edited. For example, let's say you have 10 clips and you edited just 2 clips, like cutting the clips. This will show you just the clip that you adjusted. So in our case, we cut just this clip, right? And now if I go ahead and click on show through edits, this will show me this clip because this is what I edited. As you see, we don't see the forest rain because we didn't edit that at all. So if I cut this clip, let's go ahead and cut it. As you see, it shows it here. So this is very useful. It will filter the clips that you adjusted or you made an edit on it. So next we have show offline clips. Basically this will show you the clips that are unlinked from the source or the disk. And we have show clip conflicts. So let's say you have 2 clips and you have overlapping metadata information. This will show you the clips here. So it will show you that there is a conflict between them or overlapping. We have the show clips with speed effect. If you applied a speed effect on it, like speeding up the clip or slowing it down, it will show you the clips that has a speed effect on it. We have the composite effect. If you adjusted the clip, for example, if you, let's go ahead and select the clip. If you come to the composite, you can see we have the composite mode and we have the opacity. If you changed the composite mode, let's say to other than normal, or if you change the opacity, it will show you that clip here. So it will show you all the clips that have different composite mode other than the normal or the opacity. We have the show clips with transform effect. If you applied a transform effect from here, it will show you those clips. And we have the show clips with a filter. We have just the video filters or audio filters. We have the show stills and freeze frames if you have still images, or if you freeze the clips, it will show you that clip. We have the compound clips and we have the nested timelines. So basically the compound clips, you can think of it as a group. So when you group couple of clips together or couple of tracks, this will show you just the compound clips. So it works like grouping. And we have the nested timelines. So as I talked before, you can create multiple timelines in Davinci Resolve. So let's say you have multiple timelines. You can insert all the timelines in one timeline, and this will show you the timeline that is nested. We're gonna talk about them in details later in the course. We have the Show VFX Connect clip. Basically, this will show you everything you do in the Fusion tab. And we have the Export Edit Index. For some reason, you may want to export your filters information to your team. So next we have the tracks. It will show you the tracks. We have the video, we have the audio, we have the markers too. It will show you the markers. So if you go again and create a marker, let's say blue, you can see, I can see the blue marker. Let's go ahead and click on yellow. It will show me the yellow marker, and you can filter them here too. We have few options. We have show all, or you can show just a specific color. So that's it for this lesson, guys. See you in the next lesson. Now let's take a look how to navigate inside the timeline. If you hold the Alt button on the keyboard and use your mouse scroll, you can zoom in and zoom out in the timeline. And notice here how the slider changes. So when you hold Alt and using the mouse scroll, you can see I am zooming in and zoom out. Or you can come over here and control the zoom from here too. If you go too far, let's say like that, you can hit Shift and Z on the keyboard to return to the actual size. If you hold Control and use your mouse scroll, you can change the camera view. As you see, I am moving the camera view to the right or to the left using Control and using the mouse scroll. If you hold Shift on the keyboard and use the mouse scroll, you can see I am changing the size of the clip thumbnail. Now let's take a look how to cut the clips. You can come over here and click on the cut tool, and if you hover the mouse on the clip and click, as you see, it cuts the clip to two parts. I can come over here and without selecting the clips. So if you click there, as you see, I cut the clip and the audio at the same time. If you want to cut just the clip, so you need to lock the audio. So I can come over here and click on lock track. And now if I cut the clip, as you see, the audio track is not affected. Let's hit Ctrl Z to undo that, and let's go ahead and unlock the track. And if you move the time slider, let's say somewhere here, and the trim tool is selected, if you move your mouse very close to the time slider, it will jump there. So as you see, the red line is here. If I move it closer to the time slider, it will jump to the time slider. So it cuts it exactly where the time slider is. If you want to turn off this option, you can come over here and click on the snapping to turn it off. So now the mouse is not snapping to the time slider. Another way to just cut the clip without affecting the audio, you need to unlink the clip from the audio clip. So if I go ahead and select the select tool, if I select the clip, as you see, the audio is selected with it because they are linked. In order to unlink them, it's very simple. You can right click and choose link clip to turn it off. So now I can select just the clip or the sound. So now if I go ahead and use the blade tool, and if I go ahead and cut it from here, you can see the sound is not affected because I unlinked them. Another way to cut the clips, you can hit Ctrl and B on the keyboard. So if you come over here and hit Ctrl and B, you can see I cut the clip and the sound, although they are unlinked. So in order to prevent that, you need to come over here and lock the sound. So now if I hit Ctrl and B, it will cut just the clip and ignoring the sound. Another way is you need to click on the auto track selector to turn it off. So now if I hit Ctrl and B, as you see, it cuts just the clip without affecting the sound because the auto track selector is turned off. So if I come over here and hit Ctrl and B, as you see, it cuts all the clips. But if I go ahead and turn off the auto track selectors, let's go ahead and undo the cut first and then turn it off. Just I'm gonna turn on the forest rain clip. So now if I hit Ctrl and B, as you see, we cut just this clip without affecting the other clips because the auto track selector is turned off. Now let's go ahead and continue and import the remaining footage. Let's go to the media tab and I'm gonna go ahead and import the rain window, and we're gonna import the floor rain too. And let's go to the edit tab again, and I'm gonna select this track and place it next to the lightning track. Basically I want to create a shot, starts with the lightning and then we have the rain. As you see, we have the sound here and we don't have any sound on the lightning. We're gonna delete them and we're gonna import the sounds. So let's go ahead and see, we have the rain window, we have the floor window. So next I like to set the floor rain. So basically we have the lightning and then we have the rain on the forest, and then I'm gonna show a shot of the rain on the floor, and then we need to import the rain window. Let's go ahead and hold Alt on the keyboard and use the mouse scroll to zoom out a little bit, and let's go ahead and drag the rain window. So now as you see, this is very long clip, so I want to cut that. So you can hit Ctrl and B, or you can use the blade tool here, doesn't matter. Let's select this floor rain and hit Ctrl and B to cut it, and let's go ahead and hit delete on the keyboard, and the last clip will snap to the previous clip. Let's go ahead and mute the sound for now and play the shot. So this is very long, so I like to cut that too. So let's hold Alt and zoom in a little bit, somewhere from here. I want to cut it from here, so let's go ahead and Ctrl and B and delete this one, and let's again play it. I am using a space to hit the play button. From here, let's go ahead and Ctrl and B and delete this one too, because I think it's too long. That's why I like to cut it. And here, maybe from here, we're gonna cut it. And let's delete this one. Let's zoom out a little bit, and I'm gonna delete this one. So now if for some reason you want to extend this clip, you can come over here and place your cursor over the end of the forest rain and the beginning of the floor rain, and you can move it. As you see, I can extend that. So it's very easy to use. So let's go ahead and play it and see the timing. Great. And from here, I like to cut this one too, Ctrl and B, and delete this one too. And let's see the timing again. I think it's a little bit too long, so we can come over here and we can click and drag, or we can use the blade tool, or we can use the Ctrl B, but this is faster. So let's go ahead and select and move it. As you see, I can't extend it more because the beginning of the rain window is 0 now. So we can come over here at the end of the floor rain, and I'm gonna click and drag it somewhere here, and then you can select the rain window and drag it there, or let's go ahead and Control and Z, or you can select the space. This is the empty space, and if you hit delete, basically Davinci will delete the empty space. Really cool, right? Play it, and here we go. And now let's go ahead and cut this one. We can use again the blade tool, or we can click here and drag it to the time slider and hit space on the keyboard to play the clip. And here we have our boring shot. So now let's see how to delete the sound. Deleting the sound in Davinci is a little bit tricky. So for example, if I come over here and select the sound, as you see, the clip and the sound is selected. So if you hit the delete button, it will delete the clip and the sound together. So in order to delete just the sound, you need to unlink them. So you can right click and click on link clip to unlink it, to check it off. So now, as you see, I can select just the clip, or I can select just the sound. And now if you hit delete again, this will delete the clip too. So basically you need to select the sound and hit backspace, not delete, backspace. So this will delete just the sound. Or you can lock this track. If I lock that, and now if I select the sound and hit delete, this will delete just the sound. But as you see, the other sounds snapping to the left. So let's undo that. So you can just select that and hit backspace. Let's go ahead and delete this one too. Right click, unlink the clips, and let's go ahead and select this one and hit backspace. And this one, right click, link clips, and hit backspace. So here we have the clips. So now let's go ahead and add the sound. We can come over here and unmute that. I like to add the lightning sound, so let's go to the media. Here I have the lightning sound. Let's go ahead and drag it there, and we have the rain calm. So let's go back to the edit, and let's go ahead and drag the lightning. As you see, if you drag it on top of the track, this will override that track. So it's a good idea to set it in the separate track. So let's see. So I like to cut it from here. Select that and select the blade tool. Cut it from here. And let's delete this one. Let's play it. So we can just copy this track, the forest train, and paste it here. But as you see, they are linked. So let's go ahead first and unlink the clips. So Control C and Control V and paste it here. And if I zoom in, as you see, we have empty space here. So let's go ahead and paste it again. Or you can select just the end of the clip and extend it to the right. But I like to show you other ways, like copying the same track and cut it and move it somewhere here, and we're gonna cut it. So now we need to add the rain calm here. So let's go ahead and drag the rain here. So we have the rain calm sound. I don't know if you hear that. And now let's go ahead and cut it from here too. Let's select that and Control and V and delete it. And here we have it. I think I'm gonna extend it a little bit here to match the clip. So that's it for this lesson. See you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to insert and override clips inside Edit Timeline. So here you can see I have 3 clips. So first of all, I'm gonna click and drag it there, or you can select them and drag and drop them here. And now let's go to the Edit Timeline. Here are my clips. So now if I go ahead and select and drag it into the timeline, you can see Davinci created a timeline for us. So now let's go ahead and insert the other one. Let's insert it here. And I like to cut this one because it's too long. So let's go ahead and select that and Control and B, select and delete it. If you hit the backspace, it will delete it and leaving the empty space. You can select the empty space and delete that too. I talked about that. This was just a reminder for you. Let's go ahead and select the second one and cut it, Control and B, and delete this one. So now let's say I want to insert the third clip between these 2 clips. So there is a simple way. You can select and drag it and then click on the third clip and insert it here, but this is not the right way. So let's go ahead and undo that. So in order to insert them, there is easier way to do that. So let's go ahead and move the time slider between the 2 clips and make sure you select the third clip you want to insert. And then if you come over here, you can see we have this icon called Insert Clip, or you can hit F9 on the keyboard. So now if I go ahead and click on that, as you see, we put the clip between the 2 clips. So let's go ahead and hit Shift and Z to frame the entire timeline. So now let's go ahead and delete it and do it again. And of course you can insert it anywhere you want. So if I go ahead and move the time slider somewhere here, as you see, although I didn't cut the clip, but I can insert that there too. So now if I click on the insert clip, as you see, Davinci cuts the clip in half and then insert that clip between them. So let's go ahead and undo that again. Next we have the overwrite clip, or you can hit F10 on the keyboard. So let's see what it does. So if I come over here and set my time slider somewhere there on the second clip, and now if I click on the overwrite clip, this will cut the clip and delete the right part. So let's undo that and do it again. So this part will be deleted. It will not split it. It will split that and then cut the right clip. So again, if I hit overwrite, as you see, I have the clip, but I no longer have the other part of that clip. So this is a really fast way, instead of coming over here and cutting that and drag and drop it there. It's more smart to use the override clip in these cases. So next we have the replace clip, or you can hit F11 on the keyboard. So basically the replace clip is similar to overwrite clip. There is one difference between them. So if I come over here and the clip is selected, and if I click on the replace clip, as you see, it splits the clip and deletes the other half and insert the clip here based on the time of that clip. As you see, I don't have the entire clip. So let's undo that and do it again. So if I come over here and click on the replace clip, so you can see I have the same time. So it will cut the clip based on the time of your timeline. So using the insert, the replace, the override is smart way to cut your clips, and faster too. See you in the next lesson. Now let's take a look at the trim edit mode. So before I click on that, make sure you are in the selection mode. And if you select the clip and click and drag it, as you see, I can trim the other clips and override them. So let's undo that. But if I go ahead and choose the trim edit mode and click on the clip and drag it, you can see I can slide the clip inside this part. So you can see we have the white outliner. This is the entire clip duration. So basically with the trim edit mode, I can slide and specify which part of that clip I want to show it in this part. So when you go to the selection mode, you can see when I hover the mouse over the clip, it's a cursor, right? But if you select the edit trim mode, you can see the cursor changes. And the other thing is, if I go ahead and select the select tool and come at the end and click and drag, as you see, I can override the other clip. And if I come over here and click and drag, I can override that too. But if I go ahead and select the trim edit mode and then click and drag, as you see, I can push the next clip further. So I no longer change the duration or overwriting the next clip. So this is very useful. So as you see, if I click here, and I can change the duration of that clip without affecting the other clips. And if I go back to the selection and do it again, so you can see the difference. As you see, I can trim it and override the second clip. So this is a very useful tool to use, and it's faster. Next, we have the dynamic trim mode. So basically, if you click on that, you can see the time slider turns yellow, and this works with the keyboard shortcuts. It will do nothing for now. But if you go ahead and hit the L button on the keyboard, as you see, I can trim the clip. And if I hit J, I can go to the left. And if I hit L, I can go to the right. So let's go ahead and stop it, and Control and Z to undo that. Let's go ahead again. And now, as you see, when I hit the L button, the time slider moves. It's like hitting the play button. But if you hold the K button on the keyboard, let's hold K. And now if I hit L, I can go frame by frame, as you see. So let's select the clip, and holding K and then L, I can slide it to the right. And again, holding K, and if I hit J on the keyboard, I can slide it to the left. If you didn't hold the K button, this will play it. So if I hit L, as you see, it's going to the right. Typically, I don't use the dynamic trim mode, but I wanted to show you how it works. So see you in the next lesson. By default, the snapping tool is enabled in Davinci Resolve. If you come over here, you can see I have the snapping. So basically what this does, it will snap your clips. So for example, if I come over here and move it, and if I come closer to the next clip, you can see it snaps. And you can turn it off. Next, we have the link and unlink. So we talked about that. Basically, you can unlink the clips. So let's go ahead and select this clip and this one. So now if I come over here and click on that, so as you see, they are linked. You can unlink them by right clicking and unlink the clips, or you can come over here and click on that. Next, we have the position lock. So basically this will lock the position of the clip. For example, if I come over here and selecting the clip and click on the lock, so now I can't move it because it's locked. And let's go ahead and unlock it. Next, we have the zooming options here. For example, we have the full extend zoom. As you see, it zooms everything you have in the timeline. And we have the detail zoom. And next we have the custom zoom. In this section, I will show you how to use the effects inside Davinci Resolve. In the first lesson, we are going to learn how to apply the effects, transitions, and generators to the clip, and how to add them to the timeline, and how to copy and duplicate them in the timeline. Then we are going to take a quick look on how to use green screen removals inside Davinci Resolve and replace that with the background and adjust the color of the footage to match the background. After that, you will learn how to animate photos, like animating the position and the scale using dynamic zoom. You will learn how to create keys for animation and how to adjust the animation curve inside the timeline. We are going to cover how the timeline works and how to create multiple timelines. I will explain what the compound clips are and how to use them. Then we will create multiple transition effects. After that, we will cover the powerful retime controls inside Davinci Resolve. You will learn how to speed up and slow down the speed of your clips and how to fix the lagging issues caused by slowing down the clips. Finally, we are going to learn how to create photo opener effect. So let's get started. In this lesson, we're gonna take a look at the effects inside Davinci Resolve. So Davinci Resolve has a huge library of effects. So you can come to the effects tab, you can see all the effects we have inside Davinci Resolve. We have the toolbox, contains the video transitions, like the additive dissolve. We have the arrows iris. So as you see, when I hover my mouse over the effects, I can see a preview of that in the viewer. And you can see I have the audio transitions. This is for audio. We have the titles, like you can create texts. So these titles works like a clip. For example, if I come over here and drag and drop it there, let's go ahead and create a space here and then drag and drop it there. So you can see it works like a clip. So now if I go ahead and hit Ctrl and B on the keyboard, as you see, I can split it. So it's very similar to the clips. And let's go ahead and delete that. Hit delete on the keyboard. As you see, everything deletes with that. So let's go ahead and select that and hit backspace on the keyboard. And we have the generators. For example, you can see I have some generators like the cartoon cloud sky. We have the cosmic speed line. So you can drag and drop it on a new track. And as you see, it works again like a clip. So if you select that, if you go to the inspector, you can see I have the parameters for that clip. For example, I have the separation. This is for cloud separation. I have the random seed. We have the horizontal position. We have the vertical position, and so on. So let's go ahead and hit backspace on the keyboard to delete that. And we have the noise gradient. We have the disc wall. So all these generators works like a clip, and you have more control for each one. So we have the effects. We have like the slice effect. So let's go ahead first and deselect that. You can hover the mouse over it so you can see a preview of that. Next, we have the Open Effects folder. So basically, this is a third party. It contains more additional effects you can use in Davinci Resolve, like the film grain. This will add a film grain. Some of them are paid and some of them are free to use. We have the audio. It's self-explanatory. This is for audio. And if you come over here and select the toolbox, and if I go to the search and if I type dissolve, you can see I can search inside the toolbox. But what if you want to search inside all the folders? You need to come over here and click on this arrow and click on all folders. So now when you click on all folders, whatever you search here, it will search inside all the categories there. So this is useful option we have here. So now let's go ahead and create one effect. Let's go ahead and click on the additive dissolve and drag it there. So now if I go ahead and play that, you can see we have the dissolve effect on the clip. And if you want to make the duration longer of the dissolve, you need to select it from here and drag it. So now this will extend the duration. If you want to copy the same effect on the next clip, you can click and drag it over the next clip, or you can hold Alt on the keyboard and drag it there. And we have a copy of that. So Alt and click and drag it. So when you select the effect, you can come to the transition under the inspector. You can see we have some options to change. For example, we have the duration in seconds and we have in frames. So if I set the duration in 1, so we have just 1 second and it is 30 frame, because the settings inside Davinci is 30 frame for 1 second for these clips or you can change it from here. If you want to change in second, it's up to you, or you can change it in frames. So for example, I can set it to 60, this will be 2 seconds. And you can see the time extended here. If you click and drag, you can see I can change the duration to from here. And now let's say you want to change the additive dissolve. You need to delete that, right? You need to delete it and then go ahead and let's say I want to change it to blur dissolve. But there is an easy way to do that. You can select the effect and come to the transition type and change it from here. So this is faster. So you can see all the effects in the effects tab here. And let's go ahead and delete them. So this was just a quick overview of the effects inside Davinci Resolve. So in the next lesson, we're gonna explain more in details what these effects do. So see you in the next lesson. Davinci Resolve is very easy to use, but sometimes it could be tricky. So for example, let's go ahead first and import the footage to the timeline. And let's go to the effects tab, and I'm gonna go to open FX, and I'm gonna scroll down to see the 3D keyer, or you can type 3D keyer here. So let's go ahead and drag and drop it on that. As you see, nothing happens. And if I come over here and click and drag, you can see I can't remove the green color. And this is because we need to come over here and enable Open FX overlay. Basically, this will enable the tools in the viewer. So if I click on Open FX, and now make sure you select the pick option. And now if you click and drag, you can see it works. So now doesn't matter if you turn it off or if you go back to transform, it still works. So basically you need to enable it one time. And now if you want to work again in the 3D keyer, you need to go back again to Open FX overlay. Make sure it's enabled. As you see, if you click once on it, now it's grayed out. So make sure you turn it on. And now you can click and drag. You can see I can remove the green color. And if you hold shift, you can add it too. We're gonna cover the 3D keyer in details later in the course. So for now, just I wanted to show you this option because I think it's confusing for new users. So it's important to mention it now. So now, in order to remove the green color from the edges, there is very simple option here, the dispel. So if you increase that, you can see it gives us pretty good results. Not perfect, but it's pretty good. We're gonna cover that later in the course. So now you can go back to transform and turn it off. So here you have it. So as you know, in the video tab, you can change the zoom, right? Or the position or the rotation angle. But we can change these options in the viewer. So if you come over here and click on the transform to enable it, or you can click on the arrow and choose the transform. So now you can see I have the manipulator in the viewer. So now I can change that from here. As you see, I can change the zoom. I can change the rotation. You can see the rotation angle is changed in the inspector. Control and Z to undo that. And you can change the pivot. For example, I can move it there. And now I can rotate that from here. So what if I want to change the cropping from the viewer? You need to come again to the arrow and click on the crop. And notice what's gonna happen here. If I come over here and click and drag, you can see I am changing the parameter called crop left. And if I go ahead and change that, you can see I am changing the crop right. And the same is for top and the bottom too. So let's go ahead and undo that, or we can click on this icon to reset all the settings. So in the next lesson, we're gonna continue. So after we remove the background, let's go ahead and add a background to make the footage looks more interesting. So we can go to generators, and I'm gonna scroll down and I'm gonna choose the comic speed lines. So if I click and drag that, as you see, it's really hard to create it on new track. So the best way is to right click and choose add track, or you can come over here and make some room so you can drag and drop it here without overwriting the footage. So when you Right click and click on add track. This will add empty track for you. So now it's easier to just drag and drop it there. But I want to move the background behind the footage, so we can just undo that. I'm gonna move this one up and I'm gonna drag and drop it under the footage. So here we have the background. And if you select the speed lines, you can come to the inspector. You can see we have some options, for example, like the speed. This will control the speed of the lines. And I'm gonna increase it more because the girl is dancing, so it will make more sense to have some life on the footage. So I'm gonna increase it a little bit more. So let's go ahead and play it. Nice. And we have the texture. This will add more variation to the lines. We have the lines separation. This will increase the separation between the lines. We have the line stretch. This will stretch the lines more. And we have the angle. This will rotate the lines. And we have the gradient color. Here you can control the color of the lines. For example, we have the yellow. So if you select this icon, you can come here and change the color from here. As you see, I can change the color of that icon. If you want to add another color, you can click there. And now you can change the color of that color that we created. If you want to delete that, you can select it and hit delete on the keyboard. And here we have the offset. You can offset the color. So let's go ahead and play that. So now we're gonna add just slight change on the footage. As you see, the color of the girl is not integrated well with the background. So we can add just slight change on the color of the girl. Let's go ahead to the OpenFX and type color. I'm gonna choose the color compressor. Basically, this will change the color of the footage. So I'm gonna drag it on top of the green screen. So let's select that and let's go to effects. And if I scroll down, you can see we have the color compressor. Let's go ahead and click on that to expand it. Here we have the target color. So we want to change it to something orange. Feel free to change it to any color you want. The most important thing is to integrate the color of the girl with the background. So let's go ahead and hit OK. And now if I come over here to compress hue, if I increase that, you can see I am changing the color and now it's more integrated with the background. And if I come to the compress luminance and just slight change, and you can see it's much better than before and it's more integrated with the background. And now if I go ahead and turn off the color compressor so we can see before and after. So turn it off and turn it on. You can see just slight change with the color help to integrate the footage more with the background. Of course, it's not perfect. For example, you can see the light on the shoulder is bright and it's not integrated well with the background. We have the edges. So we're gonna cover all this stuff later in the course. So for now, just a slight change with the color will help to integrate it better with the background. So let's go ahead and play it. And here we have it. So see you in the next lesson. Here I have a basic animation I created. So they are still images. One of them has zoom out animation and the other one has moving animation. So maybe you are thinking I used keys to create this animation, but that's not true. Of course, you can use keys to create this type of animation in Davinci, but that's not what I did here. So in Davinci, there is very fast way and very simple way to create this kind of animation. It's called dynamic zoom. So first of all, I'm gonna select these images and delete them. And here I have two images. So let's go ahead and select both of them and import them to the timeline. Let's go ahead and hit Shift and Z to frame the images in the timeline. And I'm gonna cut this one, or you can just click and drag it. So if you select the image and if you come to the inspector under the video tab, you can see I have the dynamic zoom. If I turn on the dynamic zoom, as you see, something changed in the viewer. And now if I go ahead and hit play, you can see we have the animation on the first clip. And you can see under the dynamic zoom, I don't have that much options to change here. Just I have the linear, which is the linear animation. Basically, the zoom in animation or zoom out animation will be consistent over time. There is no slowdown, as you see. But if you come over here and change that, for example, to ease out, basically this will slow down the animation at the end. So if I click on ease out and then if I go ahead and play that, you can see the animation is slowing down at the end of this clip. This is still image because we didn't enable the dynamic zoom here. So if you select that, you can see it's not enabled. We're gonna enable it in a moment. So now let's say you want to change the speed of the animation. And you can see I don't have options here. I have just this option for the animation speed, which is ease in, ease out, ease in and out. So in order to change that, we need to enable the tools of the dynamic zoom inside the viewer. As you see, we don't see anything in the viewer, but if you come over here and if you click on the dynamic zoom, you can see now I have some options. The green rectangle is the beginning of your animation. For example, the animation will begin from the green area, and then at the end, the animation will stop at the red lines. So now let's go ahead and see that. So if I decrease the size of the green rectangle, and now if I disable the dynamic zoom, you can see if I go to the first frame, you can see we are inside the green rectangle. And if I enable that, you can see we are here. And if you change the red rectangle, so now the animation will start from here and then we'll zoom out to the red area. So let's go ahead and disable that and play it, and you can see here we have it. Let's go back again. So let's go to the next clip, and I'm gonna enable the dynamic zoom here too. And if I go ahead and enable the dynamic zoom overlay, and you don't have just to zoom the animation, you can pan it too. So for example, if I go ahead and scale down this one, and I'm gonna scale down the red rectangle, so now the animation will start from this area to this area. So if I go ahead and disable that and play it, you can see we have the animation. And this is a really very fast way to create these kinds of animations inside Davinci instead of using keys. So let's go back again, and I'm gonna slow it down. So it will start from this area and will move to the red area. And now the animation will be slower at the next clip, so you can see. And now if you want to slow down the animation, as you see, it's very fast. So you need to come over here and enable the overlay in the first clip. And I'm gonna scale down the red one. So now the animation will be very slow. So let's go ahead and play that so you can see. So as you see, it's a very fast way to animate images. Of course, you can animate videos too. In the upcoming lessons, we're gonna learn how to animate using keys inside Davinci. In Davinci Resolve, you can animate most of the parameters. For example, if I come here and disable the dynamic zoom, and let's go ahead and select this clip, dynamic zoom, disable it. Okay, so if you come over here, you can see we have this diamond icon next to the parameters. This means it's animatable. So for example, if I select this clip and come to the inspector, and now if I click on this icon, it turns red. It means we created a key. So now I need to go few frames. Let's go to the end and then change the zoom parameters, something to the 1.8. And now you can see it turns red automatically. Davinci created another key for you. So now if I go it back and play that, you can see we have the animation. So this gives us more control when it comes to the animation, so we can change the keys and play with the curve. So before in Davinci 19, we could edit the keys in the timeline itself, and it was really very annoying and hard to work with the keys in the timeline. But now in Davinci 20, they added the keyframes window. So now if I go ahead to the keyframes window, you can see here I have all the keys that I created. For example, if you come over here, you can see I have the transform. You can open or close this group. So this group is this group. So it means we have keys under the group. So if I expand that, you can see I have the key under the X and a key next to the Y. So now I can select the key and move it. So you can see I can move the keys and change the time. So if I move them closer, it will be faster. So the animation is faster now. And you can see when I move the key for the X, the Y key moves with it. And the reason is because we have the link button here. And notice here we have the link button too. So if I come over here and unlink that, so you can see I unlinked that here in the inspector too. So now if I move the X, as you see, I can move it without affecting the key of the Y. And remember, this is the group. And now if I want to move both keys, I can select both of them and move them. Now let's go ahead to the second one. And now we're gonna animate the position. So let's go ahead to the first frame and select the clip. And then let's go to the position and create a key here. So you can see I created a key on X and Y at the same time. So now let's go ahead few frames. And now I'm gonna change just the position of Y. So if I change that, so you can see Davinci created a key just on X because we didn't change the Y. And now if I go ahead and play that, you can see I have the animation on X. And of course you can select the key, move it, delete it. So if I select that and hit delete on the keyboard, I can remove the key. I can select both of them and hit delete to remove them. Let's go ahead and undo that, Control Z. And you can animate the rotation too. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and click on the key button to add a key. And then let's go to the last frame. And let's go ahead and increase the rotation. So you can see we added another key here. And you can reset the button from here too. So now in order to see the curves, you need to come over here and click on the keyframe curves. Now you can see I have all the curves there. And as I said before, this is a powerful feature in Davinci 20. And before it was really so annoying to edit the curves, but now as you see, they made it easier. So now I can select the key and move the value from here. And I can smooth the animation by selecting the key. And if you come over here, you can see we have the ease in. So if I click on that, so now as you see, I have a smooth curve and I have the tangent. So now I can click on the tangent and play with the smoothing of the curve. And the same is for the keys there. And you can see because the keys are overlapping here, I have the rotation. This is the rotation. If you hover the mouse over it, you can see it's written rotation angle. But now I want to select just the key of the position. So it's hard to do that here. You can see they are overlapping. So now I can go back to the parameters and I'm gonna hide all the curves. So if I click on that, you can see I can hide everything. So now if I go back there, you can see I don't see any curves. So let's go back there and I'm gonna enable just, let's say, the zoom. Okay, so I'm gonna select this curve and this curve. So now I can see just the curves, right? But because we didn't animate the zoom in the second clip, I don't see them. So if I go ahead back to this clip, you can see they are there. So now I can hide the zoom X2. So if I go back there and let's go ahead and hide the X and go back again there, you can see now I have just the zoom Y. So now you can select the key and smooth it and work on it, and after you finish it you can show the remaining. This is very useful, so you can select the keys for any specific parameter. So let's go back to the second one, and let's go back again there, and let's go ahead and enable everything. Now we're gonna hide the rotation, so let's go back there and hide the rotation. Where is the rotation? This one. So I'm gonna hide it. So now I can select this key and again smooth it. Let's select that. So here we have the tangent. Another way to show the keys, you can come over here and click on this key button. So now it will show you all the keys under the clip. So you can see they are there. As I said, it's really easier now to work with the keys in Davinci 20. Before it was so annoying. So this is how you work with the keys in Davinci. And of course you can animate the crop, you can animate anything you want here in the inspector. And if you come over here and click on this icon, you can see I have display selected parameters. So you can go to video and you can turn off all of them, and you can work just with the zoom or the rotation. You can hide any parameters that you don't want here from display selected parameters. And let's go ahead and show all of them. And you can log them, so I can click on log. So this is very useful, so you don't make any mistake by moving the keys by mistake. So as you see, I can't move it. This is the log button. So this was just a quick overview on how to use the keys in Davinci Resolve 20. So see you in the next lesson. Let's take a look at another example using the keys. So here I have 3 images. So let's go ahead and drag and drop them there. So I'm gonna sort them on top each other. So, and this one here. So I like to cut them, so maybe from this area, Control and B, and let's delete them. So first of all, I'm gonna select this one, and then I'm gonna go to the cropping, and then set a key, and then let's go a few frames, maybe 10 frames, and move it to the right. And if I play that, you can see we have the animation. So let's go ahead at the end. As you see, this image is not covering the entire viewer, so let's go ahead and select that, and I'm gonna go to the zoom and just scale it up to cover the entire viewer. So at this moment, I'm gonna start the second animation. So the first image is gone. So from this area, I'm gonna set a key again here and just move it few frames, maybe again 10 frames. As you see, it's 20 now, and then I'm gonna move this one to the right, and here we have 2 animations. So next, let's go ahead and apply that on the third image. So at the end of the second image, at this moment, let's go ahead and set a key, and then I'm gonna move it again, maybe 10 frames. And let's go ahead and play that. And here we have the animation using the keys. So this was just a quick example to show you that you can do a lot with using keys inside Davinci Resolve. So in the next lesson, we're gonna continue. Now let's take a look at video transitions inside the effects. So as you see, we have mass amount of video transitions provided by Davinci Resolve. We have the basic ones like the dissolve, additive dissolve, we have like shapes, and we have more advanced in the fusion transitions, which is more advanced features. For example, we have the circles, we have disarrange, we have the drop warp. So if I go up and let's go ahead and select one of the clips, if I come over here and double click on that, or you can drag and drop it over it, but let's go ahead and double click on that. As you see, we can apply the effect on the clips when I double click on that, and you can see the effect is applied onto clips, the first clip and the second clip. So this is the effect, which is the additive dissolve. So let's say you want to apply it just on this clip. So you can come over here and you can see we have the option called alignment. So if I come over here and click on this one, this will apply the effect just on the first clip and at the end of the clip. And if I go ahead and click at the middle, you can see we can apply the effect onto clips, the end of the first clip and the start of the second clip. And we have the third option, which is obvious what it does. It will apply it on the second clip. And of course you can change the timing from here, the duration, or you can come over here. We talked about that. You can change it from here too. So let's go ahead and apply the blur dissolve by clicking on the blur dissolve and drag and drop it on the clips, or you can right click on that and click on add to selected edit points and clips. Let's select them, add it. So this will add it on the entire clips, and you can delete it from here if you don't want to. So here we have the dissolve effect, and let's go ahead and drag the smooth cut on the next one and hit play. So let's go ahead and try different effects. Let's go to the shapes. We're gonna apply this one here, and I can select that, and I can come over here and click on the middle button to apply it on both clips. And you can change the preset from here, arrow down, arrow up. This is an arrow, so you can change the shape from here. We have the aspect ratio, we have the rotation, we have the border if you want to have a border on the shape, we have the feather. We can change the color from here. Let's go ahead and increase the border. You can see we have a smooth edge. It's up to you. Feel free to play with these options. Let's go to the next section and let's go ahead and add the cross iris. And again, we have the same options like the border, we have the feather, and so on. So we have mass amount of transitions. I'm not gonna explain everything because I think it's easy to use, so you don't have to be genius to figure out what they do. You can hover over it and see what they do. And the other section is more advanced section. So let's go ahead and delete that. We can add a circle on it. And you can see it again, we have the same options like the duration, we have the alignment, we have the controls, we have the circle color, we have the motion blur. This will add motion blur on it. As you see, it's not smooth, so you can increase the quality to get smooth edges, as you see. But the problem when you increase the quality, the performance drops and the playback will be slower to play. So we're gonna talk how to fix this issue later in the course. So let's go ahead and try another one. We have the fold. This will fold it. And as you see, we have really mass amount of transitions provided by Davinci. So I will leave it to you so you can play with it and try different transitions. Just import these images and try to play with them and apply them. And as I said before, they are really easy to use, so I don't want to waste time on it explaining everything to you. Just hover the mouse over it and you can see what they do. We have the page curl, nice. Let's replace it here. And you can control the shading to make it darker, the roll, nice. So in the next lesson, we're gonna continue. Now let's talk about the adjustment clip and see how it works. So if I go to the effects, you can see I have here the adjustment clip, which is the first effect in the effects tab. So let's go ahead and drag and drop it in the timeline. Let's zoom out a little bit, holding Alt and using the mouse scroll to zoom out. And then let's go ahead and bring it to the left and let's zoom in again. So as you see, nothing happens. It's empty clip. and it works similar to the clips, but it's empty. And now if I go ahead and increase the zoom for the adjustment clip, not the clip, so let's go ahead and increase that, you can see the effect is applied on the underlying clip too. So let's go ahead and shorten that a little bit more. So now you can see everything I do on the adjustment clip will be applied on the bottom of the clip too. So now if I go ahead and move the time slider on top of that, and you can see the difference. And now if I go ahead and move that on top of the clip, you can see the effect is applicable on the underlying clip too. And the same is for the next clip. So if I go ahead and move that there, you can see everything I apply on the adjustment clip will be applied on the underlying clip too. And this is really so powerful. Instead of going and applying the zoom on each clip, you can apply that on the adjustment clip, and then you can copy it and paste it on top of other clips. And this is really so powerful feature in Davinci. And if I go ahead again, I can increase the rotation. So now if I go ahead to the next clip, and if I move that, you can see we're applying the rotation on the Galaxy 2 image too. And the same works with the effect too. For example, if I go ahead and let's type color, and then I'm gonna select the open FX, and then I'm gonna choose color compressor and apply it on the adjustment clip. And now let's go ahead and increase the compress hue. And now if I go ahead and move the adjustment layer, you can see everything I apply on the adjustment clip will be applied on the underlying layers too. So it works with the color, with the video transitions, with everything. And if you select the adjustment clip, and you will see under the video tab, you can see we have almost everything the normal clip has. So like the cropping, like the composite, like the speed change, everything in the adjustment clip is the same too. So that's it for this lesson. See you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about the timelines inside Davinci Resolve. Basically, the timeline is very similar to After Effects composition. If you are familiar with After Effects, basically you can create multiple composition and you can insert one comp inside another comp. So it's very similar to After Effects. So here in the scene, I don't have any timeline, and you can see I don't have any track. That means I don't have any timeline. And if you want to create a new timeline, we talked about that, you can just click and drag it, and this will create a new one for you. Or let's go ahead and undo that with Control and Z. So you can right click and choose timelines, and then click on create new timeline. So here you can specify the timecode start, you can specify the name, let's set it to images timeline. And let's go ahead and click on create. And here we have the timeline, it's empty. And you can see now we have the tracks. This means we have a timeline in the scene. And now let's go ahead and create another one. Let's go ahead, right click, timelines, and create new timeline. And let's call it video timeline. And let's go ahead and click on create. So here I have two timelines. Let's first double click on the image timeline, and you can see now I am inside the image timeline. If you come over here and double click on the video timeline, you can see now we are in the video timeline, or you can switch between them by clicking over here and switch between them. So let's go to the image timeline, double click on that, and let's go ahead and import those images into it. So now let's go ahead and double click on the video timeline. As you see, it's empty. Let's go back to media pool, and I'm gonna import the videos. For example, let's go ahead and import this one, and let's go ahead maybe import this one. So let's go back to edit, and now we can select the videos, this one, and let's select this one, holding control and clicking on the next clip. And now let's go ahead and drag it there. So Shift and Z to frame the entire clips in the timeline. So here we have it. So maybe you are wondering why we need to create two timelines. It's really very useful when it comes to managing your clips. For example, I can insert the videos inside the video timeline and the image inside the image timelines. Or you may have different FPS for each one. If you have two videos, each one has different FPS, or if you have several projects, each one has different FPS or resolution, you can create a timeline for each one. So it's very useful in these cases. And now if you come over here, you can see this button. If I click on that and click on display stacked timelines, this will show me the timeline tab. So now if I go ahead and click on the other timeline, where is the image timeline? This one. If I double click on that, so now you can see I can open multiple timelines here at the bottom. And as I said before, if you worked in After Effects, you will know what I am talking about. So it's similar to composition in After Effects. So we have two timelines. Or I can come over here and insert the image timeline inside another timeline to make everything nice and organized, as you see. So here is my image timeline. So now in order to work inside the image timeline, you can just go ahead and change that to image timeline. Or you can come over here and click on the plus icon to add new tab, and then double click on the image timeline to open it inside there. And now I can go ahead to the image timeline. Let's say I can right click on that and go to timelines and click on timeline settings. So this will show me the settings. As you see, they are grayed out because all these settings are linked to the project settings. So let's go ahead and show you what I mean by that. If I go to File and then go to Project Settings, you can see I have the timeline resolution. I have the timeline frame rate is 24, and it's the same as the timeline settings. So let's go ahead and cancel that and go again to Timelines and Timeline Settings. So because they are grayed out, we can't change it. But if you come over here, you can see we have the option to unlink them. We have the use project settings. So now if I check that off, so now I can change the timeline resolution. In this case, it's not linked to the project settings. So now you can change it, for example, let's say to 720. If you want to fit the image to the timeline resolution, or if you want to keep the ratio, or if you want to keep the resolution. So let's go ahead and click OK. And the same is for the video timeline. You can change it again, right click timeline, timeline settings, and you can change it from here too. So as you see, I can change the frame rate. It's again grayed out. And to change it, it's a little bit tricky. Basically, this is the frame rate. It's how many frames per second should play the footage. So it's 24. In order to change it, you need to come over here. Let me make some room. So I am inside the video timeline. So in order to change that, you can do this simple trick. You can hit Ctrl and X to cut everything inside the timeline, and then go back to timeline and timeline settings. And let's go ahead and check off the use project settings. So now as you see, it's visible, so we can change it. After you change that, hit OK, and then go ahead and paste it. So this is how you change it if you have already imported your footage inside the timeline. So another thing I want to mention, so if I go to the Galaxy and double click on that, and you can see under the metadata we have the resolution, right? It's 720. So let's go ahead and create new timeline. So if I go ahead and right click, you can see create new timeline using selected clip. So let's go ahead and click on that and go ahead and check off the use project settings. Let's go to the format. So you can see is 1920, right? And the image is 1280. So the image is smaller than the timeline resolution. So basically now if I hit the create button, the image will be scaled up to 1920. If you don't want that, you can come over here and click center crop with no resizing. So let's go ahead and choose that and hit create. Let's see what's gonna happen. So now you can see we didn't change the resolution of the image because we turned that option off. let's go ahead and do it again with the other option. Let's go ahead and right click and choose create timeline. And this time I'm gonna choose the scale entire image to fit. Basically this will fit to the viewer. So now if I hit create, so you can see now the image fits the viewer. So that's it for this lesson. See you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we will talk about compound clips. You can think of it as a group or a template for your clips that you have in the timeline. So compound clips makes it easier for you to add effects on multiple clips at once. So let's see how it works. So here in the scene, I have two text clips and I have a clip. So now I can select both texts and right click on them and click on new compound clip. And you can name it. Let's name it text group and hit create. So you can see here I have the compound clip in the media pool. And now you can see I have one clip and both text clips are inside the text group. So if I want to open them, I can right click and go to decompose in place and click on using clips only. So you can see I have them there. And you can hit Ctrl Z to undo that. So now it's very easy to add effects. For example, I can go ahead and add any effect on them. So this will be applied on both clips. Let's go ahead and do it again. So you can see we applied that on both clips. Let's go ahead and delete that. And of course, you can right click and open them and adjust the clips inside the text group. So if you right click and go ahead and choose open in timeline. So now you can see I have timeline 1 and I have text group. So basically I am inside the text group. So after you adjust the texts or the clips, you can go ahead to the media pool and go ahead and double click on the timeline. So now we are inside the timeline. So remember, right click, open in timeline to adjust them and come back and click on the timeline to go back to the timeline. And if you want to expand it, you can right click and choose decompose in place and click on using clips only. So basically this will remove the text group or the compound clip and expand the clips inside the timeline. And this is really very helpful. So let's say you have other clips. You can come back to the media pool and drag and drop it there. So it works like a template too. See you in the next lesson. Now let's go ahead and apply what we have learned in the previous lectures. So here in the scene, if I go ahead and play that, you can see I have some effects like the radial transition, we have the glitch, the circle, the glow, the panning, and the RGB splitter. So we're gonna create that from scratch. So let's go ahead and do it. First of all, I'm gonna delete everything here. So now let's go ahead first and import the footage. First of all, I'm gonna import the first one and I'm gonna remove the sound. I don't need it for now. So remember, we need to hit backspace in order to delete just the sound. So let's go ahead and cut that. So Ctrl and B and delete this one. And now let's go ahead and bring the second one and cut it from here and delete it. And the third one, Ctrl and B and delete it. We have the fourth one. And let's go ahead the fifth and let's go ahead and delete the sound. Ctrl and B and let's go ahead and import the last one. Ctrl and B and delete it. So here we have the 6 footage. So I like to check the timing. I think this one a little bit long. So let's go ahead, zoom in a little bit and click at the center and move it. Okay, great. So now let's go to the effects and I'm gonna search for radial. Make sure you select the video transitions, or you can come over here and select all folders. Basically this will search into entire folders. So let's select and drag it and drop it at the first clip, and let's play that. Nice. I think the time is a little bit long, so let's go ahead and select the effect and click and drag it to the left a little bit. And here we have it. For the second clip, let's go ahead and type block glitch. So I'm gonna drag it there. Feel free to use other effects if you wanted to. So of course you can select the effect and you can change the parameters. For example, the blur strength, the position, it's up to you. And in the block glitch, you can increase the frequency if you wanted to. It's up to you. But I like the default settings. And now let's go ahead and search for circles. Circles. We have few, as you see, we have the circles, we have the circle spin, we have the multi-circle wipe. So it's up to you which one you like. So let's go ahead and select the circles and I'm gonna drag and drop it there. And I like to change the color. So let's go ahead and change it. Maybe give it a little bit of brown color. Okay, great. And now let's go ahead and search for another one. Let's type, for example, glow. We're gonna use this one. So I think I'm gonna decrease the time here. Nice. And now let's go ahead and apply a pan. So let's go ahead and type pan. You can use the pan left, pan down, doesn't matter. I'm gonna use the pan left and I'm gonna make it faster. So I'm gonna shorten the time. And here we have it. Let's do it again. Nice. So lastly, I'm gonna type RGB splitter. So I'm gonna select and apply it on the last clip. Okay, great. As you see, it's really very easy to use the effects, like controlling the timing. And of course, each one has its own parameters. For example, the circles has its own parameters. The pan has its own parameters. You can apply the motion blur, of course, if you would like to. So that's it for this lesson. See you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about the standard transition. If you come over here, you can see we have this red icon on top of the blur dissolve. So basically, if I come over here and right click on the edge of the clip, not on the clip, just on the edge or at the end. So if I now right click on that, you can see I have the option called add 6 frame blur dissolve. And if you come over here, you can see the red icon is on the blur dissolve. So if I come over here and right click on the cross dissolve and click on set as standard transition, now you can see I changed the position of the red icon on top of the cross dissolve. So now if I go back there, right click and click on add 14 frame cross dissolve, you can see now we applied the cross dissolve on top of this clip. So now if I play that, you can see we have the effect of the cross dissolve. And now if I come over here and again right click on that and click on set as standard transition, and now if I go back and let's delete that and again select the clip and right click on that and click on add 14 frame arrow iris. So as you see, the name is changed here because we changed the standard transition on the arrow iris. So if I click on that, you can see we applied the arrow iris on the clip, and now if I play that, you can see it's there. So now if I go ahead, let's go ahead and apply another effect. Let's go ahead and click on the heart, right click and choose set as standard transition. And now I'm gonna go to the second clip and right click on the beginning and click on add 14 or 13, doesn't matter, and you can see the name is changed to heart because we changed the standard transition to the heart. And let's go ahead and click that, and you can see we have this effect. So let's go ahead back and right click and set that to standard transition. In this lesson you will learn how to change the speed of your clips. So if you select the clip, if you come to the inspector, you can see I have the speed change and you can't turn it off or on. So it's disabled by default. But if you come to the change speed, as you see it's written 100. So if I set it to 200, this will speed up the clip 2 times. So you can see the clip is shorter now and faster. And if I hit play, you can see it's faster. If I go ahead back to 100, this is the original speed. So if you set it to 300, this will speed up the clip 3 times and the clip becomes shorter because the speed is now faster. So now let's go ahead and undo that. So now let's say you want to change one part of the clip speed, not the entire clip. So you can come over here and Control B and split that and select the clip and change that, let's say to 300. As you see, now we change just this part of the clip. So if I hit play, this is very fast and this is the original clip. And you can see I have the ripple timeline. So if I turn that off and go ahead and change the speed, let's say to 300, as you see now we have empty space between them. Of course this is very easy to fix, just select the second clip and move it there, right? But there is easier way. If you select the ripple timeline and now if you change the speed, let's say to 300, you can see the second clip sticks with the first clip. So this is called the ripple effect. So let's go ahead and turn it off. But there is easier way to speed some parts of the clips. So let's go ahead and undo everything. And the speed is 100. Everything is by default here. So now if you come and select the clip and right click, you can see I have the change clip speed and I have the retime controls. If you select the change clip speed, you can see I have some options, like I can control the speed like we did here in the inspector. We have the frame per second and we have the ripple timeline. This is the same ripple timeline option here. And we have the freeze frame. You can freeze the frame. So if you select the freeze frame and click on change, and now you can see I have the clip playing normal, right? But after certain time we freeze the frame. So let's go ahead. So let's say I want to freeze it after this moment. So you can right click and choose again change clip speed and click on freeze frame, change it. So now the frame freezed after this time. Okay, so let's go ahead and undo everything. But we can have more control. So if you right click and go to retime controls or hit Ctrl R on the keyboard, you can see we have some options here. Like we have this arrow. If you click on that, you have more control. Let's go ahead and make some room so we can see the options better. So you can click there. You can see I have add speed point, change speed. We're gonna take a look at them in a moment. So first of all, you can see this blue arrow. So if I come over here and click on the arrow, and I can go to change speed and I can slow it down, let's say to 10%, 25%, 50%. So if I set it to 50%, you can see the arrows turned yellow. This means we slowed down the footage. If I go ahead and change that, let's say to 150, or let's make some room. So let's go ahead and click there and change it to, let's say, 200. You can see now the arrows are blue and smaller than before. So if you set this one to 100, let's set it to 100, or you can click on reset to 100 and notice what's gonna happen to the arrow. So you can see they are now in normal size. So now let's say I wanna speed up just this part. So I can come over here, click on this arrow and click on add speed point. As you see, we added a point, right? And I can come over here again and click on this arrow and click on add speed point. So I have 2 points. I can change them, and notice if I change them, the 100 is still there. So we didn't change the speed yet. But if you come over here and click on this icon and move it, you can see I can change the speed. So now it's faster, and notice the arrows are smaller now. And now if I increase that, so if I increase it, the speed will slow down, right? And notice what's gonna happen to the arrows, turns yellow. This means we are slowing down the footage speed. And you can come over here and change it, for example, to 50%. Now we slowed this part just 50%. And we can add another point. Let's go there and click on the arrow, add a speed point, and I can make this one faster and play it. So as you see, using the retime control, we have more control over the footage. And now let's say I wanna freeze it after this time. So you can set the time slider here and click there and go ahead and click on freeze frame. So now this red indicator means we freeze the frame in this area. So if I hit play, you can see we freezed it there. And you can control the time of the freeze by controlling the points. It's really very easy to use. We have other options like reset the clip. This will remove everything. We have the rewind. So let's go ahead and add a point here. Add point. And now I'm gonna click there and go ahead and click on rewind, and I'm gonna set it to 100. So now notice the arrows here, as you see, they are in reverse. So now if I hit play, as you see, the footage is playing backward. And if you want to reverse everything or reset everything, you can come over here and reset the clip. And now if you want to reverse the entire clip, it's very easy. You can select the clip and go to the speed change and set negative value. For example, it's 100. I'm gonna set it to -100. So now the clip will be play backward. You can see it's really very easy to use. So now let's go ahead and right click and choose retime control to disable that. You can come over here and you can see we have 3 shortcuts. You remember we reversed the clip, right? You can come over here and click on this one. This will play the clip forward as the original. And we have the freeze. So let's say I'm gonna go to this frame and then click on freeze. This will split the clip and freeze it. So if I hit play, you can see we freeze that. And let's go to this frame and I can split that and select this frame and reverse it. So you have 3 shortcuts: forward, backward, and freeze the frame too. So in the next lesson, we're gonna continue. Now let's take a look at another way to control the timing of your clips. So if you right click on the clip, we talked about the retime controls, and now we're gonna talk about the retime curve. So basically they are similar. In retime curve, you can control the timing using the curves. As you see, I have just curves. I have the retime speed. If you hover your mouse over the curve, you can see I have the retime speed. It's 100%. And the next one, you can control the timing. For example, if I come over here and hold Alt and click somewhere on the curve, you can see I created a key. Or if you undo that, you can come over here and click on this button. This will add a key. But you need first to move the time slider where you want to create the key, and then click on this button. This will add a key. And now if I move that up, this will speed up the clip. So now if I hit play, you can see the speed is increased and then it's slowing down. So I can move the key. Let's go ahead and move it somewhere here. So now in this part we increased the speed. So if I hit play, you can see we increased the speed of the clip. And I can come over here and hold Alt and click on the curve. I can add another key. And now I can move it down. This will slow down the clip and reverse it. So now if I hit play, you can see we speed up the clip and then reversed backward. And now let's say I want to make smooth transition. So the clip is going very fast and then going back, but I want to make smooth transition. We can select the point or the key, and then if you come over here and click on that, this will create the tangents. So now I can increase that. So now the clip will be slowed down smoothly. So if I hit play, you can see we have a nice transition between them. And the same is here. If you select that and click on that, and let's go ahead and smooth it. So we have smooth transition. And again, you can add more keys. So Alt and click there and move it down a little bit. Or you can speed up that. And let's go ahead and click there. And let's hit play. So basically the main difference between the retime curve and the retime control, in retime curve you can add this smooth transition between speed up the clip and slowing it down or reversing it backward. So this is just the main difference between them. So in the next lesson we're gonna continue. In this lesson I will show you how to fix the clip when you slow it down or when you stretch the time. So here I have the clip. So if you go ahead and right click and choose retime control, and I'm gonna select the arrow here, and then I'm gonna change it to, let's say, 200. So it's faster 2 times. So everything works normal because we made the clip faster, so we don't have any issues. But when you slowing it down, so let's go ahead and click there, and let's go ahead and set it to 25%. So now if I hit play, so you can see we have issues. For example, we have this lagging between the frames because we stretch the time. So in order to fix that, we have very easy ways in Davinci Resolve to do it. So if you select the clip and come to the inspector, you can see I have the retime and scaling. So in the retime process, you can change that to nearest, frame blend, optical flow. So basically it depends on the clip you are working on. So let's go ahead and choose the nearest and see what's gonna happen. So if I hit play, as you see, we didn't fix that. This option, it didn't work for this clip. So let's go ahead and choose the other one, frame blend. So basically this will fix it a little bit, but we're gonna have issues. So you can see we have this ghosting around the hands. So you can see here. So it didn't work too. So let's go ahead and choose the optical flow, and this should fix the issue. So now if I hit play, you can see we have this weird distortion on the clip. But if you come to the motion estimation, you can change the algorithm of the optical flow. For example, we can change it to standard better. Let's see the result. It didn't fix it. We have this ghosting around the hands. Let's go ahead and change it to enhanced faster. This will fix it. And again, we still have this distortion around the character and the hand. And let's go ahead and change it to enhanced better. This will enhance it more, but we still have the issues. You can see we have the distortion around the character. So now I'm gonna change it to speed warp faster, and this works very, very good. So you can see we almost fixed the issue. But we have still some lagging on the footage. It's not completely smooth. So let's go ahead and change it to the last one, speed warp better. And now you can see we have really great result. So basically it depends on the clip you are working on. So you need to try different settings in order to fix it. So that's it for this lesson. See you in the next lesson. In this scene, I have one clip. So let's go ahead and select that, and let's go to the pitch or position, doesn't matter. So I'm gonna set a key, but first I'm gonna go to the first frame and then click there to set a key. And then I'm gonna go to the last frame and I'm gonna rotate that. So now I have two keys. We have the rotation effect on the clip. So now if you want to remove it, you can just right click and remove the animation. You need to come over here and right click and click on remove attributes. So here you can see I have some options. For example, I know that I animated the pitch right, and you can come over here, you can see we have the pitch, so we can click on that and let's turn off the retime effect. We're gonna take a look at that later. And let's turn off the fusion effects too. So just I animated the pitch, and if I click apply, as you see I removed the animation. So let's go ahead and undo that. So we have the animation. So let's go ahead and import another clip. So I'm gonna select this one and import it here. Let's go ahead and delete the sound, backspace to delete it. And let's go ahead and cut that. We don't need the entire footage. Shift and Z to frame the entire timeline. So now let's say I wanna copy the animation from the first clip to the second clip. There is an easy way. So you can come over here and right click and click on copy. And now you need to select the second clip, and this time we're gonna choose paste attributes, not paste attributes. So now I want to copy the pitch right, so make sure you select the pitch and click apply. So now we have the same animation on the second clip, and this works for the entire attributes here. So for example, if I select this one and go ahead and let's say I'm gonna animate the zoom, right? So let's go ahead to the first frame and then let's go ahead and set a key on the zoom and move it there, and let's go ahead and decrease the zoom. So here we have the animation on the zoom. So now again the same way, right click, copy, and then on the next clip right click and choose paste attributes. And this time I'm gonna select the zoom, so I'm gonna come over here and check on the zoom and click apply. So now if I go to the second clip, you can see we copied the same effect to the second clip. And now if you want to remove everything, you can select both of them and right click and go ahead to remove attributes, and I'm gonna remove the zoom and the pitch, right? Because we animated the zoom and the pitch. So let's go ahead and click apply. As you see, we removed everything. So now let's go ahead and right click and I'm gonna choose retime controls. Let's go ahead and make some room here so we can see the options. So let's go ahead and choose change speed, and I'm gonna change it to 400. So now we changed the speed, right? And now you can copy the speed too. So right click again and copy, and then on the next clip right click and choose paste attributes, and I'm gonna turn on the retime effect and hit apply. So now if I come over here, you can see we copied the speed on the next clip too. So the copy attributes works with the rotation too and works with the cropping too. In this lesson, I'll show you how to create this photo opener effect in Davinci Resolve. We are going to use the edit page to create this type of effect. So we're gonna use everything we have learned and apply them on this example. So let's do it. So here I have empty timeline, and here you can see I have 3 images and I have the background. First, let's go ahead and bring the background. Let's go ahead and select that and drag and drop it on the first track. So let's go ahead and zoom out a little bit. As you see, the background is not filling the viewer. So we can come over here, make sure first you select this one, or you come over here and select the transform to enable it. And then go ahead and scale it up to fill the viewer. Great. And now let's go ahead and lock it. So in this case, we can't move it or adjust the clip. I don't like to touch it because we are not going to do any change on the background. So I prefer to lock it. So now let's go ahead and bring the first one. So let's go ahead and drag and drop it there. If for some reason you can't insert it on a track, you can just right click there and click on add track to add empty track and then import it there. So here we have the first image. So first of all, I'm going to effects and I'm gonna search for border. Let's type border, and I like to go there and enable all folders to search in the entire folders. So here we have the colored border. So I'm gonna select that and drag it on top of the first image, and here we have the border. And now we can select that. And now maybe you are thinking we can animate the transform right from the video in the inspector, but this is not going to work because notice what's gonna happen. If I move the zoom, you can see I can't move the border with that. The reason is because the transform works before the effects. So you can see we added the effect right in the inspector. And if you go ahead and change the zoom or any attributes here, basically these attributes works before the effects. That's why the border is not moving with the image. So we need another effect. We can go to the effects and let's type transform. And I'm gonna select the transform and drag it and drop it on the image. So basically the transform effect is very similar to the transform in the video inspector. And you can see now, if I go ahead and change, let's say the zoom, you can see I can move the border with it. That's why we are using the transform effect. Let's go back to the border. It's under the Fusion tab. You can change the edge. You can make it softer. You can change the border width. As you see, we can change the radius of the corner to make it rounded. It's up to you. You can change the color too if you like to, but I'm gonna leave it as white. So now let's go ahead to the transform, and I like to change the position and the zoom. So I'm gonna scale it down something, let's say 0.35. So now I'm gonna go to the first frame and let's go ahead and move it on X. I'm gonna move it outside. As you see, I can't move it less than 0.5, right? But if you click there and drag it, you can see you can go further. So the slider is limited here, so you can come over here and drag it to move it further, somewhere here. And then I'm gonna set a key, and then I'm gonna go a few frames. Let's play it maybe in this area. So I'm gonna move it to the center, and here we have the animation. And you can see it's very slow. If you want to make it faster, you need to come over here and click on the curve to open the curve, and you can select the key here and move it to the left maybe to make it faster, maybe more. Okay, great. And I like to slow down the animation, so I'm gonna select, let's make some room here so you can see it better. So I'm gonna select this key, and then I'm gonna click there to smooth the curve. So now the animation will slow down at the end. You can see maybe a little bit to the right. I'm gonna increase the time. Nice. So now let's go ahead and animate the rotation in the same way. So let's go ahead to the rotation and maybe rotate that. So now let's go ahead and set a key, and at the end of this frame I'm gonna rotate it maybe 25, and now let's go ahead and animate that. I think the rotation is too much, so let's go ahead and decrease the rotation at the first frame. So let's see the result. Nice. So now let's go ahead and add a shadow. As you see, we don't have any shadow on the image. So let's go ahead and add the shadow. This will add more realism to the footage. So let's go ahead and type drop shadow. And I'm gonna select that and drag and drop it there. So you can see we have the drop shadow, and if I go there, you can see here we have the shadow. So I'm gonna decrease the drop distance. As you see, the distance is too much, and I'm gonna increase the strength a little bit to make it darker, and I'm gonna decrease the blur because I think the blur is too much. So as you see, we have large space between the image and the background or the floor. So the image looks like it's floating on the floor, so I don't like that. So I'm gonna decrease the drop distance just to shorten the distance between the floor and the image. It's much better than before. So here we have it. So now let's import the second image. So let's go ahead and close this one, and I'm gonna go to media pool, and let's go ahead and drag and drop this one. So here we have the first one, maybe this time. So somewhere here the second image will start. So now there is easy way to move the attributes from the first image to the second image. I showed you how to do that before. So right click and click on copy, and right click there and click on paste attributes. So basically, if you want to move the shadow and the transform, we need to come over here and click on plugins. This will copy the transform and the drop shadow. So if I go ahead and hit apply, so let's see. So as you see, we copied the transform and the drop shadow. We didn't copy the border because the border is inside the Fusion tab. So we need to again go ahead and paste attributes. We need to check on the Fusion effects. And now if I hit apply, you can see we copied the colored border too because it is under the Fusion. And unfortunately, you can't just right click on it and copy the effect like After Effects. In After Effects, it's very easy to copy effects, like you can right click, copy and paste that. But in Davinci, unfortunately, we don't have that option. Maybe in the future they will add it. So the only way to copy the effects is to right click, copy attributes and paste the attributes. So now you can see we have the animation too. But you can see they are matching exactly with the first image. So we need to change it a little bit. So let's go ahead and open that. And I'm gonna change the rotation. Let's select the curve or hover the mouse to see the rotation curve. So this is the rotation. So I'm gonna change it slightly. Maybe like that. So let's play that. So you can see we have it now. So now again, the same way, we need to come over here and drag it there. Let's see. So I think it will start in this time. So again, okay, great. As you see, it's not matching the viewer, but that's not a problem. So let's go ahead and right click and choose paste attributes, and I'm gonna choose plugins and Fusion effects. Remember, Fusion effects will copy the border and the plugins will copy the transform and the drop shadow. So let's go ahead and paste that, apply, and here we have it. So you can see we have an issue. We're gonna fix that in a moment. First of all, let's go ahead and change the rotation. Click there, and I'm gonna change it slightly, just move it up or down, maybe down a little bit like that. So now let's select that, and now I'm gonna go to video, not under the transform here. In the video, I'm gonna increase the zoom to fit the border. Nice. So let's go ahead and close that and make some room to see everything. And let's hit play and see it. And we can cut it from here, so we don't need this time, it's too long. So let's go ahead and move everything there. As you see, I can't move this one because we locked it, so let's go ahead to unlock it. So now go ahead and download the image. I will upload these images for you, so download them and apply what you have learned in this lesson. So see you in the next lesson. In this example, we're gonna create a split transition effect. It works with images, videos, and texts. We are going to create these effects manually, like cutting the images in half and animate them separately. Then add motion blur to make it visually pleasant. There are custom transition effects in Davinci, but the problem is that they have limitations. That's why we are going to create them from scratch. So let's go ahead and import the image. Of course, you can work with videos too, but in this lesson, I'm gonna use the images, so it doesn't matter. Let's go ahead and zoom out a little bit. Let's hit Shift and Z to frame everything. I'm gonna cut this one, Control and V. Let's move those aside. We're gonna use them later. Let's cut this one. And this one too. So let's focus on the first one. So first of all, I like to cut it in half, so we can come over here and click on crop. So I'm gonna move this one up approximately in half, and then I'm gonna duplicate it, Control and C and Control and V. So the second one, I'm gonna move this one down and this one here. It's okay to overlap it a little bit, that's not a problem. So here we have it. So you can animate that using the position, as we talked about that before. But the problem is, you can see we don't have a lot of controls here. For example, the motion blur, we don't have an option to add a motion blur on the image. So we are not going to use the video transform. You can go to the effects and you can type push. And you can see I have an effect, right? It's a template. So if I go ahead and drag it there, I can use that. But the problem is we don't have, again, controls over it. So for example, even if you set that there, it's really hard and you don't get that effect. For example, you can see at the end, if I come over here, you can see we still have some part of the image here. So we're not gonna use that because I told you we have limitation in it. So let's go ahead and delete it. We're gonna animate it manually. So we're gonna use the transform. Let's go ahead and search for transform. And I'm gonna use this one and drag and drop it on it. So here under the effects, in the open effects, you can see I have the transform. So now I can animate, for example, the position, X, Y, I can animate the rotation. And the nice thing, we have the motion blur tool merged inside the transform tool. So let's go ahead, few frames, maybe here, and I'm gonna increase it a little bit. So selecting the first one. We're gonna animate first the first one and then the next one. So the first one in the effects, I'm gonna set a key here and then few frames. We're gonna move it to the right. As you see, it's limited to 0.5, but if you click and drag, you can push it further. And now let's go ahead and test it. So here we have it. So now in order to add the motion blur, it's very easy. You can come to the animation and increase the motion blur. As you see, we have really very nice and high quality motion blur on the image. So now we can animate the second one. Let's go ahead and move this one down. It will make more sense. So this clip is the bottom one and this one the upper one. So now we can copy that. We can right click and choose copy. And then here, let's go to paste attributes. Make sure you select the plugins and the fusion effects and click on apply. So now we have the animation on both of them. But now I want to reverse that, right? Because they are moving in the same direction. I want to create opposite direction for the upper image. So you can come over here and open the curve editor. Let's go ahead and make some room. And I like to address one issue in Davinci. So you can see the problem is I can't zoom out the curve. For example, I have this key, right? And we have the curve and look where is the second key. So this is a bug and I don't know, a lot of people asked to fix this issue, but they didn't fix it till now. So anyway, as you see, I can't click and move it. I can select it, but I can't move it. So in order to reverse that, I'm gonna just select that and delete it. Let's go and delete it. So now we have just 1 point. And now let's go to the same location. Let's make some room here. I want to open this one too, so I can see where is the first animation keys. So you can see I don't see anything on the first clip. This is the first clip or first image that we animated. So as you see, I can't see the keys. But if you come over here and click there, you can see I have here the transform and I'm gonna check on the position to show it here. So this is important. If you don't see the curve, make sure you come over here and turn them on. So not this position. So if you click here, you can see I have the transform and I have another transform. So basically this transform is for the clip transform under the video. Okay, so you need to check on the second transform. So now I know that this key is here. So I'm gonna set the second key here. Let's go up and click here to set a key. And now I can push it down. Or we can go to effects and push it further to the left to hide it completely. So again, guys, we have an issue here, so we don't see the entire curve. This is a bug in Davinci. Unfortunately, we can't fix it. So this is the only way to fix it. You need to select that and delete the key and then set the key again if you want to change the direction or the position of the keys. So let's go ahead back and see the result. So here we have it. Nice. Let's go ahead and close the curve. Of course, you can add the smooth too. You can select the curve and click on the smooth to add it if you wanted to. So now let's go ahead and work on the second image. So I'm gonna move this one up and I'm gonna bring this one here. So let's play it just to understand the timing. So maybe give it some time here. Nice. In this area, we'll start the second animation in this time. So again, the same process. We're gonna add the transform. You can of course copy the attributes, but let's go ahead and do it manually instead of going and opening the curve and deleting the keys. Let's go ahead and do it manually. It's better. So first, let's go ahead and crop that. So now in the transform, let's set a key. And then after a few frames, let's zoom out a little bit and make again some room. So let's see the timing here. So this one will go to the left, and this one I like to move it to the right. So let's open the curve and see where is the first key. Let's go few frames, and let's go ahead and push it to the right. Let's check the timing. It's a little bit fast, but that's fine. Okay, so let's go ahead and add the motion blur. Increase the motion blur. So now I'm gonna duplicate this one, Control C and Control V. And we need to reverse it. So let's go again there and enable the position X. So I'm gonna delete it. As I told you before, I can't move that. I can just select it. So let's delete that. And let's come over here. And this time I'm gonna move it to the left. We forgot to use the crop, so let's undo that. Let's go ahead and move this one down and this one here. So here we have it. Let's close it. Let's see the motion blur. It's enabled. Fine. Shift and Z. So here we have it. Nice, right? And now let's go ahead and work on the third one. Let's go ahead and move everything up just to make some room for the third image. And this time I like to crop it in half, so let's go ahead first and scale it up. Let's first use the transform to scale it, and then we're gonna use the crop tool, and we're gonna cut it in half, and again duplicate that, move it down, select the next one, and reverse the cropping. Let's select this one. So let's go ahead and work on the first one. So in this time I like to animate it. So we're gonna animate the Y this time. So let's go ahead first and drag and drop the transform. I'm gonna animate the Y. So let's set a key. After few frames, move it up, and let's enable the motion blur. I think it's very slow, so let's open the curve, and as you see it's really so annoying, we can't move it. So I'm gonna set a key here. So let's go ahead and delete this one, and I'm gonna move it there. So the time is shorter now, it will be faster. Nice. Now let's go to the second clip. Again, in this time, select the clip, and then let's go ahead and drag the transform and set a key. And after few frames, let's check where is exactly the time. It's there. This is the key. So, and move it down. And let's see the motion blur. So let's go ahead and play it. Nice. As you see, it's really very easy to do it. So that's it for this lesson. If you have any questions, ask in the discussion so I can help you. See you. In this section, we are going to cover how to use the text in Davinci Resolve. Davinci Resolve has powerful and easy to use tools to create texts and animate them with user-friendly animation tools. We are going to cover how the standard text tool works. Then we are going to cover the Text Plus, which has more advanced tools. After you understand how they work, we are going to apply everything to create animated typography, YouTube shorts, and text effects. We are going to learn how to create a text that follows a curve path, how to add shadow, and how to align it with the ground. So this section will cover the most common tools to create text effects. So let's get started. Let's go ahead and take a look at the text tools inside Davinci. So if you go to the titles, you can see I have a lot of presets to use. But if you come over here, you can see I have text and I have text plus. So basically the text is a simple version of the text, and the text plus is more advanced version, and I think it's in the paid version of Davinci. So first let's go ahead and drag the text one to the timeline. Of course this will create a timeline for us. Let's go ahead and make some room. So you can see I have a lot of parameters. And if I go ahead and choose the text plus, let's go ahead and set it on the top. And if I select the text plus, you can see I have more control. For example, I have more tabs here, like the layout, like the transform. We have even the shading. We have the image. You can assign image to the texts. So this version is more advanced than the regular text version. We're gonna focus now on the text. So let's go ahead and delete the text plus. We're gonna take a look at that later in the course. And you can see we have a lot of presets. So basically most of these presets are created using the text plus. So let's go ahead and select the text. And you can see we have the field here. You can set the name. For example, let's go ahead and type Davinci Resolve, and you can hit enter to go to the next line, and let's type motion graphics. So if you come to the font family, you can change the font type. You can hover the mouse over it and you can see the change in the viewer immediately. And in the font face, you can change that, for example, to bold, italic, and whatever you like. And we have the color. It's obvious what it does. It changes the color of your text. Hit OK to confirm that. We have the tracking. Basically, this will spread the letters. We have the line spacing. This will spread the lines. And we have the font style. If you want to draw a line underneath the text or above the text, you can click on that to switch it on or off. And we have in the middle. So here we have the font case. We have all caps. This will make it uppercase and so on. If you want to make it a lowercase too. We have the alignment. This will align the text. For example, if I want to align them on the left, I can click there. As you see, the text is aligned on the left. And we have in the middle, we have on the right, and we have this paragraph too. And we have the anchor. For example, if I click on this one, this will move the text up, right? And now if you go to the rotation angle and rotate that, you can see I am rotating the text from this pivot point. And if I go ahead and click on the anchor, this will set the anchor at the middle. So now if I rotate that, this will be rotated from the middle. So let's do it, and you can see it's rotating from the middle. And if I come over here, this will rotate that from this point. This is very useful to create the animations. So if I go to the left, so now you can see I will rotate that from this point. So this is very useful when it comes to animation. And this is at the middle too, and we have on the right too. And you have the position. You can control the position on X or Y, and we have the zoom. You can scale it down or up. Next we have the stroke. First let's go ahead and disable the line here. So if you increase the size, this will add the stroke on the text, but we don't see it because the stroke color is black and the background is black. Of course, you can change the color of the stroke, but let's go ahead and add a background. So I'm gonna go to the search and type solid. And let's go ahead and search in all folders. So here we have the solid. let's go ahead first and move this one up, and then I'm gonna bring this one down. And again, the solid color is black, so let's go ahead and change it to gray. And now you can see, we can see the stroke. So let's go ahead and select that, and you can control the size of the stroke. You can change the color of the stroke, set it to red, and you can create it just outside. So if I click on outside, this will remove the stroke inside the letters. So let's zoom in and see what it does. So if I check that off, you can see the stroke created inside the letters. You can check it on to remove it. And we have the drop shadow. As you see, we don't see any shadow because it's exactly under the text. But if you come over here and just slightly change the X or Y, you can see, now we can see it. So if you set it to 0, you can see it disappears completely. So you need just slightly to change the X or Y in order to see the shadow. You can control the blur amount of the shadow. You can control the opacity. And of course, you can control the position on X or Y. So in the next lesson, we're gonna continue. Let's go ahead and create new text. Let's go ahead and drag this one there. So if you come over here, you can see I have the background. So if I go ahead and change the color because it's black, so we can't see the color, right? So let's go ahead and set it to something orange, and let's hit OK. As you see, I don't see that because if you come over here, you can see the height is 0. So if I start increasing the height, you can see, we can see the background. I can change the width. I can change the corner radius. You can go too far. You can change the position, of course, and you can animate them too. So you can see we have keys next to them. And let's go ahead again to the color, and you can see the orange color is bright, right? But here it's darker. And even if I set that to red, you can see the red here is brighter than the red there. So the reason is because if you come over here, you can see the opacity is set to 50%. For some reason, they set it by default to 50. So increase it to 100, and here the color is matching now. So let's go ahead and hit OK. And you have the outline color too. Basically, this will create an outline around the shape. For example, you can set it to any color you want and hit OK. And now if I come to the outline width, I can change it. So you can see now the stroke. So now let's go ahead and animate the shape. So let's go ahead, few frames. The timeline is so long, so let's go ahead and cut that, or we can come over here and shrink it a little bit. So I'm gonna go to the first frame, and then I'm gonna set a key on the height. So let's go ahead first, set it to 0 and set a key. And then after a few frames, maybe let's set it to 10 for now. And then let's go ahead and increase the height. So if I go ahead and play that, you can see we have the animation. And if you want to change the timing, we talked about that. You can come over here and click on the curve. And let's make some room. So you can see here I have the curve. You can select the key and move it. If I move it to the right or the left, as you see, the problem is the value is changing. So I can't leave it at the same level. So let's undo that. So the best way is to come over here and click on this key button. So basically now this will show you just the keys. So it's easier now. So I can select the key. It's the same key here. So if I click and move it, you can see I can move it and this key will be updated. This is better if you want to change the timing, because if you change it in the curve, as you see, when you click, you may change the value too. So it's best to work with the keys here if you want to change the timing. So let's go ahead and play that. I think a little bit more. Let's go ahead, move it few frames. And here we have it. And you can smooth it, of course. You can select the keys and come over here and click on this button to smooth the animation. And we can come over here, few frames, and I like to add another key. Let's go ahead and set a key here, and I'm gonna move it down just a little bit it will give it this nice animation at the end. So let's do it. So you can see we have this nice animation at the end. So let's go ahead and close it now. So now we need to animate the text, right? So the problem is, if I come over here, you can see we have the size, right? The problem is this will animate the X and the Y at the same time. So if I change that, you can see I can animate the X and Y together because they are linked. So I want to animate just the Y scale. So in order to do that, you need to go to the settings. You can see under the transform, this is a common attributes for all the clips you create in the timeline. So now here you can see I have the zoom, right? And we have this link button. If I unlink that, I can change the size just on X or on Y. But again, we have one problem. As you see, when I change the X, the background shape is changing with it too. So there is a solution for that. We need to duplicate the text. So basically, I'm gonna select this one and duplicate that. So Control C and Control V. Let's move it up. So this time I'm gonna delete the text from the first clip. So let's go to Tile and then delete the text here. So here I have just the shape. So if I disable that, you can see in this clip I have just the shape animated. And in the next clip, I'm gonna disable the background and just leave the text. Let's type resolve. So here I have just the text and here I have the background. So now I can animate just the text on this clip. So let's go to the first frame and let's go again to the settings. Of course, you can add the transform effect too, but it's easier for now to do it in the transform here in the video tab. So let's go ahead first and make sure you unlock that. I'm gonna animate the Y. So let's go ahead and set the Y to 0 and then set a key. So now let's go a few frames. In this frame, I'm gonna increase the value just a little bit to show the text as you see. And again, few frames. Let's set the value to 1. Let's zoom out and here we have it. So that's it for this lesson. If you have any questions, let me know. See you. In this example, I will show you how to create a text reflection. So because we are in the edit page, creating this kind of effect is tricky because we have a lot of limitations. For example, if you want to rotate the text in the 3D dimension, you must use Text Plus, and it's in the paid version of Davinci. In the free version of Davinci, you will have watermark when you use Text Plus. So if we could rotate the text in 3D dimension, we can just duplicate the text and rotate it, then we will have a reflection. But unfortunately, we don't have that in the text. We have it in the Text Plus, which we will cover later in the course. So in the upcoming lectures, when we start learn how to use the Fusion in Davinci, you will see that we have a lot of controls there. So it works like After Effects, because most of you don't know or don't want to learn Fusion. That's why I am trying to teach you everything you can create in the edit page. So let's go ahead and delete everything. We're gonna create everything from scratch. So first, let's go ahead and select the titles. Let's go ahead and clear the search. And then I'm gonna click and drag the text here. So let's go ahead and change the name. Let's name it Resolve. And I'm gonna change the font. You can change it to anything you want, doesn't matter. Let's choose this one. And I'm gonna scale it up a little bit. Something like that. And then I'm gonna move it up. Let's go ahead to the settings and I'm gonna go to the Y position and move it up a little bit. I think I'm gonna scale it more. Something like that. So now I like to duplicate that. So Control C and Control V to duplicate it. Let's go ahead and move it down. So now if you go to the rotation, for example, you can see I have the rotation angle, right? You can rotate it from here, or you can come to the settings and rotate it from here too, doesn't matter. And now I like to set the pivot at this point. So if I go ahead to the anchor and click there, so now the pivot is here, right? And now if you go to the rotation angle, you can see it's rotating from this position. And this is exactly what I want. So let's go ahead and reset that. So make sure the anchor is here. And now I will go to the settings and then I'm gonna move it down. So, and now I'm gonna go to the Y and then move it down. And now I wanna flip it. So you can come over here and click on the flip. This will flip it, right? And then let's go ahead and move it up a little bit just to match the bottom of the text. And now if you go to the pitch, you can click that and rotate it. You can see it's a little bit tricky. If we had a 3D text, it will be really very easy to rotate that. So now I like to scale it down on X. So I'm gonna first disable the link because I don't want to link the Y and X because I wanna change the X separately. So now if I go ahead and move it to the left, you can see I can change the size. And then I'm gonna move it up a little bit just to match the edge. Okay. And again, we need to increase the rotation. Let's go ahead and maybe move it to the right a little bit. And I'm gonna change the Y zoom to move it up to get this fake 3D rotation. And then again down, and on X I wanna scale it down. We almost there. So you can see it's a little bit tricky, but that's fine. We will finish it in a moment. And here we have it. Now let's go ahead and create the background. So let's go ahead and move those up. I'm gonna create the background here on the first track. So let's go ahead and type solid. And let's drag it there. So let's go ahead and change the color in the generator. The color is black, so let's go ahead and change it to something blue. Maybe decrease it a little bit. Okay, great. So now in order to add a fading effect on the text, we need to go again to the second text. This is the reflection. Then I'm gonna go to the settings, and here you can see I have the crop top and crop bottom. So if I increase the crop, you can see I can crop it, right? But we have nice option here called softness. So now if I increase that on the negative value, so if I increase that, you can see we get this nice gradient. And again, if you want to create this kind of gradient, it's really tricky again to create it with the effects. But in Fusion, later in the course, you will see it's really so easy to create this kind of effects. But for now, let's stick with the softness. So here we have the gradient. We can add a drop shadow on the resolve text. So let's go to the first one and let's go ahead and enable the shadow. So let's scroll down and I'm gonna just increase the X a little bit to get the shadow. It's there, you can see. You can increase the opacity, you can move it more to the right. Later in the course, when we start using Fusion, you will see that you have more powerful tools to create almost anything you want. So, see you. In this example, you will learn how to create YouTube Shorts. It works with TikTok and Instagram too. So, YouTube can play all video resolutions. The most common video resolution is Full HD, which is 1920 by 1080. But if you want to upload YouTube Shorts, the resolution is the opposite. So it will be 1080 width and 1920 is the height. So you need just to swap the values. So in this example, I have two parts, which is the background. As you see, I have animated background and I have the text. So let's go ahead and do it. First of all, I'm gonna delete everything here. Let's hit delete. And then I'm gonna delete everything there. So let's go ahead and hit delete. I'm gonna delete everything in the media pool. So we have clean scene. So now I'm gonna right click there and I'm gonna go to timelines and I will create new timeline. So as you remember, when you import any image or video in the timeline, this will be created automatically, but because we don't have any footage, so we need to create it manually. So let's go ahead and name it shorts. And then I'm gonna check off the use project settings because I wanna enter the resolution manually. So if I go to the format, you can see I have the timeline resolution, which is 1920 by 1080, but I wanna reverse it. So if you come over here, you can see use vertical resolution. So basically this will swap the values. The name is weird, so it's called use vertical resolution. So basically it will swap the values there. And here you can set the frame rate. So in YouTube, the most common frame rate is 30 and we have 62. This is very common in games when they want to record the game. So they upload it as 60 frames per second. This will give smooth animation in the video. So we just need 30 for now. We don't need 60 frames per second. So now I'm gonna hit create. And here we have the timeline. You can see it's vertical. So now let's go ahead and create the text. I'm gonna go to effects and then under the titles, let's go ahead and drag the text. So I'm gonna move it to the right a little bit. I will give some time, maybe a little bit more. So the first text will appear after 1 second. So let's go ahead and change the name. Let's type welcome. And then I'm gonna move it up. Let's click on the text. You can click and drag it. As you see, it snaps. You can come to the settings and move it manually from the position. So this is the first text. Let's see the timing. So after this time, we're gonna create the second text. But first, let's go ahead and change the font. Let's go to the font family and I'm gonna choose one bold. So let's choose this one. So now let's go ahead and duplicate that, Control C and Control V. Let's hit Shift and Z to frame everything, or you can click here. So let's move it up and move this one there. Let's go ahead and minimize the audio because we don't have any audio and make some room here. And I like to minimize the tracks too, so we can have more space. So let's go ahead and play to check the timing. So we need to change the font here. Let's type 2. And you can see they are overlapping. Just click there and drag it because we are selecting the clip here. So you can just click and drag it. So now again, we're gonna duplicate that, Control and C and Control and V. Okay. Two. Let's change it to my. And again, duplicate. Let's call it welcome to my YouTube. Let's move it down. And last thing, we're gonna duplicate this one. Control C, Control V. And let's make some room. And let's call it channel. My YouTube channel. I forgot to add the new text because it will be welcome to my new YouTube channel. Anyway, we can move this up and add another one here. So let's go ahead and duplicate this one and paste it, and it will be above the my. So this one will be new. So welcome to my new YouTube channel. Okay. So let's go ahead. So let's go ahead and play that so we can see the timing. Okay. So we have something weird here. So we're gonna move the YouTube down, and we're gonna move the new down here, and the channel we're gonna move it down. So let's go ahead and move the channel. Here is the channel. So let's go to settings, and I'm gonna move it manually from here to the up a little bit. So let's check the timing. Let's see if it's fine. So play it. Welcome. I think the after welcome it's very fast. So let's go ahead and move everything a little bit to the right. Okay, great. So now, as you see, we have a lot of clips here, right? And it will be a good idea to group it. As you remember, we talked about the group. So let's see, after this time, I'm gonna cut everything, Control and B, and let's delete them. So I like to select all of them, and then I'm gonna right click and click on new compound clip. So basically this will make it more organized. So it will make the timeline more organized. So we will have just one track. So let's call it text group. So as you see, it's much better to have one track instead of 4 or 5. And if you remember, we can open it and change it. You can right click on that. So here we have the open in timeline. So basically, if you click on that, this will open it. After you adjust it and finish it, it will be saved. So for example, if I go ahead and make it longer or shorter, this will be saved under the group. After you finish your work or your edit, you need to go to media pool, and now if I double click on the shorts, you can see it's still there. So basically we enter the group and change it and then come back. But if you want to remove the compound clip, you can right click and go to decompose in place and click on using clips only. So basically this will expand it. If you want to import again the compound clip, you can delete them, and because the compound clips are saved in the media pool, you can see it's here. So you can click and drag it there too. So this is the main difference between the decompose in place and open in timeline. So let's go ahead and move it there. So it's much better to have one clip instead of 6 or 5 clips. So now I like to change the YouTube color, so I can go back inside the text group. So let's go ahead and right click, and I'm gonna click on open in timeline. So this will open it. Let's make some room here. Let's see, where is the YouTube? This is the YouTube. So I like to change the color. So let's go to the color and maybe make it red. And okay. And I like to add the stroke on it. And in the drop shadow, so basically you can use the drop shadow as a glow. Let me show you how. So if you change the color, let's say to something red or orange, and hit OK, and if you go to the X and move it a little bit just to enable the shadow, as you see we have the shadow and it's red, right? But if you increase the blur, you can see you can turn it to a glow, and you can control the opacity from here too. So now let's go back to the timeline, double click on that and make some room here. So here we have it. Now let's go ahead and add the background. So it's very easy. We can go to the effects. We have already templates for backgrounds. If you scroll down under the fusion generators, and if you scroll down, you can see we have texture background. So let's go ahead and drag it beneath the text group. Now in order to animate that, you can select the texture background, and you can see here we have the angles. You can control the angle. You can animate that by animating this parameter, you can change the contrast, you can change the brightness, you can change the scale. And if you click on the lock, basically you can unlock it. So as you see, now we have the scale X and scale Y. So you can stretch it or squash it. So let's go ahead and click on the lock. So now in order to animate that, you can come over here to the first frame and let's set a key here. And now at the end, let's go ahead and animate that. So let's go ahead and play it. First, we need to move it to the left. So now we have nice animation. And if you like to change the color of the gradient, you can select that. And if you come to the gradient, you can see I have the color. You can change the color to any color you want. You can change the style or the type of the gradient. For example, you have the linear, we have the radial. So it's up to you, and you can change the color of the gradients from here too, like make it darker or brighter. And you have a lot of controls. For example, you have the offset, so I will leave that to you. So let's go ahead and match the time here and make some room so we can see it. So here we have it. And if you like to export this clip, there is a very simple way. You can come over here, you can see written quick export. So basically you can click on that, it will export it. For example, you can select YouTube, or you can select this one, export it, and then upload it on YouTube. Just click on export. It's a very fast way to export your clips. So see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, I'll show you how to create this effect. So let's go ahead and delete all the texts, select them, and then hit backspace on the keyboard. So here I have a video I downloaded from the internet. So we're gonna go to the effects, and then under the titles, I'm gonna scroll down, or we can just come over here in the search. I'm gonna type fade. So I'm gonna choose fade on. So let's go ahead and select and drag that there. So if I hit play, you can see we have a simple text. We're gonna move it up. So let's go ahead and click on this button to show the tools. So let's go ahead and move it up somewhere here. And then I'm gonna scale it. So let's go to the size and scale it. And then I'm gonna change the text to good. And then we're gonna change the font type. Let's go ahead and search for something elegant. And then I'm gonna scale it more. Then I'm gonna duplicate that. You can hit Ctrl and C and Ctrl V, but let's go ahead and hold Alt on the keyboard and click on the clip and drag it up. This will duplicate the clip. So Alt and left mouse click and drag it to duplicate it. And I'm gonna select that and move it down. And let's go ahead and type morning. And then let's go ahead and scale it down. And I'm gonna change the font. You can choose anything you want. I'm gonna choose this one. So now if I hit play, you can see we have some animation like fading out, and we have the blur effect on it. So basically we are using presets. These are Fusion presets created in Fusion. And the problem is they have a lot of limitations. For example, you can't control the amount of the blur on the text from the inspector there. And you can't control the animation too. So in my opinion, they are useless. In most cases, they are useless. So if you want to control the amount of the blur, you need to select the clip you want to edit. You need to go to the Fusion, and here you can see they created that inside Fusion. So if I double click on this node, you can see we have the blur and we have the text. So you can select the blur and control the blur from here. But we're gonna cover Fusion in the upcoming lectures. So for now, let's go back to the edit page. You have some controls. For example, you have the tracking and you have the size, you have the color. But as I said, if you want to control some stuff, you can't do that. You need to go to Fusion to edit the template. So they are useful in some cases if you want to create fast texts with some effect on them. But if you want to edit the details, you need to go back to Fusion. So let's go ahead and delete them. I'm gonna hit backspace. We're gonna create them using the text. So let's go ahead to the titles and I'm gonna select the text and move it there. So let's do the same thing. Let's go ahead and type good, and then I'm gonna change it to any style we want. Let's increase the tracking and I'm gonna increase the size and move it up. Now let's go ahead and add the animation. We're gonna create the fade effect. So let's go to the first frame and then under the settings we have the opacity. So if I scroll down, you can see we have the opacity. So I'm gonna turn it off. The text disappears completely. So let's go ahead and set a key here. And then after a few frames, let's hit play. So maybe after 30 frames, we're gonna increase it. This will create the fade out or fade in effect. So you can see. And of course, you can edit the timing from here. You can come over here and move it, or you can click here to open the keys. You can see I have the keys, so I can edit the timing from here. And I like to smooth it, so let's go ahead and select both keys. Let's select both of them and let's click on this button to smooth the curve. Let's make some room here and close the curve editor. So here we have it. And after certain time, let's go ahead. So in this time, I like to set a key, and then after few frames, I want to fade it out. So let's go ahead and set it to 0. So here it will fade. And now let's go ahead and add the blur effect. So if I go ahead and search for blur, make sure you select the all folders, guys. So let's go ahead and Gaussian blur. So I'm gonna select that and drag it on the text. As you see, I can't add it on the text. So this effect works on video or images. So I can't add that on the text. So the only solution is you can right click on that and create new compound clip. So let's go ahead and click on create. So now if I go ahead and drag the Gaussian blur on the clip, as you see, now it works. So now I'm gonna change the blur, so you can see now it works. So we're gonna animate that. So let's go ahead and set that to 0 and maybe at first frame we're gonna increase it a little bit and set a key, and then after few frames we're gonna set it back to 0 and let's play it. So you can see, let's go ahead and edit that. So we're gonna move it maybe to the right, maybe more, and we're gonna increase the blur amount. You can move the key up, or you can set the time on the key and then come over here and increase the blur amount. As you see, I can move the key up from here. So let's go ahead and hit play. You can see we have the same effect. So now let's go ahead and duplicate this one. So I'm gonna hold Alt and drag it to duplicate it, and then I'm gonna move it down. And let's edit this compound clip. So right click and click on open in timeline to edit that. So here we have it. So let's go ahead and type morning, and then I'm gonna choose another font. So let's go ahead back to the timeline. So as you see, we have an issue because we copied the compound clip, so basically they are the same. So in order to fix this issue, you need to delete that, and I'm gonna duplicate that from here, not in the timeline, in the media pool. So right click and click on duplicate clip. So now we have two compound clips, and then I'm gonna drag the second compound clip here, and now I'm gonna select this one and move it down, and then we need to change this one. So let's go ahead and right click and choose open in timeline. I'm gonna type good, and let's go ahead and change it back to the original font. So let's go back to the timeline. So here we have it. As you see, we're gonna scale it down. I'm gonna open that, so right click, open in timeline, and then I'm gonna decrease the size a little bit, and then go back to the timeline. So now we need to add just the blur effect on this one. We can copy that and paste the attribute. Go ahead and paste the attribute, apply. So here we have the same effect on it. So when you duplicate the compound clip in the timeline, so they are the same compound clip. When you edit them, it will be applied on both of them. So you need to duplicate the compound clip in the media pool. So this is important. So here we have the same effect. And the same process is for the Monday word. So we need to duplicate the compound clip again. So let's go ahead and right click and choose duplicate. Let's see, let's go ahead and edit the list so we can see the name. This is the name. So I'm gonna move it down, and then we can edit that. Let's go ahead, right click and choose open in timeline, and then I'm gonna type Monday, and then let's go to the original timeline, and here we have it. And then we need to scale it down. We can scale it down from here, or we can go back to the timeline and scale it from here. So here we have it, and we can copy the attributes to this clip too. So let's go ahead and paste the attributes, paste it. Here we have it. In this lesson, I'll show you how to create this effect. So let's go ahead and do it. Let's go ahead and create the timeline. So let's go ahead, right click timelines and create new timeline. Let's go ahead and check off the use project settings, and in the formats, I'm gonna check use vertical resolution, and I'm gonna set that to 30 frames per second, and then hit create. So now let's go ahead and import the image, and let's go to edit page. So before I import the image, I'm gonna create the cloud background. So let's go ahead to the effects, and then I'm gonna search for cloud, and I'm gonna choose cartoon cloud sky. And I like to set the duration to about 3 seconds. So I'm gonna cut that from here and delete this one. So here we have the clouds. So you can come over here and you can control the separation of the clouds. You can control the vertical separation. You can control the number of the clouds. This will add a random seed for the clouds. And we have the horizontal position. Basically, this will spread the clouds horizontally. And we have vertical position. This will spread them vertically. And we have the hue offset. This will change the color. And we have the animation speed. So if I go ahead and play it, if it's slow, you can increase it. Maybe let's set it to maybe 2. And we have a little bit fast animation. So now we can go ahead and import the background. And let's go ahead and cut it from here, Control and B, and backspace to delete it. So now let's go to effects and let's type oval iris. We're gonna choose this one. So let's go ahead and drag it on top of the background, and you can see we don't see anything because we didn't play that. So here we have the animation. So now let's go ahead and make some room here, and you can see the animation is going off completely of the screen. So I like to stop it somewhere here. So you need to adjust the animation curve. So if you come over here and click on this button, basically this will show you all the keys for the effect you are using, not for the clip, but for the effects or the transition effects that you are applying on the clip. So you can see I have again the curve, so I can edit the curve. So basically this curve is the same as this curve here. You can see we have this transparent line. So basically this is the curve. For example, if you come over here and set a key, and if I move that, you can see I am moving the curve on the effect too. So let's go ahead and delete this one, and let's go ahead and move this one down. Let's go first to the last frame, and then I'm gonna move it somewhere here. So I like to stop it on this place. And now from here, I'm gonna set a key and move it up. So now the animation will start from 0 and then it will stop there. But as you see, it's slow. So we can come over here and move this key way to the left. It's fast, so let's go ahead and move that from here. I think a little bit slower, it will be much better. So here we have the animation. So now the problem, as you see, after a certain time, the effect turns off. So we need to extend the time. So if I click and move it way to the right, you can see now the problem, we extended this key too. So we need to adjust it again. So let's go ahead and select the key and move it again to the back. So now you can see we have the animation at the first frame and then it will stop to the end. Maybe a little bit more. I think it's slow. Maybe one frame more. Okay, nice. So now if you select the effect and come over here, you can see I have the border slider. So if I increase that, I can add a border on it, and you can add a feather too to add a blur on the edge, but we don't need that. It's up to you if you want to use it. And you can reverse the effect too. So as you see, it's reversed. So that's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, we're gonna continue. Now let's go ahead and add the airplane image. So if I come over here, I can click on that and drag it in the timeline. So you can see the background is transparent because this is a PNG. So if I hover the mouse over it, you can see we have transparent background. So let's go to the last frame and delete the remaining time. So now let's go ahead and scale it down. Let's scale it and move it to the left a little bit. And maybe scale it a little bit up. So now in order to animate that, we have some ready animations in the effects. Of course, you can do it manually, like animating the zoom and the position, but there is an easy way. So let's go to video transitions and I'm gonna scroll down. You can see I have the effect called pop wobble. So let's go ahead and drag it on top of that. So now if I hit play, you can see we have nice animation on the airplane, but I like to offset the time a little bit. I want to make the airplane shows a little bit later. Maybe we're gonna move it to the left a little bit. And of course you can select the wobble transition and you can control the angle and the scale from here too. We don't have that much options there. Anyway, you can control the timing. You can make it faster or slower from here. Let's go ahead and cut this part. So here we have the animation. Now let's go ahead and add the text. Before I create the text, I like to add a white border around the airplane. So let's go ahead and type border. So basically this will not work. So if I go ahead and drag it on the airplane, so you can see the border is created around the edge. So let's go ahead and undo that or delete it. So basically we need to use the edge. We need to use the paper edge. So let's go ahead and drag it on the airplane. And now you can see we have the border, but as you see it's noisy. So let's go ahead and remove the noise by coming to the edge roughness and decrease it. And you can control the shadow softness from here. You can remove the shadow if you don't like that. You can come over alpha and remove it and set the alpha to 0. This will remove the shadow. And you can control the edge intensity from here. You can control the edge contrast. And if you come to the border, you can increase the size of the border from here. So here we have it. You can control the border filter. For example, if you want it to be linear, you have the Gaussian, but I like to set it to box or a circle. So here we have the edge. Nice. So now let's go ahead and create the text. Let's go ahead to the titles and create the text. Let's go ahead and cut it from here. And we're gonna change the name, travel to New York. And you can choose any font you like. I like to choose a bold one like this one. And I'm gonna change the color. I like it to match the background. So let's go ahead and change the color till we get something close to the background. Okay. And now let's go ahead and place it down. Let's go to the settings and place it from here. And I like to decrease the size. So now you can add the border on the text by coming to the stroke. Let's go ahead and change it to white and click OK. Now the problem is there is a limitation here. So you can see I can't move it more than 16. Even if you check on the outside only, you can see I can't move it above the 16. So I like to make the edge thicker. So let's go ahead and turn it off. We're gonna use the edge again. Let's go ahead and type edge. We're gonna choose the paper edge and drag it on the travel. So you can see it's not working because we need to convert that to a compound clip. So let's go ahead and convert that to a compound clip. And now if I go ahead and drag that on it, you can see we have the edge. Let's go ahead and change some parameters. For example, I like to turn off the shadow. You can keep it if you wanted to. And let's go ahead and control the edge contrast and the edge roughness to set it to 0. And you can change the edge intensity if you like this style. And I like to increase the border. You can see we have thicker edge now. And now let's go ahead and add the transition effect on it. Let's type pop wobble and let's drag it on the text. So let's do it again. Drag it on top of the clip. Sometimes there is a bug. I don't know, for some reason it's not working. So click and drag it there. So here we have the effect. So in the next lesson, we're gonna continue. In this lesson, I will show you how to work with the text plus. So you can see under the Fusion titles, we have a lot of templates. So basically all these templates created inside Fusion using the text plus. So first of all, you need to understand Text Plus. After that, you can create all these templates you can see here. So let's go ahead and create the Text Plus. Let's drag it there. And you can see we have the field as usual. Here you can type your text. So let's go ahead and type Davinci Resolve, and let's hit enter, and let's type video editing. So if you come over here, you can see we have the font. Basically here you can change the font. We talked about that before. We have the type of the font, and here we have the tracking. And you can see in the Text Plus you have a key button next to the tracking. In the text you don't have this key next to the tracking or the line spacing. And here you can see we have the anchor. We talked about that. Basically you are moving the pivot of the text. And if you come over here, you can see if I click on the arrow here, you can see I have the Fusion overlay. So if I click on Fusion overlay, you can see I get this manipulator, so I can move the text in the viewer. And you can see here I have the anchor for the horizontal. So for example, I can align it on this one, and I can move it to the center, and I can move it to the right. And you can see here I have the direction. For example, I can set that to horizontal. This will not change anything because it's horizontal, but if I go ahead and change that to reversed horizontal, basically this will reverse the text. So you can see Davinci Resolve. So it's the opposite. And you have the vertical. This will create it vertically. You can see Davinci Resolve. So let's go ahead and change that. Of course, you have the reverse vertical too. Let's set it to automatic. And here we have the line direction. We have top down. So if I want to reverse it, if I want to set the video above the Davinci, you can come over here and set that to bottom up. So basically it will switch the places of the lines. So let's go ahead and set it back to automatic. And here we have interesting option. For example, we have the right on start and we have right on end. So if I come over here and move that, you can see I can remove the letters. And this is animatable, so you can animate that and create this kind of effects. And we have the end. This will remove it. So now I can animate it. I can come over here and set a key, and then after few frames or few seconds, let's move it to the right, and here we have the animation. It's very easy to do it. And we have the line. This will create a line, and it will create a line under the text. We have the tab spacing. This is interesting. So if you come over here and let's hit tab here, so basically we set a space in front of the video editing. So you can just hit tab to create that. So now you can see because I hit tab here, I get this icon. So it means we have one tab. So if I go ahead and set two tabs, you can see I have two tabs. So it's just a visualizer. So if I come over here and hit backspace, as you see, I removed the second tab. So now if you come over here, you can change the position of the text based on the tab you created there. So for example, if I come over here and change that, you can see I can change the position. And you can have several tabs. So if you hit tab again and you go to number 2 and change it, you can see I can change the second tab. I never used it, so maybe in some cases it will be useful. So now you know how it works. So backspace, backspace, we removed it. In the next lesson we will continue. Now let's go ahead and cover the layout tab. So let's go ahead and click on the layout. You can see I have the type. This is the point. By default it's set to point. And we have the center Z, and we have the size, and we have the perspective. If you change that, you get different parameters. So let's go back and look at the point parameters there. So we have the position, the X, Y, and we have the center Z. So basically this will push the text in 3D space. So if I push that, as you see, I can push it in 3D space. And the size will change the size of the text. And we have the perspective. If you change that, nothing gonna happen because the text is flat. But if you go to the rotation, and let's go ahead and change the X, and now if I change the perspective, as you see, we are changing the camera. And if I rotate it more and change the perspective, you can see I can change the effect of the camera perspective. So let's go ahead and reset everything by clicking on this point. You can see we have the rotation order. Basically, this is not important for now. So basically, this is the math behind the rotation. So when you have the X, Y, Z, basically the order is the rotation X, Y, Z. Here you can see the order is changed. So as I said, this is not important for now and you can ignore it. So let's go ahead and change the type to frame. You can see I have this green frame, and make sure you again click on the Fusion overlay to see the box. So this green visualizer will help you to arrange your text. So let's go ahead and type another thing. Let's type, for example, video editing. Let's type and Fusion compositing. So now, after you set that to frame, you can see I have different parameters, right? We have the center Z, we have the size, we have the width. This is the width of the box, and this is the height. And you can control the height and the width from here. And now if I go to text, and you can see I have here the V justify and H justify. So if you click on the V justify, as you see, I am moving the text to the boundaries of the box. And we have the H justify will move the words to the bounding box of the visualizer. So now if I go ahead and move it, you can see the text sticks with the boundary. So let's go back to layout and change it to circle. So basically this will align the text to the circle. But let's go ahead first and delete everything here. Let's go ahead and delete just the last line and move it up. Let's delete the end. So let's go to layout and we can control the size from here. This is the radius of the circle and we have the width. So you can move it to the left to cover the entire circle. And here you have interesting options. Basically this will fit the character based on what you choose here. For example, we have the adjust spacing to fit. We have the adjust horizontal size to fit. This will fit the text, and we have adjust size to fit. So it's up to you which style you like to do. So let's go back again there. Let's go to the width and match it. And lastly, we have the path. We're gonna cover it later. So basically this will allow you to make your text follow the path you create. And we have the background. This will change the background of your viewer. So in the next lesson, we're gonna continue. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the transform tab. So let's go ahead and click on the transform. You can see the first option, we have the transform, we have the characters, we have the words, we have the lines. So let's go ahead and first take a look at the characters. So if I go ahead and increase the spacing, you can see I can stretch the letters. But if I go ahead and change that to words and increase the spacing, you can see I can stretch just the words. And if I go ahead and set that to lines, and if I increase the spacing, nothing happens. But if I go ahead to text, and let's go ahead and copy this one, Control C and Control V. And now if I go to transform and increase the spacing, you can see I can increase the space between the lines. So let's go ahead and undo that. So let's go first to characters. And now if I go to rotation and change the Y rotation, you can see I can rotate every letter. And now if I go ahead and change that to words and rotate on Y, you can see I can rotate just the words. And now if I go ahead and change that to lines, I can rotate the entire lines. And this works for the size too. So for example, let's go back to characters. And now I can increase the X size. You can see I can increase each letter separately. And you can see they are overlapping. Let's undo that. And now if I go ahead and set that to words and increase the X, you can see I can increase the scale of the words. And the same works for the lines. So this will increase the scale of the entire text. on X or on Y. So this is the main difference between them. So if you want to change the rotation of each letter, you need to choose characters and then rotate them. If you rotate that on X, as you see, this will rotate entire line, and on Z, this will rotate the letters around their pivot point. And here you have an option. Basically, this will prevent them from overlapping. So if I click on that, you can see they are separated. So let's undo that. And you have the shear on X and on Y. And you can control the pivot point too for X or for Y. And this is the position of X and Y. And this is the position on Z. So in the next lesson, we're gonna continue. Now let's take a look at the shading tab inside the Text Plus. As I told you before, the Text Plus is more advanced than the text. So let's go to the shading. So first of all, you can see I have the element. So we have 1, 2, 3, and so on. So basically, these are layers. So basically, you can add multiple layers on top of each other. So for example, here you can see I have the solid, right? We can change the color, for example, to yellow. And now if I go to the second layer, you can see I have the name called red outline. So basically you can call it whatever you want. So if I come over here and click on the enabled, this will turn it on. And you can see we have a border on the text. So you can change it to any style you want. So for example, I can come to the thickness and change the thickness. I can change the style to a border or any style I want. So these are presets created for you, and you can change the name from here too. So let's go to the third layer. You can see I have the black shadow. First of all, let's go ahead and turn off this one. And you can see I have the black shadow, right? And if I click on enabled, you can see I don't see anything because the shadow is black and the background is black. But we can change it. For example, I can change it to a green and you can see it's there. Now I can change the name. For example, let's call it glow. And now I can come to the position and change the glow position. Now it's called glow, not shadow. So each layer has its own parameters. So this will give you more control on the text. And we can increase the size too. So if I go to the size and increase the X, you can see I can increase the size of the glow. And you can control the softness. You can increase the glow softness from here too. And you can increase the intensity too. And you have the blend. So as you see, we turn the shadow to a glow. And the same is for the other layers. For example, here we have the blue border. We can enable it. This will give us blue border. You can change the style and the appearance. So it's up to you. So let's go ahead and disable this one and disable this one. And let's go to the red outline and I'm gonna change it to border fill. So now you can see here I have the priority, right? And I have distance and Z position. So you can select the distance or Z position. And now if I scroll down to the position, you can see I have the offset Z. So now if I increase that, as you see, I can bring the layer to the front or to the back in 3D space. But if I go to priority and go again back to the offset Z, as you see, I can bring it back and forth, but the layer is still behind the text. So if you click on the distance or Z position, and now you can control to bring it in front of the text or behind it. It works in the 3D space. And each layer has its own parameters, as I told you before. For example, we have the first layer, we have the rotation. I can rotate that. I have the size of that layer. And if I go to the second layer, I have again different rotation layer. So I can rotate them independently. So let's go back and disable this one. And if I go to the first layer, And you can see here I have the opacity, I can control the opacity, and I have the blending, and this option doesn't do too much. For example, you have the solid, transparent, composite. This doesn't do too much, but it works with the image, so we're gonna leave it for now. So in the solid tab, you can see I have the color. I can change the color, I can change the alpha, and if you go to the image, you can add image on the text. For example, if I go to the clip and click on the browse, I can load a text. Let's go ahead and load the galaxy and wait a little bit. So now, as you see, we fill the text with the image. And here you have some parameters. For example, the map angle. You can see I can rotate the image, I can increase the size of the image, I can increase the aspect, and we have the map level. For example, if you want to apply it on a word or a line or a text. So for example, if I go to the text, let's go ahead and type. Let's type Davinci here. And now if I go to the shading, you can change the style. For example, you can set it to text, you can set it to characters, and it's up to you. So this option, which called shading mapping, this will maintain the aspect and this will stretch to fit the text. So again, it depends on the style you want to create. And here we have the gradient. You can apply a gradient on the text. For example, we have the shading gradient. As you see, I have black and I have the white. So if you click on this icon or on this dot, you can change the color. For example, let's change it to yellow, and I'm gonna change this one to a red color. So you can see I have a gradient, and you can change the angle of the gradient. You can rotate that, you can change the size of the gradient, and you can change the aspect too. And of course you have other options like the text, we have the word, and we have the character. And if I go to the image, by the way, in the gradient, you can click on the gradient to add another point. If you want to delete it, just select it and hit delete on the keyboard. If you change any parameter, for example, the opacity, you can see this dot right. This will reset the option. If I click on that, it will reset it, right? But if you come over here and double click on the opacity, this will reset it too. So let's go back to the image. You can see I have another option which called brush. So here you can change the texture. For example, we have the bomb. You can see I have different textures, and you can control, of course, the size and the mapping aspect too. So in the next lesson, we're gonna continue. In this lesson, we'll create a cartoon text using the text plus. So let's go ahead and drag the text plus there, and let's go ahead and call it cartoon, and I'm gonna change the font to something close to a cartoon, so this one will be good. And then I'm gonna scale it a little bit, maybe more, and then let's go ahead and change the color. Let's go ahead and change it to maybe yellow. And now I'm gonna go to layout and change the type to circle, just to give it a curve shape. And then let's go ahead and decrease the Y to move it down. And now let's go to shading. As you see, here is the yellow color. We set the yellow there, that's why we have the yellow color here. I'm gonna go to the second layer, and then I'm gonna enable the red outline. So we're gonna change the thickness, and that's all what we need here. So now we can go to the third layer. We have the black shadow, if you like to add a shadow. So let's go to the text, let's go to the layout and change the background color. Let's go ahead and change it to something bright maybe. And hit OK. And now let's go back to shading and enable the shadow. And here we have the shadow. You can control the softness from here. And now let's go to the fourth layer, you can see I have the blue border. So let's go ahead and enable that. We need to change it to the text outline, and then I'm gonna change the color. You can change it to any color you like. Let's hit OK and change the thickness to see the border. You can see we have nice border around the text. And you can add another layer if you like. You can go to the fifth layer, you can add another layer, and so on. So it's up to you. And here under the Fusion titles, you have a preset for the cartoon text. So you can hover the mouse over it, you can see it, you can drag it there, and you can change it if you like to. So this is just a preset for you, so you can adjust it for your liking. So let's go ahead and delete this one, backspace. So in the next lesson, we're gonna continue. In this lesson, we will take a look at the layout path. So here you can see I have a path and I have a text following the path. I use the type path under the layout. So if I come to the position on path and if I change the value here, you can see I can animate the text on the path. So let's take a look how to create that. So let's go ahead first and delete the text, and we're gonna create new one. Let's go to effects, and I'm gonna drag and drop the text plus there. Let's go ahead and type Davinci Resolve Motion Graphics, and then I'm gonna go to the layout and I will change the type to a path. And notice here we get new option called right click here for shape animation. So you need to right click there and go to insert and click on custom poly. So before you do anything, you need to come over here and make sure you select the Fusion overlay in order to see the curve or in order to draw the curve. So now the Fusion overlay is checked on. So now I can come over here and click. You can see I created the first point, and then I can click and drag to smooth the point and create the second point. And then I'm gonna click there. So I will create S shape. You can create any shape you want. And now if you want to change the position of the point, you can zoom in a little bit, and I don't know if it's visible on the camera. You can see I have this point, so you can click on the point and drag it to change the position. And if I come over here and zoom in where we created the point, you can see I have again a point here, so I can click and drag it to change the position of the point. So you can change it to your liking. So you can click on the handles to adjust the tangents, and I'm gonna click here. And now if you want to create new points on the curve, you can right click and go to custom poly 1, and you can see I have click append. We can come over here and change that to insert and modify. So if I click on insert and modify, and now if I click on the red line, you can see I can insert new point, and you can change the position. And if you want to delete the point, you can select the point and hit delete on the keyboard to delete that. So again, a right click, custom poly, and then click on insert and modify. If you click on the modify only, basically this will modify the points and you can't insert any points. As you see, I can click, but I can't insert any points. So now I can drag and change the shape without destroying the shape by adding new points. So in the next lesson, we're gonna continue. Now let's continue and make some adjustments on the text. First, let's go ahead to the transform, and under the rotation, you can see I have the X, Y, Z, right? So I'm gonna rotate the X just to align the letters vertically. Okay. And now in order to rotate the entire text, maybe you are thinking we can change that to line, but this not gonna work. So if you change to line and rotate that, you can see we have the issue. So we need to go to the layout, and under the layout you can see I have the rotation. Basically this will rotate the entire path. So now if I go ahead and rotate on X, you can see I can rotate that in the 3D space. So let's go ahead and adjust it. something like that. And now of course you can animate that too. You can set a key and animate the position on the path. So I like to go to the transform, and I like to go to the size, and I like to increase the Y size of the text. And then I like to change the background, so let's go ahead and change the background and hit OK. So now in order to create a shadow, we need to go to the shading, and let's go ahead and we have a preset black shadow. Let's go ahead and enable that. You can see it's not on the ground, so we can scroll down. As you remember, we have parameters for each layer, so we're gonna rotate that. Let's go ahead and rotate it, and you can control the position of the shadow too from here, and if you like you can decrease the softness too, and of course you can change the shadow color too from here. So now let's go ahead to the layout, and we can animate that. As you see, everything animated with the text, even the shadow too. Nice, right? So that's it for this lesson. We will continue in the next lesson. In Text Plus, there is easy way to animate your text. So let me show you. So if I go ahead and drag the Text Plus, and now I'm gonna delete the text there. So now at the first frame, I'm gonna set a key, and after a few frames, let's go ahead and type something. Let's type welcome. And then after a few frames, I'm gonna delete the welcome text. And then let's go ahead and move few frames, and let's type to Davinci. And then again after few frames, let's delete the text. And again after few frames, so we want to type welcome to Davinci Resolve 19. And now look what's gonna happen. If I go back and play that, we have the animation. It's easy, right? Of course you have a lot of limitations, so it's a good idea to create layers on top of each other and animate that, but this is very fast way to animate your text. So in the next lesson we're gonna continue. Davinci Resolve has very powerful tools for color grading and color correction. The user interface is very easy to use and nicely organized. On the left we have the master window. We talked about that in the previous lectures. This is where you can see your clips and organize them and filter them. In the middle we have the viewer. On the right we have the notes editor. Here you can create notes and connect them together. Basically, Davinci will show you all the effects you apply on your clips as nodes. We are going to cover in details later. And here you can see all the effects you have. In this part you have all the tools for color correcting and color grading your clips. So let's go ahead and delete everything. I want to show you how to import your footage into the color page. So let's go ahead and delete the timeline and the video too. Let's hit delete. And now let's go ahead to the page or to the edit page. We can go to the media pool. As you see, I don't have any footage here. So let's go ahead to the folder and let's go ahead and import the footage. And let's go ahead and click on don't change. And now if I go to the color page, you can see I have it here. So now in order to see that in the viewer, we need to right click and create a timeline. So right click, click on create new timeline. So let's go ahead and hit on create. And now we have it. And as you see, I have the clip in the nodes. So in the node editor, you can have multiple nodes. So for example, if I come over here to the effects and drag the lens blur there, you can see I created the node of the lens blur. But as you see, I don't see any effect of that node in the viewer. And this is because we didn't connect that. So you can come over here and select that and drag it on top of the line turns yellow. This means if you release the left mouse click, you can see it connected automatically to the node, and you can see it connected from here to the output. So let's go ahead and undo that. You can connect it manually, of course. So if I come over here and click and drag and connect it to the RGB, and then I need to connect the output to the output. So now you can see I have the effect, and you can change the parameters from here. So this is how the nodes works. Of course, you can have multiple nodes. You can turn it on or off from here, and you have the effect too, and you have the timeline. This will show you your timeline. And we have here the clips. This will show you all your clips. And we have the LUTs. Basically, these are a color templates you can use as you see. So let's go ahead and delete the nodes. You can select the node and hit delete on the keyboard to delete it. We're gonna cover it in more details later in the course. And here you can see I have the color wheels. You can change the parameters from here. For example, you have the HDR and you have the RGB mixer. So now if I come to the left and click and drag, you can see I can change the color of the footage. And notice here on the scopes, the color are changing. So for those who don't know, basically these are the colors that you have in your footage. For example, you can see if I come to the gamma and change that, you can see I can change the color in the clips. So if I come over here and reset everything and come over here to the color warper, so if I come over here and click and drag, you can see I am turning the footage to the red, and you can see I increased the red and blue and decreased the green. So the scopes window, this will give you just a representation of the colors you have in your clip. And we have more control, of course. For example, if I come over here and click on the curve, as you see, I can change the window here. So now I have the curve, I have the warper, and I have the color slice, and so on. We have a lot of controls we're gonna cover later in the course. So this lesson is just an overview of the interface. In the next lesson, we're gonna start learning more about the color correction and color grading in Davinci Resolve. Let's take a look at the primaries color wheels. If you come over here, you can see I have the primaries color wheels. If you don't see that, just click on the color wheels to open the primaries color wheels. So you can see I have the lift, I have gamma, and I have the gain, I have the offset too. So if I come over the lift and click on this icon and move it, you can see I am changing the colors, and you can see that on the scopes. And if you want to reset that, you can just come over here and click on the reset button to reset it. And we have the gamma. You can again click and drag. You can change the colors. And let's go ahead and reset that. If you hold the shift and click and drag, you can see I can move it faster. So if I just click and drag, and you can see I can move it very slowly. But if you hit shift on the keyboard, hold the shift and click and drag, as you see I can move it faster. So let's go ahead and reset that. and I have the gain too, and we have the offset. And you can change that from here. You can see I can lift the colors RGB together from here. So let's go ahead and reset that. And the interesting option is here we have the temperature. So for example, if I want to increase the temperature, I can come over here and click and drag it. You can see I can give it warm look. So if you look at the viewer, we have more red in the image. And you can see that in the scopes, I increased the red channel. And now if you want to reset the temperature, you can double click on that. So if I double click here, as you see, I reset that. Or you can come over here and click on this button. This will reset everything. And you have the tint color. You can tint the image or the clip. And you have the contrast. Of course, you can increase the contrast of your clips. So for beginners, it may be confusing to understand what the lift does, what the gamma and the gain does. So there is easier way to understand that. So if you come over here, you can see I have 3 buttons. If you click on this one, you can see I have the bars, right? So they are the same as the lift and gamma, but as you see visually, they have bars icons. And now if I come to the log wheels, you can see now we have different names. We have the shadow, midtone, highlight, and offset. So now it's really very easy to understand. For example, I can change the shadow color. If I come over here and click that, I can change the dark colors in the image or the clips, and you can see that in the scopes too. So let's reset that. And now if I come to the midtones, I can change the color of the midtones. And if I come to the highlights, I can change the color of the highlights. What I mean by highlights is the brighter areas in the image. So for example, if I change it to red, you can see the highlights on the house change the color. Let's increase it more. You can see the sky now is more red, and here we have more red too. So now if you go ahead to the shadows and lift the shadows, notice what's gonna happen in the scopes. So if I click on this wheel and move it to the right, you can see I can lift the shadow area. So basically in the scopes window, you can think of this area as the dark areas. And in the middle, you can think of it as the midtone, and the upper area is the highlights. So for example, if I come to the highlights and offset that, notice what's gonna happen in the scopes window. So let's move it to the right. You can see I can move this area up. Notice I am moving it up or down. Let's go ahead and reset that. And the same is for the midtone. If I come over here and move it to the right, notice what's gonna happen at the center. So let's move it to the right. You can see I can offset the center area. Reset that. And of course, the shadow will offset the bottom area. Let's go ahead and reset everything. And of course, you have more options. For example, we have the shadow here. You can increase the contrast. We have the highlight. We have the saturation to remove the color from the clip. And we have the hue to color the clip. So see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about the node editor. As you see, I have just one node because I imported just one clip into the color page. So before we get started, I wanna make some room. So let's go ahead and turn off the media pool. And then I'm gonna turn off the clips. So let's go ahead and turn that off just to make some room. And let's move that to the left. So you can see we have just one node. If I come to the curve, notice what's gonna happen here. So if I click and drag, you can see Davinci added this icon here. This shows you that you made some adjustments on the curves, and this is really very useful so you can know what the adjustments you did on the node. So for example, if I come here to the warper and click and drag, notice Davinci added this icon to you, which means you made some adjustments to the warper. And now if I go ahead and reset that, so if I come over here and reset it, notice the icon is gone. And the same is for the curves. So let's go to the curve editor, and then I'm gonna reset that, so you can see the icon is gone. So now if I go ahead to the library of the effects, you can click there to show them. And let's go ahead and add the Gaussian blur. So in order to connect that, we can come over here and connect the RGB to the RGB and the RGB to the output. So you can see, we can see the effect of the Gaussian blur on the viewer. And the blue one is for the alpha. If you have an alpha channel, you can connect that to the alpha. And notice here we don't have the alpha output. You can show that by coming here and right click and click on add alpha output, and you can connect that to the alpha. So in case you have alpha channel, we don't have any alpha, that's why we get the black. So you can select the curve or the line and hit delete on the keyboard to delete the line. And you can hide the alpha. As I said, we don't have any alpha, that's why we're not gonna use it for now. So now we have the Gaussian blur. So let's say I want to disable that to see the clip before I applied the Gaussian blur or after. So if you come over here and click on the number one time, you can see I turned that off and the icon becomes darker. It means it's turned off. And now if I click again on the number, you can see I turned that on. And you can add more effects, of course. So let's go ahead to the library under the effects, and let's go ahead and see. Let's add a glow. Let's go ahead and click on the search and type glow and drag it there. You can select the node and move it over the line. You can see the line turns yellow, and now it will be connected automatically for you. And now from the settings, you can control the glow. You can see here we have the effects. So if I go ahead and increase it more, and you can play with other settings too to add the glow. And again, if you want to turn it off, you can come over here and click on the number. Now I turn that off. So let's go ahead and delete them. Let's go ahead and select them and hit delete on the keyboard. Now let's say you want to add another layer. So if I come over here and right click on the node and go ahead to add node and click on add serial, basically we made a copy of the clip. So now if I come over here and select this clip, this node, and go ahead to the curve and make some adjustments, increasing the brightness. So now it's very easy just to disable that to see it before and after, instead of applying the curve on the first node. And of course you can come over here and change the shadow color or the brightness and control the midtones too, or the highlights. And now if you turn it off, you can see that before and after. So in the next lesson, we're gonna continue. In the node editor, you have two options. You can work with the clips and you can work with timelines. So we talked about the timelines. You can have multiple timelines. So if you come over here, you can see I have two options. For example, if I come over here, you can see it's written timeline. So here you can import multiple timelines and combine them and change the color or make any adjustments you want. And the first option is for your clips. I'm not gonna cover the timeline, so just I wanted to mention it that it's there. So let's go back to the clips. So if you come over here and right click on that and go ahead to add a node, you can come over here and click on add a layer. So basically this will duplicate the node and combine them. So now if you right click here, you can see I have the composite mode. This works like a Photoshop. So you can add, multiply, or overlay. So let's go ahead and click on multiply. So now we multiplied the color of the first layer with the second layer, and the same is for the add to. You can import another clip, so let's go ahead and delete that, and let's go ahead to the media pool. I'm gonna import this one here. So now in order to combine them, you need to right click and then go ahead to add node, and I'm gonna add layer mixer. So now I'm gonna connect the RGB and the RGB with the second one and connect that there. So now if I go ahead, right click and composite mode, I can add them or multiply them together. So let's go ahead and delete that and delete this one too and connect it. So now let's go ahead and turn off the media pool and let's take a look at the curves. So first of all, I like to add another layer, so let's go ahead and right click and choose add node, and then I'm gonna add serial. So we're gonna work on this one. So now if I go ahead to the curve and move the curve, you can see I can change the color or the brightness, right? And now if you disable that, we talked about that, you can disable it from here, or you can come over here and click on this icon. This will disable it. So as you see, this is faster. This will disable everything you do in the color page. So now if I go ahead to the upper area, you can see I have multiple options. So the first option is the hue option. So if I click there and move the line, you can see I can move the entire line up or down. Now let's say you want just to add the red, so you need to add another point here. So let's go ahead and click on this point, and then I'm gonna click there and move this one. I can increase the red as you see, and I can add another point here and move that down. So let's go ahead and reset everything here. So now let's go ahead to the second option, which is the hue and the saturation. So now if I click there, I can add 1 point, right? And now if I move the entire line down, you can see I can remove the color from the clip. Now let's say you want just to remove everything except the red or the orange colors. So now after moving it down, I'm gonna add another point here and move this one up. You can see I can turn back the colors. And I like to add another point here. I want to remove the green color too. So let's click and drag it down. As you see, we removed everything except the red. And we don't have too much blue. In any case, we can add a point here and move that down too. So now we removed all the colors except the orange or the red color. And now we can go to the hue and luminance. In this case, you can increase the luminance of the red or the orange color. So let's go ahead and click first and add some points here. And then I'm gonna add the point there and move that up. You can see I can increase the brightness too. And you can go to the luminance and saturation, and you can work with that too if you like to. So you can see I can increase the luminance of the red or the orange colors there. So I will leave that to you. And you have other options. For example, we have the saturation and we have the luminance. I will leave that to you. And you can expand the window. You see it's very small, so let's go ahead and click on this icon. This will expand it, and you can close it from here. So in the next lesson, we're gonna continue. In this lesson, I'll show you how to work with masks inside the color page. So let's go ahead first and turn off the timeline just to make some room. So if you click on the timeline, this will turn off the timeline. This will give us some room to work with. So let's say I want to remove the entire color from the image except for this window. And this can be done using the masks. So if you come over here and click on this icon, you can see I have the mask window. So for example, I have the rectangle. If you click on that, you can see I have a rectangle mask. So now if you go and change anything here, for example, if I change the saturation, let's go ahead and decrease that, you can see I remove the color inside the mask. And if you want to reverse that, let's say you want to remove the color outside the mask, not inside it. So there is a very easy way to reverse that. If you come over here and click on the reverse button, this will reverse it. And if you want to disable the mask, you can click on this one. This will turn it off. And if you click again, this will turn it on. So now you can come over here and click on the point and drag it and match the window. So let's go ahead and move the last one. And here we have it. And the outside rectangle, this is the feather. So for example, you can see we have smooth transaction between this edge and this edge, and this will give us nice glow color. So if I increase that, you can see I get more color. So if I move it to the right, you can see now I have sharp edge. And if I come over here and disable the icons from the viewer, let's go ahead and click there and turn it off just to see the edge. So you can see I have sharp edge, and here notice we have smooth colors. So let's go ahead and turn on the masks so we can see it. And now we can click. Let's see. This is the feather, and move it to add smooth transaction. So next we have the circle. So let's go ahead and disable this one. Next we have the circle. So if you click on that, you can see I have a circle mask, and it's very similar to the first one. You have the feather. This will add the smooth transaction between the edges. And we have these points. You can control the size or the shape of the circle. So let's go ahead and turn that off. Next we have again a rectangle. So you can see they are similar, but in this rectangle or in this mask we don't have the feather. This is the main difference between this one and this one. And this one you can add more points. For example, I can change the shape, click and drag. And if you middle mouse click on it, you can remove the points. If you click, you can add point. Middle mouse click to remove the points. Let's go ahead and disable this one. And this one we have the pen. This is very similar to the pen in the Photoshop if you used it before. So click and drag to create any shape. If you click and hold the left mouse button and drag, you can create the tangents. And if you click there, you can close it. And now if you come over here and click and drag, you can change the position of the point. If you hold Control and click and drag, you can create the tangents. And if you want to remove the tangents, you can hold Alt on the keyboard and click once. You can see I removed the tangent. Again, if you hold Control and click and drag, you can create the tangents. And the last one is the gradient. So if I click on that, you can see I have a gradient mask. And notice here in the notes, you can see the mask too. So I can affect a part of the mask. So for example, I can move this one there and I can click and drag. So this part will be affected. You can see. So the last one, this is a custom. I created that from these buttons. So let's go ahead and delete them. Let's go ahead and select this one and delete it. So these layers are the default layers, so you can't delete them. But if you want to create another one, you can come over here and click on that and to create another one. So for example, if I click on the circle, you can see I created another layer of a circle. This is useful if you want to create multiple masks. So if you want to delete it, you can click on the delete button to delete that. And if you want to reset that, you can come over here and click on the reset. This will reset everything. So let's go ahead again to the rectangle and let's go ahead and match the window again. Let's move the last one there. So now let's go ahead and reverse that to change the color inside it and remove the color from the outside. And if you want to turn it off, you can turn that off by clicking one time. So now if I go ahead and reset the saturation, let's double click on that to reset it, okay? So now if you come over here, you can change the midtone with the highlight. For example, if I change the color of the highlight, you can see I can change the color inside the mask. So basically the masks works with the most parameters you see here. For example, it works with the offset 2, it works with the contrast, you can increase and decrease the contrast, with the tint color, with the temperature, and so on. So let's go ahead back, let's set this one to 0 and we're gonna reverse it. So now let's say you want to add another mask. So we can come over here and click on the linear again. This will create another layer of that mask. So let's go ahead and move this one here. So you can see it doesn't have any effect. So we're gonna fix it in a moment. So now if I go ahead and increase the saturation, you can see it doesn't have any effect. And this is because we need to come over here and click on this icon. So this will add it to that mask. So now if I go ahead and increase that, you can see we combined both masks together. And you can create another one. Let's go ahead and create the circle. And let's go ahead, maybe move it somewhere here just to test that. So you can see it doesn't have any effect. So if you come over here and click on that, this will add it. So now it has the effect. So you need to use this button in case you have multiple masks together. And let's go ahead and delete this one. We don't need this one. Delete. So in the next lesson, we're gonna continue. In this lesson, I'll show you how to add glow to your mask. So let's go ahead first and delete everything that we created. So let's go ahead and select this one, delete, delete, and let's reset everything. And I'm gonna go to the saturation and double click on that to reset that too. So we can add the glow in several ways. We can first create the mask. So we can use this rectangle, or we can use the polygon, or we can use the pen too. So let's go ahead and use the pen this time. So let's click on the pen and let's zoom in a little bit and create a shape around the window and close it. As you see, we don't have the feather outline, but if you come to the softness, if you increase that and click on that, you can see we created the softness. So now you can add the softness to the pen tool. So let's go ahead and set that to 0. We don't need that for now. And set the outside to 0 too. So now I can come to the effects and let's go ahead and search for glow. Type glow and drag it there. And we're gonna connect it there. So now as you see, when I increase the spread, you can see the glow is applied on the entire scene, but I want to apply it just on the mask. In order to do that, we need to connect the output of the mask to the input of the mask or the alpha in the glow. So now if I select the glow and go ahead and increase that, you can see we can see the glow in the mask. Let's zoom out a little bit to show you that. So I'm gonna increase it, and let's go ahead and decrease the spread a little bit, so you can see we have nice glow on it. And if you want to see your mask in the viewport, you can come over here and turn that on. We talked about that. You can turn it on to show it, but there is another way. For example, you can come over here and click on this button. This will show you your mask. And of course, you can add multiple masks too. So in the next lesson, we're gonna continue. Let's take a look at another example. Let's go ahead first and open the media pool. Here I have AI generated video. We can drag and drop it there, but I like to create new timeline. So let's go ahead and delete this one and right click on that and click on create new timeline using selected clips. And let's go ahead and click on create. So this will create new timeline. So now we have empty clean scene. So let's go ahead and close the media pool. So basically I want to create a mask around the lips. So we can do that using the masks. We're gonna use the pen this time. So let's go ahead and click on the pen, and I'm gonna zoom in, and let's go ahead and start from there. First we're gonna create the shape around the lips, and then we're gonna subtract another mask from here. So let's go ahead and click and drag to create the tangent, and when you click, you can click again and move it. So click and drag to create the tangent. You don't have to be perfect. Remember, you can add points and delete them later. So here I can hold Control and click to create a tangent to make smooth shape. So let's go ahead and adjust the curve to match the lips. Let's zoom in a little bit. And change the tangent there. And here I can hold Control and click one time to create the tangents. So let's go ahead and move this one to the right a little bit. I don't like the shape here, so we may move this one there. Okay, great. So now let's go to the saturation and decrease the saturation to 0. And I'm gonna click on the invert to invert that. So here you can see we have nice mask, but we have some problems. So if I go ahead and turn off the masking, you can see the edge is very sharp, and we can smooth that using the softness. So let's go ahead to the softness, and I can smooth the outside. You can see we have now nice smooth mask. So we can increase it more. Okay, great. So now we're gonna create the inner mask. So let's go ahead and click on the curve to create another layer. And let's go ahead and turn on that so we can see the mask. So now I'm gonna start from this area, click there. And we're gonna close it here. So let's go ahead and move this one. You don't have to be perfect because we're gonna use the softness too. So now selecting the second mask, we're gonna go to the inside and move that. You can see the lines. So let's go ahead and turn that off. You can see we have a nice smooth mask. In this area I like to change it a little bit, so let's go ahead and turn it on, and I'm gonna move the softness lines somewhere here. Okay, great. and let's go ahead and turn it off. Of course, you can create a circle mask around the eyes, and I will leave that for you. So now we have just one problem. So if I go ahead and play that, notice what's gonna happen. So you can see the mask is going off the lips because the video is moving and the mask is still image. So basically we're gonna use the tracker to track the mask around the lips, and Davinci has very powerful tool to do that and very easy to use it. So if you come over here, you can see we have the tracker window, and it's really very easy to use it. So we have the forward track and we have the backward track. So because we are in the first frame and we created the mask at the first frame, there is no need to go ahead and play it backward or in reverse. So now if I go ahead and play that, so now if I go ahead to the first frame, let's go ahead and move this one there. So you can see the inner mask is following the lips, right? Now we're gonna apply that to the outer mask. So let's go ahead and click on it just to select the outer mask. And now again, let's go to the first frame. And remember, if you are in the middle, let's say you created the mask at this time frame, you need to hit backward or in reverse and then click on forward to track both sides. So because we created the mask at the first frame, let's go ahead and click on forward. This will track it. So let's go ahead and turn off that and go to the first frame. I don't know why this is not moving, so, and play that, and you can see it's really did very good job. Very powerful feature in Davinci Resolve. And you can see all your keys here. For example, you can see here are the keyframes, and you can switch between the scopes and the keyframes here in case you need to adjust them. And here we have some options. For example, you want to track the zoom. Let's say you have a camera zoom, you want to do that. If you have a rotation, you want to track the rotation, you can disable or enable them. So it's up to you. And if it's 3D scene, you can disable or enable the 3D. So this was just a quick introduction to the tracker. We're gonna cover it in more details in the upcoming lectures. So see you in the next lesson. In the color page, you have almost all the effects that you have in the edit page. So if you go to the effects, you can see I have a lot of library of the effects. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to use the light rays. So basically in other applications, it's called God rays, but in Davinci, it's called light rays. So you can see in the scene, I have the rays. This is the sun rays. So if you hover your mouse over here, you can see I have this icon. So if I click and move it, you can see I can change the position of the light. And because the background is white, we don't see the icon, but if you hover your mouse, you can see it's there. So let's go ahead and delete the light rays and create it again. So let's type light rays, and we're gonna move it there to connect it with the node. So we have some parameters we can change. For example, we have the select output, we have the final image, we have the source regions, we have light rays alone. So if you click on the source region, you can see we can see the region where the light will be emitted, and we have the light rays alone. So now we can see where is the lights. So if I zoom out, you can see here I have the icon, so I can move that and place it somewhere there. And let's go back again to the final image so we can see it. And here you can change the source of the rays. For example, you can change it to bright regions or edges. This will give us nice sharp edges. So we can change that from the source threshold. So if I increase that, you can see I can increase the brightness and lower it. And we have the length. We can increase the length, and we can increase the softness to make the rays soft or hard edge, as you see. And we have the brightness. You can increase the brightness, you have the gamma, and you have the saturation too. And you have the color, of course, you can change the color. And we have the composite mode. So by default it's on add. You can change it to any mode you want. So let's go ahead and adjust it a little bit. So I'm gonna change the source threshold a little bit. I'm gonna increase it just to lower the opacity of the rays. You can lower that from the global blend too. So if you go ahead and decrease the blend, you can see I can change the opacity of the rays. And let's go ahead and add a little bit of softness. And I think I'm gonna increase the brightness a little bit. And here we have the position. So you can see we have two options. We have at an angle. So if I click on that, so now we have the rays coming from one source. For example, I can change the angle. You can see I can change the rotation of the rays. But let's go ahead and leave that to from a location. And now we can change the location. And you have some drop-offs. For example, this works like a fall-off. So you have 4 options you can choose that from. So in the next lesson, we're gonna continue. Let's take a look at another examples. So here I created 2 timelines from these videos. I have the iPad and I have the book with the ruler. So you can right click and create new timeline. The first one is the iPad and the second one is the book with the ruler. So let's go ahead first and track the ruler. So let's go ahead and create the mask and let's go ahead and place it somewhere on the ruler. So let's go ahead and set that there and there. And now let's go to the tracking and let's go ahead and track that forward. So you can see it's working very good and gives us nice results. And we can now change the color or the highlight or the midtone. So everything works fine. But now let's go ahead and see what's gonna happen if we use the tracker on the iPad. So let's go ahead and double click on the timeline and then I'm gonna go to the mask and then mask that. Let's go ahead and place it there and place that there. So now let's go ahead and see that. Let's click on the tracking forward and see what's gonna happen. So you can see we have really bad results, and this is because we have a reflection on the iPad. We don't have clear texture like the book and the ruler here. So this is why we get this weird effect. So Davinci can't track the reflected objects. So in this case, we need to track it manually. So let's go ahead and reset the tracking on the iPad. And this time I'm gonna click on the frame and here we can track that manually. So let's go ahead few frames forward and then we're gonna move them manually. So let's go ahead and move this one here. So you can see Davinci created a key for you. So let's go ahead and move the points a little bit to match the edge of the iPad. And then let's go again somewhere here. And again, we're gonna move the mask and the points to match the iPad. So now let's go ahead back and see that. You can see we improved it a little bit, but not that much. And here we have again the issue. So let's go ahead and move it down. So let's see that. We have some flickering. We're gonna try to fix it later. So let's go to this time and then let's go ahead and move the points there. And this process called rotoscoping in VFX. So let's see, here we have some issues. So let's go ahead and drag that down. And let's go to the last frame and match it there, and then we're gonna go back and fix it from the middle. So let's go again few frames backward and place that there. So let's go ahead and hit play. Make sure you don't hit this play button. Sometimes by mistake I hit this one will track it and remove the keys, so make sure you click on this play. So you can see we have some issues after a certain time, for example in this area. So let's go ahead and move it there and place the points. And really rotoscoping takes a lot of time. So the right way to track the reflected objects, basically they paint points or crosses on the edges and then they track the points. But in this example, I just wanted to show you why it's hard to track the iPad, because we have a reflected screen on it. So again, let's go ahead, and here we have a big issue. And here too. So let's go ahead and play that again. And here we have it. Of course, it's not perfect, as I told you before. The right way to track the reflected objects is to paint points there and track the points. So here again we have the issue, so let's fix it. So hit play. So it's not perfect. And when it comes to manual tracking, make sure you don't create mass amount of keys. The more keys you create, the more you will have flickering on the mask. So this is important, to create less keys in order to have smooth moving mask. So that's it for this lesson. See you in the next lesson. One of the most difficult objects to mask and track is the hair and faces. Davinci has very powerful AI magic tool to create these kind of masks for hair, faces, and so on. So here in the clip, I want to track the hair of the girl. So you can come over here to the AI magic mask, and of course you can track that using the standard mask, but this will take a lot of time to track it and it will be very difficult, especially if you want to track the hair. But let's go to the AI magic. And if you come over here, you can see we have the add click. So basically this will select the object that you want to track. So if I come over here and click on that and wait few seconds, you can see Davinci selected the hair, and really this is great. And you can see we have a mask overlay on top of that. If you come over here, you can turn it off or on. This will show you what Davinci is masking. And you can reverse the mask too. So now let's go to the first frame, and this time I'm gonna click on track forward and it will track the hair, and you will see how powerful this tool is. Let's go ahead and hit the track button. It will take some time, but you will see how Davinci can track the hair. And if you want to track it manually, it will take really a lot of time and it will be a nightmare. So you can see how stable it is. We don't have too much flickering on the hair. And of course we can adjust that later from the settings there. So let's wait for the tracking to be finished. So let's go ahead and play that. Let's go back to the first frame and let's hit play. And let's zoom in and you can see the result is really incredible. We have of course some offset here. For example, the mask didn't cover the entire hair, but that's not a problem. We can adjust that from the settings there. So let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit. And if you come over here, you can see we have the quality, we have faster, we have better. If you click on the better, this will take more time to calculate. Let's stick with the faster. We have the mode, we have the shrink, grow, opening, and so on. Basically, the shrink will shrink the mask and grow will grow or expand the mask. Let's stick with the shrink for now. And now I want to cover this area, so I can come to the radius. And if I want to expand this mask there, So if you come to the radius and increase that, you can see basically this will shrink the mask because we set that to shrink, but that's not a problem. Let's leave it at 0 for now. You can come to the settings there and click on grow, and now if I increase the radius, you can see I can cover more areas. But let's go ahead and go back to shrink, and I can expand that using the blur radius. So basically if I blur that, this will cover some part of the hair. So let's go ahead and increase the blur radius, so you can see I can cover more area on the hair, and the result is really great. And we have the smooth too. So now if I go ahead and play that, you can see we have amazing result. So now you can change the color. Let's go ahead first and turn off the overlay. From here you can come over here and click on the mask to see the hair, and you can see we have the mask covering some part of the glass, but that's okay. You can change that from here, from the blur radius, if you want to remove some part of that. So let's go ahead now and change. For example, you can change the offset, the brightness, you can change the color of the hair, and you can see the result really great. So let's go ahead and play that. And of course you can track the face, the cloth, anything you want with this incredible tool. We have some flickering there, but you get the idea how this works. And you can of course reverse it from here too. So see you in the next lesson. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the Fusion interface. So let's go ahead and switch the tab to the Fusion tab. You can see it's completely empty. And if I come over here, you can see I have a lot of buttons. So basically these are nodes. For example, I can come over here and click on the text. This will create a text node for you. And you can see I have the second node. Basically this is the output. So if I go back to the edit page, you can see Davinci created the track for you. So if I go back there and let's say I'm gonna delete that, let's hit delete and go back again there, you can see I still have the track. Let's go back there and undo that, and if I go again there and delete this track, hit backspace and go back again to the Fusion, you can see it's gone. So basically whenever you create any node here, this will create one track for you in the edit page. So let's go ahead again and click on the text, and this will create the media out for you. And here I have the text. You can see it's empty. So I'm gonna type Fusion, and here we have the text. And you can see I have two viewers. So if you come over here and hold Control and use your mouse scroll to zoom in and zoom out using Control and mouse scroll, you can see I have two buttons there. So basically this button is the second screen and this one is the first one. So if I come over here and click on this one, you can see I can see the text on the first screen too. And if I want to turn off that here, I can come over here and turn it off here. And you will understand why this is important and useful later in the course. So now I can come over here and click on this icon to expand the viewer. And if I want to split that, I can come over here and split that. And here I have the text. So now let's go ahead and increase the size. As you see, the text parameters are similar to the text plus that we discussed earlier in the course. So I'm not gonna explain it again here. So this is the text plus parameters. So let's zoom out holding Control and your mouse in the viewer and Control and mouse scroll. You can zoom in, zoom out. You can move the text, you can rotate it in the viewer, or you can do that from the layout too. From here, you can rotate that in perspective view too. So let's go ahead and increase the size a little bit more. As you see, there is a limit here to 1, but if I come over here and set that to 2, I can increase it more. So now, in order to access these tools, you can see I have few of them here, right? These are the nodes, but we have much more than that. If you hold Control and space, you can see I get the list and I have the search bar here. So for example, I can type directional blur. So let's go ahead and select the directional blur and click, let's select this one and click on add. This will add it there. And now in order to connect that to the text, I can hold shift and move it over the pipe, and this will connect that automatically for you. So now you can see we have the effect on it. So now I can come over here and increase the blur angle. I can play with the blur strength. Double click on the blur to reset that. If you change that, double click to reset it. Let's go ahead and move it, maybe let's set it to 0. So now I can come to the text and click on this button, the first viewer. So now as you see, I don't see the directional blur because the text icon is activated. So Fusion will read this node and ignore the other nodes because we activated that from here. And now if I come to the directional blur and click there, you can see now I can see the blur, and you can see the icon turned off here. And if I go ahead, let's go ahead and add another node. Let's hit Control and space to open the node search. So let's type color, for example, and let's go ahead and click on the color corrector and click on add. And again, we're gonna connect it. We can hold shift and move it there to connect it automatically. And here you can control the color. As you see, I don't see the result because we didn't activate the active button here. So now you can see, I can see the color. And if I want to turn it off, I can turn it off here, and I can come over here and see the result before the color corrector. And you can come over here and click on the next one. So now you can see I have the color corrector here, and I have the directional blur here, and this is very useful to compare the results. So let's go ahead and delete everything, and let's go ahead and delete this one too. So let's go ahead and open another timeline. Let's say, let's open this one. So now if I go to the Fusion, you can see I have the clip here, and I have media in, and I have media out. So now to adjust that or to add any node you want, for example, let's hit Control and space, and let's select the color corrector and click on add. And you can connect it manually too. You can click there and drag that there, and click there and drag it to the output. So let's go ahead and do it again. So here we have it. So now we can color correct that. And remember, we have the active button on the media out. If I want to see that before and after, I can come over here and click there. So you can see, I can see the clip without the color corrector. And the user interface is very similar to the edit page. For example, you have the clips here, you have the effects, you have the media pool, we have the nodes. This is specific to Fusion. You can turn off the nodes and turn them on. And you have the spline. Here you can edit your keyframes too. And you have the metadata and the inspector. So now let's go ahead and delete again everything. Let's go ahead and create a text. And again, let's type Fusion. And let's go ahead and click there to see it. And I'm gonna expand that. And let's go ahead and increase the size. And now in order to add the background, we can Control and space and type background. Basically, this will add a background, and click on add. So now I have the background and I have the text. Let's go ahead first change the color of the background. Let's change it to something maybe, I don't know, orange. Okay. So now in order to merge them, we need to use the merge tool. You can come over here and click on this one. This will create the merge tool for you. Or if you delete that, if you hit Control and space and type merge, you can see I have the same tool or node. So let's go ahead and click on add. So now the background will be in the background, right? If you come over here and hover your mouse over the input, you can see it's written merge one foreground. So basically this will be the text, right? It will be the foreground. And now the background, if I hover my mouse over that, now it's written background. And you can see when I move the node, you can see the input moves with it. And this is really very confusing for beginners. So I wanted to mention that for you. So you see, wherever I move the node, the input moves with it. So if I disconnect that, I click there and drag it, disconnect it. Now if I hover my mouse over it, you can see it's written background and this one foreground. So let's move that there and connect this one there. This is the foreground, and hover the mouse over here. This is the background. Let's connect it to the background. So now in order to see the result, we need to come over here and enable the node. So now we have the background and the text on top of that. And you can add more nodes. For example, let's go ahead and hit Control and space. Let's type blur. I can come over here and click on Gaussian blur and hit add. And now I can add it between the text and the merge, holding shift. Remember to hold shift to connect it automatically. And here I have the blur. Or you can delete that, and let's go ahead, hit Control and space, and let's type glow and add the glow. You can see this connected that automatically because I selected the text. So you can add glow on it. And you can change the color of the text from here too. So now we have one issue. If I go to the edit page, you can see I don't see the text here in the edit page. And this is because we deleted the media out node. So let's go ahead and hit Control and space and type media out. And click on add. And now if I connect that there, and now if I go to edit, you can see it's there. So it's very important to add the media out if you want to see the result in the edit page. So this was quick introduction to Fusion user interface and creating some nodes. So in the next lesson, we're gonna go more deeper inside Fusion. So see you. In Fusion, you can import the files directly from Fusion itself without going to the media pool. So let's go ahead and see how to do it. So first of all, we need to hit Control and space to open the select tool, and then let's type loader. So basically this node will load the files. So let's go ahead and click on that and click on add. So this will open the window for you. So here you can see I have the image sequence. You can import images, videos, and image sequences. So in VFX, it's very common to use image sequences because it's faster to load and gives you more control. So let's go ahead and select the first image, and Fusion will import all of them when you hit the open button. So let's go ahead and click on open. And now you can see I have the image, but if I go ahead and play that, you can see Fusion plays all the sequences. And you can see the range is not full. For example, if I go to the last frame, you can see I have part of the sequences. And this is because the range here is set by default to 119. So if you click and increase that, you can see I can load the entire sequence. And now if I go it back again and play it, as you see, it snaps back to the 190. So in order to increase the range, we need to go to the edit page, and then from here, as you see, Fusion created this track for you. So if I go ahead and increase that, and now let's go ahead and increase it to the last frame. So now if I go back to the Fusion, and you can see here I have the full range. And now if I go back and play it, I can see that. So I talked about the viewer here. So we have two buttons, right? If you hit one on the keyboard, this will show you in the first viewer, and if you hit two on the keyboard, this will show the second one. So this is the shortcut 1 and 2 instead of clicking on them. So let's go ahead and expand that. And notice here we have the green line. So basically this is the cache. Fusion caching the sequences in order to play that in real time. So when you hit play for the first time, it will not be in the real time. After the green line is created and then you play it again, it will be played in real time. So if I go ahead and stop that, you can see we have full green. So it means the sequence is cached on your memory. And here you can see I have two lines. So this orange line, if I click on that and move it somewhere here and go ahead and play that, now you will see the time slider snaps when it hits the second line. And if you want to increase the range, you can increase it. You can bring this one there. So let's go ahead and click on that. And now you can see we have the range from here to there. If you want to extend that, you can hold Control and click on that one time and twice, and it will be in full range. And if you want to select any frames, you can hold Control and click and drag to select that. And again, Control and click once and twice. This will extend it. So you can select the node and you can see I have some options. For example, we have the browse. Here you can replace the sequence. You have the global input and output. So if I go ahead and decrease that, so now I can cut some of the image sequences. So you can see I cut that. And you have the hold first frame, and we have the hold last frame, and we have the reverse. Basically this will reverse the animation. So you can see we reverse the animation. So in the next lesson we're gonna continue. Let's take a look at some options inside the node editor. So first of all, if I go ahead and split the viewer, here I have the first viewer and here I have the second viewer. I talked about that. You can hit one on the keyboard and two to show it in the second viewer. So if you come over here and select the node and drag it and drop it in the viewer number 2, you can see we can show it here, or you can hit number 2 on the keyboard to turn it on or off. This is fast way to show your nodes inside the viewer. So if I come over here and right click on the node, and if I go to the show, you can see I have the show tile picture. So if I click on that, so basically this will show you a thumbnail of your sequence or your video or your image in the node. So let's go ahead, right click, show, and then again click on show tile picture to turn it off. The other thing is, if you come over here and right click again and go to the modes, you can see I have pass through, and I have locked, I have update, and I have force cache. The show control, basically this will show you the control inside the inspector. So if I go ahead and click on that, for some reason you may don't want to see that. Anyway, I always turn that on. The other one is the pass through. So basically this will disable the node. So if I click on that, you can see I can disable the node, and this is really very useful. So let's go ahead and turn it on for now, pass through. And so let's say you have a color corrector. Let's go ahead and type color and hit enter to create the color corrector. And if I hold shift and click on the color corrector and move it on the pipes, this will connect it automatically for me. So now I can change the color. As you see, I don't see the result because, as you remember, we need to turn on the viewers. So I can come over here and drag and drop it there. You can come over here and right click and go to modes and click on pass through, or hit Ctrl P on the keyboard to disable that. So this is very useful. So you can enable and disable that by hitting Ctrl and P to show the effect before and after. So now let's say you have a big project and you have a lot of nodes, so it will be nice to organize everything. So let's go ahead and hit Ctrl and space and type underlay. You can see I have the node called underlay and click on add. So you can see I can add a background behind the node. So now if I move the underlay, you can see I can move the node inside it. So I can expand that. Let's go ahead and add another node. Let's add, let's say, blur. And let's go ahead and click on add and hold shift and connect it to the pipe. And now I can move the nodes with the underlay in the background. And now if you want to unparent them, you can select the nodes and move them outside that. So now you can select that and delete it. Or you can hold Alt on the keyboard and click on the underlay and move it. You can see I can move it without moving the nodes. And if you want to rename that, you can select the underlay and hit F2 on the keyboard. But here, sometimes you may get an issue. So when you select the underlay and hit F2, basically this will rename the nodes. So let's type color correction and hit OK. So it worked. So sometimes when I select the underlay and hit F2, basically this will rename the nodes. And in this case, it worked because the nodes, as you see, they are not parented with the color correction. So let's go ahead and do it again, move it again there, just to make sure they are parented. Okay, so now if I hit F2, so you can see now if I, let's go ahead and type, let's say color and hit OK. So it worked fine, but as you see, we get the rename for the other tools. We're gonna click on cancel again. So this is a little bit annoying when you select it and rename it. So basically Davinci will rename all the nodes that parented under the underlay. So the underlay is used widely in compositing to organize your nodes. Of course, you can add multiple underlays too. So select the node and Control and space and type underlay and hit add, and we can select it and F2 and let's type file. Okay, you can see I get the rename for the loader too, so you can click on cancel. So in the next lesson we're gonna continue. Let's go ahead and delete everything. I'm gonna select the color and the file and hit delete. So let's go ahead and create a text. You can create a text by coming over here and click on this icon. Basically this will create the text plus for you, or you can hit Control and space and type text plus and click on add. So if I drag that in the viewer, you can see it's empty because we need to write the text here. So let's type compositing. And then I'm gonna create another text. I can copy and paste that. So Control C and Control V, or you can create another node, doesn't matter. So select the second one and let's type in Fusion. So here I have the text in Fusion and here I have the compositing. So now in order to combine them, we need to use the merge node. And maybe you are thinking why we don't type the in compositing in the same text. Of course you can do that, but I want to show you the other way. So let's go ahead to this icon, and if you click on this one, this will create the merge node. So the merge node is the most used node in compositing. So I talked that before briefly. You have the background and foreground. In this case doesn't matter. Let's connect this one to the text and this one to the other text. And now if I go ahead and drag the merge there to show it, you can see they are overlapping. So of course you can select the text and go to the transform. As you remember, we have the transform embedded inside the text, so you can change the position. But let's say you want to disable the position later in some point. So let's say you want to see the effect before and after the transform. You don't want to come over here and double click and reset that and move the text again. So let's go ahead and double click on that to reset it. So in this case, it's better to use the transform node. So you can come over here and click on the transform, or you can hit Control and space and type transform. So this one, and click on add. So now I have a transform node. I can use it and disable it whenever I want. So let's go ahead and move it on Y and move it down a little bit. Let's go ahead and expand the window here. So now I can hit Control and P to disable that and enable it. So you can see it's better to use the transform node because we can disable and enable it later. So now let's go ahead and add a background. So you can come over here and click on the background, or you can hit Control and space and create the background too. So let's go ahead and click on the background. As you see, because I selected the node, Davinci created automatically for you a merge node. So let's go ahead and delete that. So now I want to merge the background with the text. And this merge node just has two options, two inputs. We have the foreground and we have the background. You can use the multi-merge node. So if you come over here, you have the multi-merge node. So basically here you can merge multiple nodes together. But let's go ahead and create another merge node. So in this case, we need to create another one. So let's go ahead and click on the merge. So this will be the background. So let's go ahead and hover the mouse. This is the foreground and this is the background. So let's go ahead, drag that. This is the orange color. So let's go ahead and connect it to the background. As you see, the orange input snaps to the right, and this is confusing for beginners. So basically in Fusion, the inputs are changing based on the node position in the node graph. But you can fix that if you hold Alt and click on the pipe. You can see I can add a point, so I can change the direction. So this is useful to organize your node graph. So Alt, and again, you can see I can add more points. You can select them and delete them if you don't want that. So now let's go ahead and add the foreground. And let's go ahead and drag it there. So the background is black. So let's go ahead and change the color. And hit OK. And now let's go ahead and add a shadow. You can add the shadow from the text itself, but let's go ahead and create a separate node. So let's go ahead, hit Control and space and type shadow. Drop shadow and connect it there. And here we have the shadow. We have the blur. You can change the blur. You have another node. Again, if you type shadow and click on this one and add, let's go ahead and delete this one. So they are almost the same. So if you come over here and click and drag, you can see I can position the shadow from the viewer, and I have the same options. So we can copy that, copy the shadow and paste it there. You can paste it after the transform or before the transform. So you can change the color of the shadow, you can change the softness, you have the light position, you have the light distance. So if you go to the transform, let's select the transform. You can see I have some options like the X and Y. We have the pivot, for example. I can move the pivot to the left. And now if I go to the angle, so you can see I can rotate that from this pivot. And we have the flip horizontally and vertically. So in the merge node, you have embedded transform node too. So if you select the merge node, you can see I have the X and Y too. So if I go to the last merge node and if I change the X, you can see I can change everything. Or you can add another transform node after the merge node. So if I go ahead and let's undo that, let's click on the transform, and now if I select that there, let's disable the pipe. So let's click there and connect that there. So here we can change everything. So see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, I will explain how mask works. So here I have a black and white texture. I have the wood text with white, and I have the black background. And here I have a wood texture. So basically the white has a value of 1 and the black color has a value of 0. So if I multiply 1 by 1, it will give me a 1. And if I multiply the black, which is 0, and if I multiply that with any number, it will give me 0. So now if we multiply the images, we get this text effect. So as you see, when we multiply the black with the texture, it gives us 0 transparency. And the white, which was 1, it gives us the texture. So this is how we get the wood effect as you see in the image. So this was just quick and brief introduction to masks. So let's go ahead and apply that in Davinci Fusion. Here in the scene I have two nodes. I have a wood texture and I have a text. I created that using the text node here. So there are several ways to multiply the mask. So let's go ahead and take a look at the simplest way. So here I have the wood texture. So I can come over here and grab the input of the mask, this blue mask, and connect that to the text, and here we have it. You can see it's very simple way to multiply the mask with the texture or the image. But you can see I have an issue with the resolution. If I select the text, you can see it's 1920 by 1080. But after I connect that to the wood, because the wood is smaller, so you can see the resolution is changed. So the best way is to use the resize. So if you hit Ctrl and space and type resize and click on add, so now you can see the resolution is matching, because if you select the resize, you can see I can change the resolution from here. So make sure you set that manually and turn off the auto resolution before you change these parameters. You need to turn off this one before you change these parameters. So now I can come over here and connect that to text, and you can see we have the same resolution. So let's take a look at the other way. So let's go ahead and copy the wood and the resize, and let's go ahead and copy the text. So now we're gonna use the merge node to multiply them. So let's go ahead and create a merge node. So let's go ahead and select, this is the background, and this one is the foreground, the text. We're gonna multiply them. So now we need to come over here to the apply mode and change that to multiply. And you can see nothing changed because we need to change the inputs. So let's go ahead and connect this one there and the green one here, and here we have it. So the text should be the background. So now let's go ahead and change the background color. So if I go ahead and create the background, so by default, as you see, Davinci creating the node but in the wrong way, so we need to change the inputs. This is the background and this is the foreground. So now if I go ahead and change that, you can see nothing will change in the viewer. And this is because if you select the merge node, this merge, not this one, if you come to the settings, you can see I have the alpha channel turned on. So you need to turn off the alpha channel for the merge in order to see the background. So now you can change that as you like. So in the next lesson, we're gonna continue. Let's take a look at another example on using masks inside Fusion. So let's go ahead first and load an image. So Control Space and Loader, Add, and I'm gonna load this image and click on Open. Let's go ahead and maximize the window, and if you hold Control and use your mouse scroll, you can zoom in and zoom out. So now if I come over here, you can see I have several options. I can create a rectangle mask, and if you select the image, Fusion automatically will connect the mask to the image. And you can select a circle. Let's click on this one to disconnect that. So you can see I can create several masks. I have the polygon, so I can draw it, and if I close it, you can see I can see the mask, and you can visualize the mask by coming over here and click on alpha. You can see your mask. So let's go ahead and delete everything. So I'm gonna start with the polygon, and let's zoom in by using Control and the mouse scroll and using the middle mouse button to pan the camera. So let's go ahead and click on the edge to create the mask and close it. So let's go ahead and zoom in and position the edges. So now let's say I want to change the color. First of all, we need to add a color corrector. Let's go ahead and disconnect that. So first of all, I will move this node next to the image and then connect the input. So let's go ahead and connect the input. And now if I hit 1 on the keyboard and change the color, as you see, I can change the entire color of the image, but we want to affect just the mask. So we can do that by coming to the mask, and you can see I have the mask input. So now if I connect that to the polygon, this is the mask. So now we can color correct just the mask. So now if I change that, you can see I can change the color of the mask. So now let's go ahead and again load another image, loader, add, and this time I'm gonna load the iPhone background. So here I have the background. So let's go ahead and delete the color corrector. We don't need that. And I will delete the mask too. So I have the image, I have the merge, and I have the background. So if I come over here and select the foreground and connect it to the phone background and click on the merge, you can see I have the phone desktop with the background image. So now I want to place the background on the phone. So we can do that in several ways. So let's go ahead and select the phone desktop and hit Control and space, and let's type corner. We're gonna use the corner positioner. So basically this will allow you to position the image on any background. So you have 4 controls. So if I come over here and click on that, I can position it there, and the next one there, and this one there, and the last one here. So let's zoom in a little bit, and this one here. So now we have one issue. So you can see we don't have a reflection on the image. So there is simple way to do that and very easy. So let's go ahead and select the merge, and if you come to the apply mode, you can click on the screen. So basically this will multiply the background with the phone image. So screen, and you can see now the image is integrated very well with the phone. We have some issues there. We can select the corner and move it a little bit to the left. So here we have it. So in the next lesson, we are going to continue. In this lesson, I will show you how to work with 3D in Fusion. So let's go ahead and do it. First of all, I'm gonna delete everything. We're gonna start from scratch. So first of all, if you come over here, you can see I have 3D icons. So basically these are 3D objects. For example, I can come over here and click on the text 3D. So now if I hit 1 on the keyboard, so I don't see anything in the viewport because we didn't write anything. So let's go ahead and type Fusion. And here we have it. So let's go ahead first and expand the window. So if you use the middle mouse button, you can track the camera or pan the camera. And if you hold Alt and use the middle mouse button, you can rotate around the object or any 3D object in the scene. So if you hold Control and use your mouse scroll, you can zoom in and zoom out in the scene. So if you look at the text, you can see it's completely flat. We don't have any thickness. So if you select the text 3D and in the inspector, you can see I have all the parameters that we have in the text 2D. But if you come over here, you can see I have the extrusion. So basically this will add a thickness to the object or to the text. So if you come over here, you can see I have extrusion depth. So I can come over here and increase that. You can see I can extrude the 3D object or the 3D text in the scene. So the next option is the extrusion subdivision. We don't see that in the viewport, but if you come over here, you can see I have some options. So we have the wireframe. This will show your 3D as a wireframe in the scene as you see. And you can turn off the shadow. You can turn on solid. And you have the lights. We don't see any effect of the light because we don't have any light in the scene yet. We're gonna create that later. So if I go ahead to the wireframe and if I increase the extrusion subdivisions, you can see I can add more polygons. So this will increase the resolution of your text, but in our example, it doesn't matter. So let's go back and turn off the wireframe. And we have the bevel depth. So if I come over here and increase the bevel depth, nothing happens because we need to increase the bevel width. So if I increase that, you can see we can add a bevel on the text. So the width and we have the depth. And you can add on the back face or in the front. You can come over here and disable the front if you don't like to add the bevel in the front, but I'm gonna leave that on. So let's zoom out a little bit and you can see if I zoom in to the node, you can see we have a blue color. If you go ahead and create the 2D text, you can see it's green color. So the blue means we have a 3D object. So now if I select the text and go to the shading, you can see I have the material. So I can change the material color. So now it's called material because we are working with the 3D. So let's go ahead and set orange color. And you have the specular. So the specular is affected by the light. So you can see I can increase the specular or decrease it. Maybe it's not visible in the camera. So you can see here I have the specular. So I can increase or decrease that. Or you can disable it by setting that to 0. So let's zoom out a little bit. So now let's go ahead and create the floor. So we can come over here and click on the shape. So basically this will create a shape as you see by default. I don't like the merge for now, so we're gonna create it manually later. So if you select the shape, you can see we have the shape by default is plane, but you can change it. So let's go ahead and hit 1 on the keyboard. You can see by default is plane. You can change it to cube. You can change it to sphere or any type you want. So let's go ahead and stick with the plane for now. And now I want to rotate that. So if you come over here, you can see I have the move, I have the rotate, and I have the scale. So the move, it's obvious what it does. You can move the 3D object in the scene on Z or Y or X. And we have the rotation, and you can rotate that. And we have the scale, you can scale the object or the 3D in the scene. And if you come to the transform, you can see I have the same controls. We have the translate on X, we have the rotation, and we have the scale too. So if I come over here and let's say I want to move it on X right, notice what's going to happen here. Notice the values. So you can see the values are changing in the inspector. So I like to rotate that. So let's go ahead and rotate it. And notice if I rotate it to the left, you can see I have the black color on the back face. And this is because the normals are inverted in the back face. So you can rotate it on the opposite side. So let's set it to minus 90, or if you, let's say you set that to 90, right? So we can see the back face, right? But if you go to the controls, not the controls, sorry, let's go to materials, you can see I have two-sided. So now if I turn on the two-sided, so now I can see both faces. So if I go ahead and rotate that, so you can see, we can see both faces. So in case you rotated that in the wrong direction. So let's set that to minus 90. So I'm gonna scale it. So let's go ahead and scale it. So now we have the text and we have the shape. So now in order to merge them, we need to use the 3D merge, not the normal merge, because this is not gonna work. So you can see it's not working. We need the blue color. So let's go ahead and delete that. So I'm gonna come over here and click on the merge 3D, or you can hit Control and space and search for the merge 3D. So in merge 3D, we don't have background and foreground because they are 3D, right? Doesn't matter. So let's go ahead and merge that there. And I'm gonna select this one and merge it here. And you can merge multiple 3D objects together. Let's go ahead and hit one on the keyboard. You can see, I can see both the plane and the text at the same time. So now I can come to the shape 3D and scale it to cover more area. So let's go ahead and move it up a little bit, just to move it outside the grid. Okay. So I moved the merge 3D. You can see, you can move the plane a little bit and then move the text too, doesn't matter. So now you can see I have light in the viewport, right? But I don't see the light in the node editor because the light in the viewport is a default lighting. So if I go ahead and turn on the shadow, as you see, I don't see any shadow too. So now we need to create the light. So again, the light in the viewport is a light just to show you your object in the 3D. We need a custom light. So if you come over here, you can see I have the spotlight. But if you hit Control and the space and type point or light, let's type light, you can see I have a lot of types of lights. We have the dome light. This will cover the entire scene. We have the ambient. So let's go ahead and select the point light 3D for now and click on add. So here I have the light, but as you see, we don't see the effect. And this is because we need to merge it, right? And again, we can merge several objects. So let's go ahead and merge it with this merge 3D. So now, as you see, I can see the light. So you can see, I can see the shadow too. We can use another light. We can use the spotlight. So let's go ahead and click on the spotlight and again merge it with the 3D. And here I have the spotlight. So let's go ahead and rotate that. And move it up. Great. So as you see, the intensity is too high, I think. So if you go to the spotlight, you can see I have the intensity. So I can control the intensity of the light to make it stronger or weaker. I have the penumbra angle. So basically this will add a softness. And we have the drop off. You can control the drop off to make the edges sharper or softer. And of course you have the color. And you can see I have a shadow from the point light and I have a shadow from the spotlight. So if you go to the shadows, of course you can change the color, but if you want to disable the shadow from the spotlight, you can come over here and click on the enable shadow to disable that, or you can go to the point light and under the shadow you can disable the shadow from the point light. So I like the shadow from the spotlight. And you can increase the intensity. Let's select the spotlight and increase the intensity. And we can add a softness to the shadow. As you see, it's sharp and it's unrealistic. So let's go ahead and click on this menu and change that to a constant and increase it. This will add a soft shadow. So let's go ahead and rotate it a little bit. And maybe move it back a little bit, maybe to the left. Nice. So now the scene is 3D, right? So we need to convert that to an image so we can apply any effect we want, like the blur, like the lens distortion, and we can't do that because this is a 3D scene. We need to render it or convert it to an image. So we can do that by using the render. So if you come over here, you can see we have the render 3D. So if I click on that, let's go ahead and disable it. It's so annoying that Fusion connecting the nodes automatically. So let's go ahead and connect that there. And if I hit 1 on the keyboard, you can see I don't see anything and everything is a mess. And this is because we don't have a camera. So if I go ahead and split the scene, and now if I go ahead and click on the camera, and now I need to merge the camera with the 3D. So let's go ahead and connect that to the camera. And let's hit now number 2 on the keyboard to see it in this viewer. So number 2, and you can see we have the camera. So now if I move the camera, and you can see I can see my 3D scene there. Now we have the camera. So let's go ahead and position it somewhere here and maybe rotate it a little bit. So if you go to the renderer, when I hit number 1 or show the node, you can see now it's no longer 3D because this node converts that to an image. So if you select the render 3D, if you come to the camera, you can see I have the camera 3D. So this is our camera. You can have multiple cameras and multiple renderer too. So now we have one issue. You can see I don't see the shadow and the specular. I don't see anything, just a flat image. So if you select the render, you can see here under the lighting, we have the lighting and we have the shadows. So you need to enable the lighting and enable the shadows to see the shadows. So let's go ahead now and add another plane to cover this area. So we can select the shape and copy that, Control C and Control V. Again, the merge node, this is really annoying. So again, we're gonna connect it. So now I have 2 planes, right? So I want to rotate it. So let's select that, and in the scene, sorry, I selected the camera. So select the scene, the shape. So we don't see that here. So anyway, let's hit number 2 here so we can see it. So let's rotate it. And you can see we covered the background. So let's go ahead and move it to the back a little bit. As you see, it takes some time to the render to refresh. So it's a good idea to disable the render when you work in the 3D, and then after you finish, you enable that. You can use Ctrl and P to disable or enable it. So let's move it back a little bit. So I like to change the camera position a little bit more. So move it down. So as you see, it takes some time to update the scene, but if you like to make the scene update faster, you can select the render and disable the lighting and the shadow, and after you finish your work, you can enable them. So here we have the 3D scene, and this is a 3D render. The output is an image. So now, because the output is an image, you can apply the 2D effects on it. For example, you can apply the blur. So it works because this is a 2D now. If you want to apply it directly on the Merge 3D, this is not gonna work. So you need to first convert it to an image and then apply any 2D effect on it. So if you want to change the plane color, you can select the plane, and under the material, you can change the color too from here. And hit OK. You can add more light on the right. As you see, it's a little bit dark, so we can add another light. We can add a spotlight or point light, doesn't matter for now. So let's go ahead and connect that there and maybe move it. Let's wait to the scene to update, and you can see now we filled the right side with a light. And we can increase the intensity a little bit. It's too strong. Nice. So in the next lesson, we're gonna continue. It's very important to understand how the camera works in Fusion, because it allows you to combine the 3D and 2D together. So let's take a look at some options in the camera inside Fusion. So first of all, let's go ahead and create a 3D object. So I'm gonna start with creating the shape node, and then I'm gonna select the shape node, and let's go ahead and change the shape from here. You can change it to sphere or any type you want. I'm gonna choose torus for now. So let's go ahead and view it in the first viewer. So if I hit F on the keyboard and the node is selected, the camera will snap to that object. So I have some controls. For example, I have the radius. Let's go ahead and increase the radius, and you can see we don't have smooth surface. So this is because the subdivisions. So if I come over here and change that to wireframe, so you can see, I can see now the wireframe. And now if I go to base subdivisions, so basically this will add polygons on the mesh. So now if I go ahead and turn off the wireframe, you can see we have nice smooth surface. And you have more options. I will leave that to you. For example, the angle, you can cut the torus and so on. So let's go ahead and zoom out a little bit. So now let's go ahead and create a camera. So let's go ahead and click on the camera. As you see, Fusion created a Merge 3D for you. So here I have my camera, so I can select the camera and move it. And now let's say I want to see the object from inside this camera. So let's go ahead first to the second viewer and drag the merge node there to see everything, the camera and the 3D object. So now I want to switch the view from perspective to a camera. I want to go inside the camera. So you can come over here, right click and click on camera. So now I am inside that camera. So now I have two views. So in this view, I can move my camera and position it and rotate that, and I can see how the view will look like inside the camera. And now if I want to go back to the perspective, I can come over here, right click and click on perspective. So now I am inside the perspective. Or you can right click on the camera and go to camera and click on camera 3D to go inside that. So let's go back there and click on perspective. So Fusion has views like any other 3D applications. So if you come over here and click on this icon, so basically this will split the view to 4 views. We have the top view, we have front, we have the right view. And this is very useful to place your objects or your camera in the scene. So for example, I can come over here and click on the move tool. I can move my camera from the front view, and you can see how it's changing in all views and in the top view. So I want to zoom out a little bit. So inside the top view, I'm gonna hold the control and use my mouse scroll to zoom out, and here too. So you can see, I can see my camera and object from top, front and right. And this is very useful to place your objects in the scene. So let's go ahead and turn that off. Click on that to turn it off. And you can switch the view to a front view too. So if you right click here, you can set that to front. So holding control and mouse scroll, you can see I am inside the front view, and we have the left and right too. So let's go back to perspective. So when you move the camera, it's really hard to focus the camera on the object. So if I move it up, you can see I need to select the rotate tool and rotate it to the object. But there is a very easy way to do that. So if you select the camera and in the inspector, if you go to the transform, you can see I have the use target. So basically this will create another pivot in the scene. So if I click on use target, you can see I have now a target. So now I can just move my camera and you can see the pivot is not changing. So the camera always looking at this place, and you can change the pivot to from here. So let's go ahead and turn that off. Click on use target to turn it off, and you have the controls like the translation, we talked about that, and we have the rotation too. And here we have the angle of the view. This is the angle of the camera. So if I rotate the camera and zoom out a little bit, so you can see I can change the angle. So that's it for this lesson. See you in the next lesson. There is easier way to place your images or videos in 3D space without using the camera and the rendering as I showed you before, but it's very limited. You can just move and rotate it in the 3D space. So this method is very useful for quick adjustments in 3D space. So let's take a look how it works. So let's go ahead first and load something in the viewport. Let's type loader, and I'm gonna load this image, open, and then we can just copy that, paste it, and come over here and load the other image. So I have two images. So let's go ahead and hit Ctrl and space and type DVE and hit add. And now if I connect that to the image, you can see nothing changed. But if you come over here, you can see I have the rotation. We have the Y rotation. As you see, I can rotate that in the 3D space without using actual 3D scene or 3D rendering. So you can move it in the Z axis. You can change the pivot. So let's go ahead and Ctrl and C and Ctrl and V to the next one. So now let's go ahead and type merge. We're gonna merge them. And let's go ahead and merge both of them. So now let's select this one and move it in the space so we can use the Z pivot. And let's go ahead and select the other one and move it. So you can see I can adjust the position or the rotation in the 3D space. If you are using the normal transform, so let's type transform, and if I connect that there and hit 1 on the keyboard, you can see I can't do that with the transform node. So you need to use the DVE in order to do that. And this works with everything. For example, you can use the mask too. So if I select the mask and DVE, let's disconnect it. We need to connect the input. So now I can rotate the mask in the viewport too. So this method is very useful for simple adjustments because it's quick and you don't have to add the render node, and as you know, it takes some time to render the 3D scene. So this is why it's useful in some cases. In this lesson, I'll show you how to combine multiple masks together and how to convert it to RGB color and how to add a glow to create this simple example. So let's go ahead and delete everything. We're gonna create everything from scratch. So first of all, I'm gonna create the mask. As you remember, when we want to change the color of the mask, we need to use a background because this is just an alpha channel. We can't change the color from the inspector. We need to use a background. So now using the background, we need to change the background color. Let's go ahead and change it to something blue and hit OK. And now if I go ahead and connect the input of the mask to the circle and show the background, you can see now I changed the color of the mask. So you can use the masks as an alpha channel, or you can use it as an image by creating a background and connect the background to the mask. So now let's go ahead and disconnect that for now. We're gonna work with the mask. So if you come to the inspector, you have the level. Basically, this is the transparency of the mask. And we have the soft edge. This will add a soft edge to the mask. And if you come over here, you can see I have the invert. Basically, this will invert the mask. And here I have the solid. This will remove the color from the mask. So now just I have the outline. So now in order to create the ring, we can come over here. You can see I have the border width. So this will add a thickness to the line as you see. So let's go ahead and set it to 0.05. And now if you come to the length and if you move the slider, you can see I can slice the mask. If I zoom in, so we can see it better. So I can come to the angle and I can change the rotation. And if you want to increase the radius, you can increase that from the width and the height. So now let's go ahead and copy that, Control C and Control V. So now I can combine them by connecting the input of the second mask to the first one. So now if I go ahead and rotate the second one, and let's go ahead and change the length. So you can see I combined both masks together. So now we can add another layer. We can copy and paste it and connect it. And this time I'm gonna decrease the radius, so 0.4 by 0.4. And I can rotate it somewhere here. You can increase the width too if you wanted to, but let's leave it as 0.005. So now again, Control C, Control V, and the same process. And this time I'm gonna create a full circle. So let's go ahead and maybe decrease this one to 0.3 by 0.3. And then I'm gonna increase the length to create full circle. And I like to increase the width a little bit. And again, another copy. And this time I'm gonna set this one to 0.25 and the height 0.25. And let's show it by hitting number 1 on the keyboard. So now we can create another shape. We have a triangle shape. We don't have too much shapes in Fusion. Control and space, and let's type triangle and connect the triangle here. And I can come over here and place the triangle inside the circle. And if you like, you can disable the solid and add a width to the triangle too. So you can create custom shapes by using the polygon tool, but let's stick with the triangle for now. So now as you see, I combined multiple masks together. So now we can change the color. Let's hold Control and use the mouse scroll to zoom out a little bit and bring the background there. So now we can connect the input of the background to the mask. So here we have the masks. And now we can add a glow. Let's hit Control and space and type glow. You can choose any glow you want. Add, show it. I like to make this glow a little bit thin, and then I'm gonna add another layer of the glow. This will give us better result. So I have 2 layers. So the second one, I like to increase the size. So now let's go ahead and change the background. As you see, I don't have a background. So let's go ahead and add a background. And you can select the background. And if you come over here, you can see I have a solid color. Basically, this will add just one color to the background. And the second one is horizontal. This will add a gradient. You can change the colors from here. We have vertical. This will add a vertically gradient. And we have a custom gradient. I can control how to place my gradient in the viewer, as you see. So let's go ahead and change the first color to maybe dark blue. And the second point, select the second point and change it to light blue. So now I can place the gradient in the scene as I like. So now we can combine them by creating a merge node. So this will be a background, and this will be the foreground. So here we have it. We can improve it more. We can add a grid. So if you hit Control and space and if you type grid, you can see I have 3 types of grids. The first one is a vector grid. We're gonna cover that later. We have the grid warp. Basically, this will adjust the image, so you can push the points to adjust the background on the grid warp. So we're gonna use the grid. So as you see, there is a bug in Fusion, so when I try to select that, it's deselecting it. So make sure you select that and click on add. So if I view that, you can see I don't see anything because the grid expecting you to add a background input. So let's go ahead and create a background. Again, this annoying merge. So connect that to the background, and here you can see I have the grid. So let's go ahead and change the color first. I like to make it blue to match the color of the glow. And you can see I have a lot of parameters. For example, I have the row cells. You can increase the rows, you can increase the column, and you can add a major line. Basically, this will add thick lines between the grids, and you can set that to 0. This will remove the thick lines that separates the small grids. And you have the color. We have the line width. You can increase the width. We're gonna leave it at 0.054 now. And you have, of course, the zoom, you have the tilt, you have the pan. And you don't need to use that. You can add a transfer node and rotate it or zoom it. So now I want to create a mask. So I don't want to cover the entire scene with the grid. So I can come again to the circle. And you can see it's connected automatically, but you can select the mask here and connect it to the circle. And here I have the mask, but I like to add a soft edge on the circle. So I can do that by coming to the soft edge and increase it to add nice soft edge there. And we have one issue. As you see, we don't have a transparency background, and this is a problem because if I merge that, so let's go ahead and do it, then we're gonna fix it. So I want to add the grid on the mask there. So I can come over here. This is the foreground. We can connect to the foreground, and this is the background, right? And now if I connect that, you can see the mask is gone because the grid doesn't have a transparency background. So we need to remove that. So we can remove it by selecting the background, and if you come to the alpha and decrease the alpha to 0, so now you can see I have just the grid. So if you show it, you can see it's completely transparent. So let's do it again. If I go to background and increase the alpha, you can see I can remove the alpha channel or bring it back. So we're gonna remove the background, which is the black color. So now we have just the blue color. So now if I go to the merge and view that, and it's there. So in this way you can combine multiple masks together, as you see, and using the background to change the color of the mask. Let's go ahead and add a vignette. So basically this will add nice soft edge on the image. So where is that? So let's connect it, and if I view that, you can see I have nice dark color on the corner, and you can increase the size or decrease it from here. See you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we'll take a look at the polygon mask. So if you come over here, you can see I have the polygon mask. If you click on that, this will create a node called polygon. So let's go ahead and show it. As you see, it's completely empty because we need to create it manually. So make sure first you click on this button, and then if you click, you can see I can create the shape. And if I come over here and hover the mouse, so let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit so you can see it better. If you hover the mouse over it, you can see the cursor is changed to a circle. So this means if I click on that, this will close the mask. So here we have the shape. So if you come over here, you can see I have the same parameters that we talked about in the circle and in the square mask. So they are the same. So if you click on the solid, you can turn it off and you can add a border to it. And you can see I have some points. So basically here you can click and drag to adjust the points. If you click on the line, you can add a point. And if you want to remove the point, just select the point and hit delete on the keyboard to delete that. And let's go ahead and zoom a little bit, and we can adjust the shape. I have the tangents, as you see. We're gonna cover it in a moment. So let's go ahead and click there to add a point, and here a point, and another point here to create a star shape. Let's go ahead and delete this point. We don't need it, so hit delete on the keyboard. And you can see I have the tangents. So if I zoom in, you can see I have two handles. So if you click on that and drag it, you can smooth the curve or adjust the tangent. So click once to select it, and then you can adjust the tangent. And if you want to remove the smooth from the tangent, you can come over here and click on the line. So you can see now we have sharp angle. And now when I click on the tangent or on the handle, and if I move it, you can see I can move both handles. So if you want to move just one handle, you can hold Control on the keyboard and click on that. So you can see I can move this handle separately. Control to move it separately. And here if I select this point and if I come over here, I can click on that. This will smooth the curve, and you can click it again to adjust the angle. And you can see I have some options. So here I have this lock button. So if you click on that, basically this will lock it. So now I can't adjust the points. And if you want to unlock that, you can come over here and click on this button. As you see, written modify only, this will unlock it. So we have other options. For example, we have this option. Basically, this will show you the keys. So if I click on that, this will remove the keys and it will show it again. And we have this one. This will remove the handles. So it's useful if the handles are annoying for you. And here I have the shape box. So for example, I can select multiple points. And now if I click on the shape box, I can adjust it, as you see. And we have this button. Basically, this will remove the points. So if I go ahead and let's go ahead first and disable the box and select this point. And if I click on this one, this will remove the point. Let's undo it. So let's go ahead and delete everything, or let's go ahead and reset the button from the inspector. So if you come over here, you can see I have the draw pencil. So basically I can click and drag to draw any shape I want. So now we have one issue. As you see, the points are too much, so it's really hard to adjust the curve as you see. So we can reduce that by coming over here, and if I click on that, this will reduce the points. But let's go ahead first and select it. Let's go ahead and use the select tool and then click on that. So this will show you a window so you can adjust the points. For example, as you see, I can reduce the points without affecting the curve. Very useful. And hit OK. So now it's easy to adjust the curve. And again, let's go to the border width, and you can see I have the length. I can animate that. We're gonna cover the animation later in the course. And now let's go ahead and load any image. Let's go ahead and load this one, and I can connect that to the mask. So you can see here I have the mask, and if you animate that, this will update. The other curve tool, if I go ahead and delete that, the other one is the B-spline. So basically this is very similar, but you will notice one difference. So you can see Fusion creating a polygon or lines for you. So if I click and close it, as you see, it's the same, but instead of creating the points on the curve, it creates an outline for you. So this is the main difference, and you have all the other options. You can add points and you can remove it too. In this lesson, we'll take a look how to animate inside Fusion. So basically, Fusion has more advanced tools for animation than the edit page that we covered before in the course. So let's go ahead and start with a mask. We can start with an image, but doesn't matter. So let's go ahead and start with the mask, and I'm gonna set the radius to 0.1 by 0.1, the width and the height. So I can move the mask in the viewer as you see, and we can animate the center X and Y because we have a key button here, so we can animate that. But it's a good idea to create a separate node so we can disable it later if we don't like the animation, and it will give us more control and makes everything organized. So it's better to set separate transform node. So let's go ahead and type transform, and we're gonna choose this one. This is the 2D transform. Click on add. By the way, if you select the mask and if you type transform, let's select the transform and click on add. As you see, Fusion connecting the mask. So it's important to disconnect the mask and connect the input of the transform to the output of the mask. So here I have the transform. We can animate the transform from here. We can animate the position. We can animate the Y or X position. We can animate the zoom, rotate, and so on. So let's go ahead to the first frame. And as you see, the range of the time is too long. We don't need that. So let's go ahead and set the range maybe to, let's set it to 30 frames. So we have 30 frames here. And as I told you before, if you want to set the range, you need to go back to the edit page. And here I can set the range. And now if I go back to the Fusion, you can see we have smaller range. So it's 57, as you see. So if I set this one to maybe 20, so I have the range to 20, but as you see again, I have these numbers here. So let's go ahead and cut that. So now we have shorter time frame. It's more clear. So now let's go ahead and animate it. So first of all, I'm gonna go to the first frame and then set a key here. And if I go to the, let's say 10, and let's go ahead and increase that. And here I have the animation. As you see, I have this icon, white icon. I don't know if it's visible for you. So this means we have a key here. So here we have the animation. So now if I go to keyframes, you can see I have different window than we discussed before. So here you see I have my nodes. I have two nodes, right? I have my nodes are listed here. I have the position because we animated the position, and if you see I have two keys. So if you hold control and use your mouse scroll, I can zoom and zoom out. So I can move the keys. As you see, I can select just one key and move it to extend the time, and I can go to this key, and if I go to X and move it to the back, and now this will be updated automatically for you. So the animation now starts from the left to the right, and you can see I have this bar. So basically if I come over here and cut that, let's go ahead and decrease it. So now the animation will stop at this moment. So if I go ahead and hit play, as you see, Fusion will ignore everything after the bar. So let's go ahead and move it to the right, and you have this slider. You can zoom in or zoom out, or you can use your mouse scroll and using the control to zoom in and zoom out. So we don't have too much control here, but if you want to add another key, let's go ahead and move the time slider here. You can add the key from here by clicking on this icon to add a key, or you can right click here and click on set key. This will add another key here. So now we can move it or adjust the animation in this moment. As you see, you have a preview of the curve here. So let's go ahead and delete that. You can right click on it and delete it, or you can select that and hit delete on the keyboard to delete the key. Let's select it, hit delete to delete the key. So that's it for this lesson. See you in the next lesson. In this lesson we will learn how to use the curve editor, and in Fusion it's called spline editor. First of all, let's go ahead and delete the keyframes, or we can just delete the transform node, and let's go ahead and create new one. So transform and connect it to the mask. So let's go ahead and move it on Y to the up, and then I'm gonna set a keyframe at the first frame. Let's go ahead and set a key, and then after a few frames, maybe 10, 12, let's set it to 10 and bring it down. So here I have two keyframes. So you can see in the keyframes editor I have a preview of the curve. You can see this thin line, but we have more advanced editor for that curve. So let's go ahead and disable the window of the keyframes, turn it off, and then open the spline editor. So you can see in the spline Fusion listing your nodes here. So because I animated the transfer node, Fusion listed the transfer node in the spline editor. So you need to turn it on to show the curve. So you can see I have the animation curve. You can use the control and mouse scroll to zoom in and zoom out. You can use the middle mouse button to pan the curve and move the camera in the spline editor. So you can see the animation is linear. It has straight curve. So in order to smooth that, we can select the point or the key, and you can see I have a handle here. So if I go ahead and move the handle, I can smooth the animation or smooth the curve. And here you have two sliders. First one, you can zoom it vertically, stretch or squash it vertically, and the other one horizontally. So let's go ahead to the first keyframe, and I can play with the tangent to smooth the animation. So let's go ahead first. So I want to start the animation slow and then accelerating over time. So we can change the curve, we can stretch it. So now it will be slow, and then it will come faster to the ground. So let's go ahead and play it and see that. So you can see it comes very fast to the ground. And we can change the time. For example, the key is at 10. I can move it to the left. I can change the time of the key. Let's go ahead and undo that. So if you want to add another key, you can come over here And then if you hover the mouse over the curve, you can see the cursor is changed to a plus. So if you click on that, you can see I added another key. So now in this key, I want to move it up to bounce the ball. And let's go ahead and zoom out. You can change the curve, or you can smooth it by changing the handle, or you can select the point, and if you come over here, you can see I have the smooth button. So if you click on that, this will smooth that automatically for you. So let's go ahead and see a preview of the animation. So we have first bounce, and now we need to create the other bounce. So let's go ahead and go a few frames, and then again add a key, or you can right click and go ahead and click on set key, or you can hit Ctrl and K to set a key. So let's go ahead and click on that to set a key. And now I will move the curve down. And again, we need to smooth it. So let's go ahead and smooth that a little bit. And this one, I want to smooth this one too. As you see, when I grab the handle, both handles are moving. So you can hold Control on the keyboard and click on one handle. So as you see, I can move this handle without affecting the second handle. So holding Control and clicking on the handle. So let's go back and see the result. Play. So we have the bounce. Play it. So let's go ahead and create the second bounce. So let's zoom in a little bit. So this time we're gonna bounce it a little bit lower. So let's go ahead and click on that to add a point and move it up, and another point here and move it down. You can change the position from here too, but let's go ahead and move it manually. Let's see what is the value of this point. So it's minus 0.34. So let's set it minus 0.34. So basically this is the position. So let's go ahead and smooth that. Let's go ahead and click on this one to smooth it. So let's zoom in, zoom out a little bit, and play the animation. So here we have the bouncing animation. And you have other options. For example, you can select all the keys. You can see I have linear. Basically, this will convert them to a linear. So if you click on that, you can see it's linear. Let's undo that. We have the reverse. Basically, this will reverse the animation. So selecting all the points and click on the reverse. So you can see now if I hit play, the animation is in reverse. So let's undo that. So now we can loop the animation. So if I select everything, I can click on the loop. This will loop the animation. So you can see we have looping animation. So now we have one issue. So as you see, if I go ahead and play that, the loop stops at this time, and this is because the range is short. And the other thing, it's very important, if you go to the keyframes, you need to extend this bar, and we can't extend that because the time is limited to 24. So you need to go to the edit page and extend that, and then go to Fusion again, and you can see now I can come over here and extend the bar. So this is important. So now the loop will play normally. So as you see, we have a looping animation. So the other looping method called ping pong. So if I go ahead and select everything, all the points, and let's go ahead and click on ping pong. So now if I go ahead and play that, so you can see we have the animation looping. And we have other options. Let's go ahead first and disable the ping pong. The other options we have, for example, I can select all the points, and if I click here, I can select everything instead of selecting that manually. And you can select them and click on this button. So basically this will adjust all the curves. As you see, I can move them, stretch them. To be honest, I never use the box shape, so I prefer to move it manually. So as you see, there is no motion blur on the ball, and this will add nice effect on it. So you can select the transfer mode, and if you go to the animation, you can see I have the motion blur. If I increase the motion blur, so now you can see I have nice motion blur on it. And if you come over here, you can see I have some option, for example, show all or show only selected tool. So basically, if you have multiple nodes and you have a lot of animations, so it's a good idea to select show only selected. So basically, this will show you all the curves connected to that selected node. So that's it for this lesson. See you in the next lesson. Now let's go ahead and change the style of the particles. As you remember, we set that to a point, and we can't increase the size of the point because it's a point. So let's go ahead and change that to a blob. Before I start, I want to give you one tip. So let's say you changed some parameters, right? Like the scale. And let's set it to 2. If you want to reset everything, let's go ahead and change few of them too. So let's say you want to reset everything here, right? So maybe you are thinking, if I want to reset everything, I can come over here and click on the reset button and this will reset everything. And you are right, but the problem is this one will reset everything in other tabs too, not just the blob style parameters. So if you click on reset, this will reset everything in the region, in the sets, in the controls, everything in the points too. So the best way to reset everything, if you changed a lot of parameters there and you don't know which one you changed, you can right click anywhere and you can come over here. You can see we have reset particle style group to default. So basically this will reset just the blob. So if I click on that, so everything remains as before except for the blob. So this is important. I wanted to mention that for you. So now we changed the size. We can control the size from here. We have the color variation. We talked about that. They are the same inside the point. We have some other controls, like we have the size variance and we have the size over life. So basically, when the particles are born, they will start with a size of 0 and then we'll go to the full size that we set here. So I can do opposite of that. So I want to make the particle start with big scale and then go to 0. So now let's go ahead and play that. And you can see maybe the size is too big. That's why we don't see the result. So as you see, they start with big scale and then go to small scale. So we can do the opposite. So if I go there, and if you hold control and use your mouse scroll, you can zoom in here too. So let's go ahead and move that down. So now they will start at 0 and then scale over their life. And we have the fade control. You can fade the particles. So I can control the fading. So if I go ahead and move it to the left to maximum, so you can see now the particles are fading nicely in the viewport. And we have some other controls like the subtractive, additive. Basically, this will add the colors together. So let's go ahead and take a look at the other style. So we have other styles. We have the brush, line, n-gun, and point cluster. So let's go ahead first take a look at the n-gun. So in the n-gun, you can see I have several shapes. For example, I can set a star shape. So if I click on that, let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit. So you can see we have the star shape. I can control the star sides from here. But as you see, it takes some time to update the scene because we have a lot of particles in the scene. So let's go ahead and stick with that. Or we can go to the controls and decrease the size a little bit. We don't need that much of particles. So let's go to the style and let's go ahead and make that bigger. As you see, there is limit in the size, but if you click there and type 2, you can increase the maximum number. So we have the star, we have other shapes. So it's up to you which one you want to use. So we have the sides. I can increase the sides of the star, and I have the color. I have the color variation. We talked about that. We have the size is the same as before in the blob. We have the size over life, so they are the same. We have the blur. You can blur that, so you can see You can add a random blur for every star. As you see, we have blur over life, so it's similar to the size over life. So basically the particles that born new, they will have zero blur effect on them, and before they die or at the moment they die, they will have the full blur value on them. So we have the defocus. Basically this will add the defocus camera effect on them, so as you see. And we have the glow. This will add the glow on them. We're gonna talk about that later, how to add a nice glow on the particles, but for now let's stick with what we have here. So, and we have other options. We're gonna talk about them later. For example, we have the point cluster. So this is very useful. So let's say you want to create 1 million particle right in the scene, and it will take a lot of time to calculate that. So basically the point cluster, if I click on that, and let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit. So basically this will add multiple points around one point. So it will create a clusters of points. So if I decrease that, so you can see, if I go ahead and play that, so you can see I have just few particles, right? But if I play that, you can see I have cluster of points. So I want to make that more visible for you. So if I increase that more, so you can see now I have point of clusters around each point. So basically now Fusion will consider all these points as one point. That's why the performance is higher here, because it will not calculate all the points, it will calculate just one point. So as you see, each cluster moves with one particle. So this is really useful if you have mass amount of particles. So it's better to use the point cluster to duplicate the particles. So we're gonna use it later in the course. So see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, I'll show you how to create a rain effect inside Fusion. So let's get started. So we can delete everything and start from scratch, but let's go ahead and adjust what we have here. So first of all, I will turn off the turbulence, or we can delete that. We don't need the turbulence to create the rain effect. So let's go ahead and delete that. So as you see, the emitter is a torus, so we need to change that to a plane, because we want to emit the particles from a plane and move the plane in the upper area. So basically the rain will come from the plane. So let's go ahead and select the shape, and in the shape I will change that to a plane. So now let's go ahead to the perspective. Let's go ahead and disable the merge and change that to a 3D, so we can see that in the 3D space. Let's zoom out a little bit. So selecting the shape, so I will move it back a little bit and move it up, and let's zoom in a little bit. Let's go ahead and view the plane. So I want to rotate that. So let's go to the transform, and in the rotation, so I will rotate that. So let's set it to 90 degree, and I want to stretch it on X because I want to cover the entire scene. So let's go ahead and turn off the lock XYZ, so we can just stretch that or scale that on X. So move it a little bit to the right. So now let's go ahead and select the p-render and hit play. So here we have the particles. So as you see, we don't have a gravity. So in Fusion we can use the directional force. So let's click on that, and I will connect it after the emitter. So here we have the directional force. So let's go ahead and reset the settings in the directional force, and then in the direction I can specify the direction of the force. So let's go ahead first, increase the strength so we can see where the particles are going, 0. maybe 5. So they are going down. So you can change the direction from here, the direction of the force. So let's leave it at -90. So they are going down. So let's go ahead and play that. So here we have the particles. So now let's take a look at the particles from the camera. So we need first to change that to a 2D and then connect it to the merge so we can see it in 2D. So if I hit play, so here we have the effect. As you see, the particles are not covering the entire scene, so we can go to the shape and stretch it more on X to cover the entire scene. So you can set it to 6 maybe. And here we have the particles. It takes a little bit longer to enter the scene, so we need to move the plane. Maybe it's too much in the upper side. So let's go ahead and move that down a little bit. So selecting the shape and under the transform, we can go to the Y and move the plane. So basically now I am moving the plane. We don't see that because we are in 2D. So let's play that. So again, it takes a little bit time, but a little bit more down. So here we have the effect, maybe a little bit up. So as you see, I am keeping changing that. So perfect. So now let's go ahead and change the style of the emitter. So selecting the emitter, and in the style, we can go to the style, and now I will change that to a line. So you can see the lines are barely visible. So as you see, and they are pointing to the right. So it's a good idea to go now to the perspective so we can see everything better. So let's go to the perspective. So now you can see if I hit play, as you see, the particles are not pointing down. So I want to make the particles pointing downside. So we can do that by going to the emitter again, size control. Let's go ahead first and increase the size so we can see it better. So let's set it maybe to 5 or maybe to a 6. So now let's go to the controls and let's go down to the rotation. So here I can rotate the particles in the 3D space. For example, I can rotate them on X, on Y, or on Z. So as you see here, I have an option called always face the camera. We don't want the particles to face the camera, so let's go ahead and turn that off. So now in the rotation mode, we can change that to rotation relative to the motion. So basically, the particles will rotate based on their motion. They are going down, so they will rotate downside. So let's click on that. So now you can see they are pointing to the down. So now if I hit play, so now you can see we get what we want. So now let's go back again to the render 2D and then connect it there. And here we have it. So let's go ahead and change the background. I want to change it to completely black. And now let's go ahead and change the color. It's green. I don't know if you saw a green rain before, but I didn't see a green rain. So let's go ahead and change the color. So as you see, the color is white, but if you go to the color variance or color over life, you can see we have the colors that we said before. So double click on that to change it to white. And you can double click here if you have any color variation. So here we have the rain, but as you see, the lines are very short. So we can stretch that more. Let's go to the emitter and let's go to the size. I wanna maybe increase that to 8. So now we can do just one more step. So basically I want to blur the particles more or stretch it more. So we can do that by hitting Control and space and type directional blur. So basically this will blur them in one axis. So add, and I want to set that after the force. Sorry, we are connecting that to a 3D, so we need to set that before the render, not after the merge, because if we set that after the merge, basically this will blur the background too. So let's set that after the P render. So now if I go ahead and change the length, so you can see I can blur them in one direction, but I want to blur them on y-axis. So I can come over here and click on that. So basically this will rotate the angle. So you can do that in the viewport or from here too. So now if I increase the length, you can see I can blur them on X or on Y. So let's set it to Y minus 90. Let's go ahead and increase it maybe more a little bit. So let's go ahead and play that. And here we have it. We can increase the force. We can come to the directional and set that maybe to 2. It will be faster. And as you see now, the particles are barely visible. You can go to the emitter and increase the size from there too. So let's go ahead and let's go to the size and maybe set that to 10. And we have the size over life. We can double click on that to reset it. So it seems Davinci freeze. So I will restart Davinci and come back to you. So I restarted Davinci and here is our file. So let's go again to the emitter and let's go back to the size. As you saw, when I double clicked on that, we get the freeze, but now works fine. Anyway, so now if I go ahead and increase the size, as you see now, I can see the particles better because basically they born with 0 size. So that's why they are barely visible. So here we have the effect, and now we can control the size from here, maybe lower it to 6 or maybe 4. So here we have the rain effect. In this lesson, I'll show you how to attach an image to the particles. So in this effect, basically I created the particle system and then I attached the image to the particles. And then I added a scale variation and rotation variation and a spin variation. So let's go ahead and see how to do it. So here in the scene, let's go ahead and delete everything. I will delete everything. Let's leave the camera and let's leave the merge and the background. So here I have the camera and I have just the background. So you don't have to create it every time. So let's go ahead first, start with the emitter. And next we need a render, particle render. So if I zoom in, you can see I have the emitter in the viewport. And let's go ahead and attach the camera too. So let's go ahead to the emitter. And if I go to the style, you can see if I click on the style, I have the bitmap. Basically, this will allow you to attach a bitmap to the particles. So if I click on the bitmap, as you see, nothing happens because we need to import the bitmap image. So let's go ahead and import that using the loader. And here I have a leaf image. And let's go ahead and connect that. So if I go ahead and view the leaf image, this is a PNG. I have a transparent background. So this is important. If you don't have a transparency background, you can import that to Photoshop and remove the background. So if I go ahead now to the render, you can see I have the leaves inside the scene. And let's go ahead and decrease the number of the particles, maybe to 3, so we can see it. So if I hit play, you can see the leaves are emitted in the viewport. So as you remember, we talked about the 3D shape. So we created a plane, right? But this time we're gonna create it in another way. So if you select the P emitter and if you go to the region, so as you remember, we set that to mesh and then we attached the 3D plane to the emitter, right? But this time we're gonna use the rectangle. It's the same thing. So it's a plane. So you can see it's a plane. So let's go ahead and move it. And let's see where is the camera. Let's select the camera. This is my camera. So let's zoom out a little bit and select the emitter. And I want to move it next to the camera on the left. So in the region, I can increase the size of the rectangle as you see. So now as you see, when I deselect the camera, Fusion hides the camera from the viewport. As you see, if I select anything else, as you see now, it's hidden in the camera. If you want to show that always in the viewport, you can right click in the viewport, and if you go to the controls, you can see I have show all controls, but I set that to active tools only. So you can set that to show all controls. So now let's go ahead and split the scene so you can see both the camera and the leaves at the same time. So now I am inside the camera here. So if you right click here, you can see I set that to camera 3D. If you want to switch between perspective and camera, I talked about that. You can do that here. Perspective. And this is the camera. So I want to see my particles from the camera. So now let's go back and play that a little bit. And let's go ahead and show that in this view. So let's see, this is my camera. So I want to move the particles to the right. I can add directional force to that, but first I want to rotate the plane. So let's go ahead and rotate the plane first. Let's go to the rotation and rotate it. So now let's go ahead and add a directional force. We can add that from here. And now if I hit play, you can see they are going down. So let's go ahead and control the direction from here. So I will set that to a 0. Basically, this will move the particles on X. So now let's go ahead and see where is our camera. So you can see here, we can see the particles. That's why I split the scene to 2 views so I can see the particles. So now it's easier for us to select the emitter and move it next to the camera and place it there. So as you see, this is why I slit the viewport. So I like to move it up a little bit and maybe a little bit to the right. And then I like to rotate it down a little bit. So now you can see the particles just going to the right. We need to add a gravity. We can add the gravity by creating another directional force. So let's go ahead and select this one and create another one. It should set that after it and it should connect it automatically, but I don't know why. So select the direction. Okay. So Fusion connected that automatically for you. So now you can see the particles are going down. So let's go ahead and change the direction a little bit. So here we have it. So it takes some time to enter the camera view. So I like to change it a little bit more. So move it maybe a little bit more there. And I like to increase the height of the emitter. Let's set it maybe 1.2. Nice. So now let's go ahead and add a random scale and random rotation. So first of all, let's go to the controls. And in the rotation, I can change the always face camera. I will turn that off because I don't want the particles to face always the camera, the texture. I want to give it a 3D effect. So now let's go ahead and change the X variation. So you can see now they are changing the rotation. And on Y2, this will add nice random rotation to the particles. So that's why I turned off the always face camera, because I want to rotate the particles in 3D space. So here you can see I have the spin, but first let's go ahead and hit play. So you can see the particles are rotated, but they are not spinning in real time. So here we can change the spin. I can add variance on X and maybe on Y and on Z. So now if I hit play, so now you can see the particles are spinning. It's very easy, right? Now we can improve the effect more. We can add a friction. So basically I want the particles come fast and then slow down over a time. So we can do that using friction. So friction, let's add the friction, and we need, let's go ahead and add it after direction force. So here you can control the velocity friction. So if I go ahead and play that, you can see now they are slowing down, right? But I think it's too strong, so let's set this value, the 5, maybe set it to 2. So now they are coming fast and then slowing down. But we have one issue. As you see, the spin effect is gone because we need to lower the spin. So basically the spin friction will slow down the spinning on the particles. Maybe 2. Nice. We can increase the spin from here a little bit more. I think it's too much. So nice. So now let's go ahead and add random scale. So let's go to the style, and under the size control we can come to the size variance and increase that. Basically this will add random scale to every particle. So this will give us more natural results. And we can improve it more. So we can go to the controls, and you can see here I have the velocity. I can add random velocity to each particle. So not all particles will move at the same speed. So this will allow some particles to move faster than others. So now we have one issue. If I go ahead and turn that to 2D, let's go ahead and turn it to 2D. Let's go ahead and play that. So now we have one issue. As you see, we don't have the spinning effect on the particles. As you see, they are not rotating in 3D space. So look at the leaves carefully and see, they are not spinning. They are spinning just in 2D. They don't spin in 3D space. And this is because the particle render can't render the spinning or the 3D object in the scene. So if I switch that to 3D, so you can see they are in 3D space, right? But if I set that to 2D, you can see now they are flat and they are facing our camera. So we can fix that very easily by adding another render. So let's go ahead and hit Control and space and type render. And this time I will add the render called render 3D. So let's go ahead and add that. And now if I try to connect that, this is not gonna work, as you see. And this is because this is a 2D, right? So we need to set it to 3D. And now we need to convert the 3D to a render. So now if I connect that, it will work. So now if I render that, so now you can see we have the spinning effect, as you see. So as you see now they are in 3D space. And we can add the background too from here. So let's maximize that and let's play it. In the next lesson, I will show you how to add a motion blur to the particles. In this lesson, I will show you how to add a motion blur to the final render. So let's go ahead first and disconnect the node so we can focus just on the render. So this is our render. So if you hit Control and space and type motion, you can see I have the motion blur. So if I select that and click on add, and let's go ahead and add it. And now if I view that, you can see we have a really ugly result. And even if you go to the type and change that to better, nothing changes. And even if you set that to large and control the motion blur, and it's really not that good. So if I go ahead and play that, as you see, there is something wrong, right? So basically this motion blur node blurs the image. It doesn't take into the account the position of the particle or the position of the pixels in the render. So let's go ahead and delete that. So now again, let's go ahead and type motion blur, and this time we're gonna choose vector motion blur. So click on add. So basically the vector motion blurs adds blur to the pixels, but it needs information about the position of the pixels in the scene. So now if I go ahead and connect that to the render, and you can see nothing happens again, because we need to provide information about the pixel position or the image position in the scene. So if you come over here and hover your mouse over here, you can see return vectors. So this expects a vector image, but we don't have that, right? So we can go to the render and output the vector image from the render. So if you select the render and go to the output channels, and you can see here I have the vector. So if I click on the vector, you can see immediately the result. So now the vector motion blur node understands that the render output has a vector image. But where is the vector image? So we can visualize that. So let's go ahead first select the render. And if I come over here, you can see I have red, green, blue, and alpha, right? Every image has these colors and some of them has the alpha. But here you can see I have the vectors. So this is the image that we outputted. So if I deselect that, you can see now it's gone from here. So let's go ahead and select that. So as you see, it looks weird, but it has information about the position of the pixels in the scene. So this information used in this vector motion node. So this is important to understand. So let's go back to the color. So now let's view it, and you can see the result is crazy amazing, right? So you can control the scale from here. You can increase the scale of the motion blur. You can flip the channels. This is another story, so I will not cover that in this lesson about the flipping the channels. Basically, it will flip the red and green. So here we have the motion blur, but as you see, it's too strong. So let's go ahead and set it maybe 0.5. It's enough. So here we have the motion blur, and the result is really, really amazing. Maybe let's set it to 0.8. Nice. So let's go ahead now and merge it with the background. In the next lesson, we will continue. In this lesson, I will show you how to emit particles from a curve. So let's go ahead first create the emitter, and then we're gonna create the render. So let's go ahead and drag it in the viewport. So if you select the emitter, you can go to the region, and if I go to the region, you can see here I have the Bezier, and here I have a bitmap. So basically this will emit particle from a bitmap. This is different than the style. We covered the style bitmap, but in the region bitmap, basically this will emit particle from an image. So we're gonna cover that later in the course. So let's select the Bezier. So now we need to create a curve because we need to emit particles from a curve. So let's select the emitter, and if I go ahead and change that to 2D, and now you can see when I changed that to a Bezier, I have the tools for the curves here. So I can click on the pen tool and then click and drag to create a curve. And we can adjust it. We covered that before. So now let's go ahead and play that, and you can see I have the particles emitted from the curve. And I can go to the 3D view, and you can see I have the curve and I have the particles. So let's go ahead and add a turbulence and connect it. So here we have it. As you see, it's very easy to use it. And now let's say you have a camera. So let's go ahead and create a camera. Let's come over here and create that from here. And let's connect it to the camera. And now let's go ahead and move it back. I want to show you something here. So it may be confusing for beginners. So now let's go to the 2D. And now if I go ahead and select the emitter, and let's go ahead and play that, and you can see the curve is not matching the position of the particles. But if I go to the 3D, you can see they are matching. Let's go ahead and increase the number of the particles so we can see it better. So now you can see in the 3D, you can see the particles are emitted exactly from the curve, right? Let's play it. So if I go ahead now to the 2D, so now I have my camera, and if I select the emitter, you can see the curve position is different when you use the camera. So this is important to understand. So it's good idea to disconnect the camera. So now you can see the curve is matching the particles position too. So this is important. So when you create the curve, make sure you disconnect the camera and draw your curve after you finish your work. After that, just connect the camera and everything will be fine. So because the curve position is not matching the particles position, so it will be hard to draw the curve and see where are your particles. So I always disconnect it, and after I draw my curve, and then I connect my camera. So everything now works fine. So let's go ahead and change the style, maybe to blob. Let's go ahead and increase the size and size variation. So here we have it. So let's go to the 3D view and see it in the 3D. So you can see it's different. The blob mesh is different in the 3D view. So when you are working in the 3D, so it's good idea to switch that to point, and after you finish your work and go to 2D render, change that to a blob. In the next lesson, we will continue. In this lesson, I will show you how to animate the curve inside Fusion. And this is a very powerful feature. You can create complex particles behavior by animating the curve emitter. So here in the scene, if I select the emitter, I can see the curve. So let's go ahead and delete almost everything except for the camera and the background. So I have the camera and I have the background. So first let's go ahead and create the emitter. And as you remember in the previous lesson, we can create the curve inside the emitter. So let's go ahead and create the particle render. And now selecting the emitter, let's go to the region. And then I'm gonna change the region to a Bezier. So basically this will enable us to create the curve. And you can see I have the buttons here. So selecting the pen, and then let's go ahead and create a curve, any curve you want. And now let's go ahead and view that and hit play. And you can see I have the particles, but they are stuck on the curve because we don't have any force on it. So let's go ahead and add any force. We can add turbulence. And here I have the turbulence, and we have the particles emitted from the curve. So now let's go ahead and see how to animate the curve. So let's go ahead first to the 2D view so we can see the curve in 2D. So now let's select the emitter to show the curve. And now let's go ahead and open the keyframe editor. And you can see I can see all the nodes inside the keyframes list, but it's good idea just to see what we animate. So let's go ahead first and animate that. So let's go first to the first frame. And now in order to animate that, we need to come over here and right click and click on animate. Basically this will enable you to animate everything, like animating even the points on the curve. So let's go ahead and click on the animate. This turns red. And now if I go ahead and move it, let's say 20 frames, and let's select this point and move it up, and let's go ahead and select this point and move it down. And now let's go back, and you can see here I have this white button. It means we have a key here. So if I hit play, you can see I have the animation on the points. So let's go again, maybe to 40, and then again moving this point up and this one down. Feel free to create your own animation. This is just an example. So now let's go ahead and play that, and we have the animation. And now let's go again, maybe frame 60, and move this one down and this one up. And here we have the animation. And as you remember, we talked about the keys. You can select the key here, you can delete the key, you can adjust the position of the key by selecting the key and move it. So feel free to play with that. So as you see, all the notes are listed here, and this will be maybe annoying for some people. So you can remove them by coming over here and click on show only selected tool. So if I click on that, so you can see now I can see just what I select in the node editor, and this is very useful. So now instead of going and setting a key every time if the motion is the same and if it's repeated motion, for example, in this example, as you see, I am repeating the motion of the points. There is easier way to do that, to repeat that. We can go to the spline. Let's turn off the keyframes, and here in the spline editor, let's make some room here. So you can see I have the emitter, this is what I animated, and we have the polyline, this is what we animated. So now I can select everything and I can come to the loop. You can loop it, or you can set that to ping pong. This will animate it back and forth infinitely. So let's go ahead and click on that. So now if I go ahead and play that, you can see we have a looping effect. Or let's go ahead and undo that, and we can select them and click on the ping pong. So now we have ping pong loop, as you see. So it's a good idea to use the ping pong or the loop if your animation is repeated over time. So now let's go ahead and adjust the particle style so we can see it better. Let's select that style and let's set it maybe to blob. And let's go to the size control and increase the size maybe to 1. And I like to add size variation to it. This one to 2. And you can enable the size over time. As you see, the curve has 2 points, but they are at the same value. So we can make the particles bigger over time and maybe small when they born. And you can control the curvature from here. And let's go ahead and add a color. We can add the color over life. So let's go ahead and set that start maybe with a yellow color, and then maybe come to orange color, and then before they die as a red color. So here we have the animation. And now let's go ahead and set that to a background. So let's go ahead and connect it to the background. And now we can add a glow too. So let's go ahead and control and space and type glow. You can add any glow you want. Connect it there. And I can control the size of the glow from here. I like to add 2 glow nodes. For example, the first one, it will be tight. So I don't like to increase the size of the glow. And after that, I like to add another one, Control C, Control V. And let's connect it. And this time I like to increase the size. This will give us nice glow effect. So here we have the animated curve. So you can use this method to create complex particle behavior. So see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, I will show you how to emit particles from an image. So in this example, as you see, I have a galaxy. So basically, I emitted the particles from the image of the galaxy. So if I come to the image and preview that, you can see it's just an image of the galaxy. So let's go back to the render. And if I go ahead and play that, you can see I have the particles rotating around the center. So let's go ahead and do it. Let's go ahead first and delete everything except the camera. Let's delete the render. And let's go ahead and delete the glow. So first of all, I will load the image. So let's go ahead and hit Control and space and loader. And let's go to the galaxy or the universe folder, you can see here I have multiple resolutions. For example, I have the full HD, this is high resolution, and I have the low resolution. We're gonna use the lower resolution of the image because, as you know, if you have high resolution image, it will take longer time to render. So let's go ahead and use the HD. Basically, this is 1280 by 720 pixels. So let's go ahead and hit open. So here I have the image. So now we need to emit the particles from the image. So we can hit Control and space. And this time we're gonna type image and we're gonna use P image emitter and click on add. So let's go ahead and connect that. So we need a render too. So let's preview that. So now we can see just the image, but if you look closer, we have the particles emitted from it. And if I go ahead and add a turbulence, let's go ahead and type turbulence and connect it. And now if I hit play, you can see they are particles, not the image. We have one issue. As you see, the particle emitted from the entire image resolution. So we need to mask the center. And really this is very easy. We can use the mask here, the circle mask, and connect the image to the mask. And now you can see we masked the image. But as you see, we have sharp edge. So we can smooth it by adding the soft edge. So selecting the mask, and if you come to the soft edge, you can increase that. This will add a soft edge to the image. So now if I go ahead and preview that, and let's go ahead and play. So you can see we have nice feather and soft edge on the edge of the galaxy. So let's go ahead and delete the turbulence because just I wanted to show you how it works. So now if I go ahead back, and if you select the P image emitter, you can see I have the density X and density Y. So if I decrease that, basically this will lower the amount of the particles in the image. So 0.2 by 0.2. So you can see we have less particles count. And this is very useful. You can first work on low resolution. So after you finish your work, you can increase that before you render the image. So let's set it maybe to 0.6 by 0.6. So here we have the galaxy. So let's go back a little bit. And now we need to add a vortex to rotate the galaxy. So let's go ahead and type vortex. We're gonna use the P vortex, not this one, the P vortex. Add and connect it there. And if I hit play, you can see we have the animation on it. And you can see it's very strong. We can decrease the strength, or let's go ahead first and add a friction. So type friction, P friction, and connect it. And let's go ahead and increase it maybe 0.1, and let's see the result. It's not that good, so let's go ahead and set it 0.05 again. And in the vortex, I will decrease maybe the strength, and let's go ahead. And we're gonna decrease the power too, because as you see at the center, the vortex is very strong. So let's go ahead and set it maybe to 1 for now and see the result. So let's zoom out a little bit. So you can see we have nice animation on it. As you see, after a certain time, the vortex stops, and this is because the friction. So you can come over here and lower it. Lower it maybe to 2. Nice. So as you see in Fusion, it's really very easy to emit particles from images. So in the next lesson, we will continue. In this lesson, we'll take a look at another example on how to emit particles from an image. So let's go ahead and delete everything. we're gonna start from scratch. As you see, the scene is not updated, so let's go ahead and delete the render too. So let's go ahead first and create the emitter. Let's go ahead and type p image emitter. And then I will import the image, so loader. And let's go ahead and import this image. So first of all, I like to mask it. So let's go ahead and create a mask. We're gonna mask it. And I like to add soft edge and maybe increase the border width a little bit. And maybe increase the radius to maybe 0.6 by 0.6 or maybe 0.7 by 0.7. And let's go ahead and play with the soft edge a little bit and with the border width too. So here we have the image. So now we need to connect it to the image emitter. And let's go ahead and create the render to see the particles in 3D view. So here we have the image and we have the particles. So if I go ahead and add a turbulence, let's type turbulence, P turbulence, and let's connect it. And let's go ahead and play that. And here you can see we have the particles. I like to hide the grid. As you see, it's a little bit annoying because the image is at the center. So let's go ahead and right click and go to 3D options. And then you can go to the grid to turn it off from the viewport. So let's go ahead and lower the particle count. So let's go to the image emitter. And I like to set the density to X and Y, maybe to 0.7 by 0.7. So this will increase the performance. As I told you before, after you finish your work, you can increase the density. So let's go ahead and play that and see it. So you can see we have the turbulence on the image. So let's go ahead and adjust it a little bit. So let's select the turbulence. I like to increase the frequency maybe to 30. This will add more frequency on the particles. So you can see we have more noise now on the particles. So now if you go to the turbulence and if you go to the region, you can see here I have the region menu. So if I select that, you can see I have several options. For example, I can select the sphere. And now you can see I have more options here. For example, I can increase the radius. So now when the particles enter the sphere, they will be affected by the turbulence. So now if I go ahead and play that, you can see we don't see the result. The turbulence affects all the particles in the scene. But if I come to the region mode, I can come over here and I can select when inside the region. So basically when the particles enter inside the region or inside the sphere, they will be affected by the turbulence. So let's select when inside region. So now if I go ahead and play that, so you can see the particles inside the sphere are affected with the turbulence. So now we can animate that to create the effect we want. So first of all, I like to increase the radius and maybe move it to the right a little bit. So now I like to animate the sphere. So we can set a key on X. So let's go ahead and set a key. I am at the first frame. So let's go maybe to frame 50. And now I like to move it on the image. So now we have two keys. So if I go ahead and play that, so you can see now we have the turbulence on the image. And now let's go ahead and increase the strength of the turbulence. So let's go ahead to the controls and maybe set this one to 0.3 by 0.3 by 0.3. And let's go ahead and play that. So here we have the turbulence gradually coming over the particles. So now let's go ahead and create a force to push the particles to the right. You can leave it as that, but I like to add a force to push the particles to the right. We can use the directional force to do that. So let's go ahead and select that and connect it. So now selecting the directional force, and again we're gonna set the direction to 0 because minus 90 will push the particles down. So let's set it to 0. And let's go to the region. In the region, I will set that to a sphere or a cube. I find that the cube works better in this case. So let's go ahead and select the cube and increase the size of the cube. As you see, we don't see it because we didn't select that in the viewport. So you can see I can increase the width, height, and the depth too. So now we're gonna animate the box too. So let's go to the first frame and move it maybe to the right. Let's select the turbulence too, so we can see both of them in the viewport, so we can see the position of that. So they are identical. So now at frame 50, let's push the box to the left, and we have the animation now on the box too. Let's see why the animation didn't work. So let's go ahead and move it there. We didn't set a key, sorry for that. So let's select the turbulence and the box, they are at the same position, and then let's move to 50 and select the box and move it there. We didn't set that to when inside the region. So now we have the animation on the box. It's going to the left, as you see. And at the same time, we have the turbulence, right? So let me select both of them so you can see both of them. So here you can see. So now if I hit play, you can see both of them are moving. But as you see, the box is not covering the entire region of the particles, so we can increase the size or we can push the box more to the left like that. So let's go ahead and play it. And here we have the animation. So now let's go ahead and fade the particles. As you see, they are dying and disappearing immediately from the viewport. So let's select the image emitter and let's go to the style. As you remember, we talked about the fade. So basically this will fade the particles. So let me zoom out a little bit so we can see it better. So now they should fade nicely. So now you can see we have nice fading on the alpha of the particles. And now if you want to render it, I showed you that before, you need the camera and you need the background. So let's go ahead and select the camera and connect that. And let's go ahead and connect the render to the merge, converting that to 2D. And let's view it. And here we have the rendered version of the particles. So as you see, we have these ugly lines. So we can fix that by coming to the image emitter. And then if I go to the controls, you can see here I have the position variance. So basically this will displace the particles in the 3D view. So if I move it just a little bit, you don't have to move it too much. So you can see we get rid of that. So now we don't have that ugly pattern. So here we have the rendered version of it. So as you know, these particles are points. You can improve it visually by using blob or n-gun in the style. You can add a glow too if you want to. So let's type glow and connect it there. And this will add glow on it. I think it's too much, maybe 5 or maybe 3. So that's it for this lesson. See you in the next lesson. In this lesson, I will show you how to create particles trail. In the scene, I created an emitter and I animated it, and then I emitted the particles from it. So let's go ahead and see how to do it. Let's go ahead first create the emitter. So let's go ahead and click on the emitter, and let's go ahead and delete the media out. As you remember, the media out will create a track for you in the edit page. So let's go ahead and delete that because we don't need it for now. So let's go ahead and create the render, and let's go ahead and close the media pool so we have more room. So here I have a simple emitter. So let's go ahead and open the inspector and see in the region. I will leave that to a sphere. So I like to animate the sphere. So let's go ahead and go to the first frame and move it maybe to the left. We will animate the X and Y because we want to animate the sphere or the emitter on Y and X. We don't need the Z. So let's go ahead and set a key on X and on Y. So at the first frame we have keys. So let's go ahead to the frame number 10, or let's go ahead and set it to maybe 15, and then move it there somewhere here. So let's go ahead and check the speed. Okay, great. So after certain time again, we're gonna animate that on Y. But because we animated the X, or we moved the X, we don't have a key on Y. So if I go ahead to the keyframe, and if I open the emitter, you can see I have keys on X. I don't have second key on Y. So I need to add another key on Y at this time. So let's go ahead and click on the key to add a key on Y at this time. So now after certain time, maybe at 30, we're gonna move it on X again and up a little bit. Let's zoom out a little bit. So I want to create a circle shape here. So again, let's go ahead, few frames and up. We're gonna adjust it later, so don't worry about that. So again, few frames and move it there, and few frames, and this time we're gonna move it down. And then again few frames and move it there, and again few frames and move it to the right. So let's check the animation. Of course it will be funny, so let's go ahead and see that. So you can see it's slowing down here, so we want to make it faster in this area. So I can adjust the keys from here. I can move the keys closer together. So let's go ahead and see from here. So let's go ahead and select everything and move it a little bit to the left, and again to the left, and these keys to the left, because I want to make the animation faster. That's why I want to set the keys closer together. So let's check the animation. So here we have it. As you see, we have sharp edges, so the animation is linear, so we need to smooth it. So we can smooth that by going to the spline. Let's go ahead and close the keyframes for now, and let's go ahead and check on the offset Y and offset X. So you can see we have linears. So let's go ahead and select everything, all the keys, and click on the smooth. So now it's smooth circle. But as you see, we have some problems, so we can select the points from the viewport and adjust it. And you can see we need to select the smooth to smooth it. So let's see. So select that. Let's select again everything and click on the smooth. So as you see, when I move them, they are switching to the linear, so that's not a problem. So let's select them and click on the smooth. because the keys are close together. That's why we get this weird effect there. Again, and smooth it. So let's go ahead and check the animation. I think it's a little bit slow in this area. So let's go back to the keyframes. Let's go to the, select the emitter. And in this area, I want to make it a little bit faster so I can move all those keys a little bit closer again together. So as you see, it takes a lot of time here to adjust the keys. So let's go ahead and see the animation. Nice, but a little bit more. I think a little bit more. So again, closer, closer, and closer here. So let's see it. Now it's fine. I think it's fine. So maybe these keys together a little bit closer. So let's check the animation. We need to adjust the curve here. Nice. So let's go back again to the spline and select them and maybe smooth it again. Let's select the key here. So again, smooth it. So let's go ahead and play the animation. So here we have the trail as you see. But I think here it's going very fast. Maybe we need to go to the keyframes again. We need to adjust the last frame. We can adjust that from the viewport too. So we can select that and move it. But let's go ahead and select the key and move it a little bit forward. So now let's go ahead and see the timing. I think it's pretty good now. So now you can see we have one issue. As you see, we have the gaps between the particles. So we can fix that by going to the emitter. And if I go to the controls, we need to select the render. And then here under the subframe accuracy, you can see it's set to 1. So because the animation is a little bit fast, that's why we get these gaps between the particles. So now if I increase the subframe accuracy maybe to 3, you can see we filled the gaps. So of course this will take more time to calculate, so make sure you don't increase it too much. If you fix the problem with 2 or 3, it's enough. So let's go ahead and play it, and here we have the problem solved. So let's go ahead now, close the spline and the keyframe, and now let's go ahead and add a turbulence. So let's type turbulence, and let's go ahead and connect it there, and let's go ahead and play the animation. So let's go ahead and increase it maybe to 1 by 1 by 1, and this should give us nice turbulence on the particles as you see. Maybe a little bit more, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. So here we have the animation. So in the next lesson we will continue. Let's continue and fix some issues. So if I go ahead and play the animation, you can see the emitter when it comes to the end, we can still see some particles emitted at the end. So we need to stop the emission at some point. So at this area, we need to stop the emission. So selecting this time frame. So if I go to the controls under the emitter, you can see I have the number. Basically, this is the numbers of the particles. So we can set a key here, and then just few frames, we can set it to 0. So now the animation will be 10. The emitter will emit the particles at 10, and then after a certain time, at this time, it will be 0 as you see. So now we don't have any particles there. So here we have the emission, and I like to move this point a little bit back, so let's select that, and maybe let's see why we can't select that. So let's go to the first frame and maybe move it back a little bit. So here we have the animation. We fixed the issues. So now let's go ahead and shade that, shade the particles. So let's select the emitter and let's go to the style. So I like to change the style from point to end gun. So as you see, they are stars. First, let's work on normal sphere. Let's see this one. So it's time to create the camera and the render to see that in 2D, because as you see, when we use the end gun, it's not visible clearly in the 3D view without the rendering. So we need a 2D render for that. So let's go ahead and create the camera first and move it back. Let's go ahead and split the view so we can see both of them. So in this view, let's connect the camera first. So in this view, I like to right click here and click on camera 3D so we can see everything from the camera perspective. So here we see the particles. So now let's go ahead and work with the camera. Let's move the time a little bit back and move the camera back a little bit and maybe a little bit to the right. So here we have the camera and we have the particles. So now let's go ahead and select the 2D so we can see it in 2D. So as you see, the curve is not matching with the particle, but that's not a problem. In the 3D view, it's matching. So now let's go ahead and create the background so we can see it better, and the merge. Let's type merge. And let's go ahead and select, this is the background, and this will be the foreground. So let's view it there, or let's view it in this view. So let's maximize that. So now let's go ahead and shade the particles. So I like to change the color, maybe to something blue, or we can play with the color over life. So let's go ahead and add a color, and remember, when you add the color over life, it's better to set that to a white color so we can see the color over life there. So as you see, the size, it's very small, so let's increase it maybe to 1, and I like to add size variation to maybe 0.5 or 0. Maybe 7. Let's go ahead and decrease this one more. So let's go ahead and play it and see it. Okay. So now let's go ahead and add another color here. So let's go ahead and add another blue color, and again maybe light blue. So let's make this one dark blue. And here we have the particles. So first let's play it to cache it first, then it will be played in real time. So now let's go ahead and work with the fade. So let's adjust the fade control so the particles will fade gradually. So let's go ahead and see it. So now you can see we have nice fade on the particles. We may decrease it a little bit more here. And remember, you can control the life from here, from the emitter too. So let's go to the controls and let's go ahead and decrease the lifespan to make the particles die faster. Maybe it's too much. Maybe let's set it to 70. Nice. We can increase the turbulence, so it's up to you. I like to increase it more, 2 by 2. And I like to add a friction, so the particles will have strong turbulence when they burn, and then gradually they will lose the energy. So that's why I like to add the friction force. So friction, and add it after the turbulence. So let's see that. So now you can see it's very strong, so we can leave it as that, as 0.05, but we can increase the turbulence, maybe 4 by 4. So now the particles will be very strong, and then gradually, as you see, they are losing the energy. And you have more control over that. So if you come to the conditions, you can see we have the age. So basically, I want the particles to have strong turbulence at the first when they burn, and gradually they have less turbulence when they die. So we can play with these numbers here. So now they will have strong turbulence at the first when they burn, and then gradually they will lose the energy too. So here we have it, as you see. And you have the same control here in the friction too. So if you go to the conditions, you can see I have the age again. So you can remove the friction when the particles burn. For example, I can move this one to the right. So now when the particles are born, they will have no friction on them. But after certain time, they will have full friction force on them. So now, as you see, the particles when they burn, they don't have any friction on them, but after certain time, you can see they are losing the energy and slowing down. And this will give us a nice effect. So now we can add a glow too. So let's go ahead and create a glow. And let's leave the settings as the default, and I can add another layer of the glow. Let's go ahead and add another glow. This time I wanna increase the size a little bit of the glow, and maybe decrease the strength of the glow on the particles. So in the next lesson, we will continue, and I will show you how to combine multiple emitters together. In Fusion, we can combine multiple emitters. So first of all, let's go ahead and duplicate this emitter. This is the first emitter we created. So now we need to merge them, but we can't use the normal merge. So we need to use the particle merge. So Control and space and type P merge. So this will merge the emitters. So now we can merge both of them. So click OK. Let's go ahead and disconnect that first, and then we're gonna connect it, and let's connect it to the turbulence. So now we can select the second particle emitter, and then let's go to the style and turn that to a star. So here you can see we have the stars. So now let's go ahead and play with the size. So let's increase the size, maybe 2, and I like to decrease the number of the particles for the stars. So as you remember, we set a key here on the first emitter. If you want to change that, so make sure you go to the key where the key is created. It's 10 right. So let's go ahead and set it maybe to 3 or maybe 2. So now the emitter will be from 2 to 0. So now from 2 to 0. So you can see. So now let's go ahead and play and see that. So now, because we have 2 emitters, now we can apply a force for each one. So for example, I can copy this turbulence and place it after this emitter. So this will just affect the star emitter. So let's go ahead and play that so you can see the turbulence is affecting just this emitter. So now let's go ahead and play with the color, with the stars, so we can make them a little bit different. We can add another color here, just to make them a little bit different than the points. And we can add color variation here on the stars. So it's up to you, feel free to change these parameters. You can play with the size over life too. For the stars, we can make them die in small size. So let's play it till we cache the animation. Now it will be played in real time. So I hope you enjoyed. See you in the next lesson. In this lesson, I will show you how to work with particle sets. So first of all, let's go ahead and create a emitter. And then let's go ahead and change the color. Let's set this one to a blue. And let's duplicate this one. And let's set this one to a red color. So now we need to merge them. So P, merge. And let's connect it to the render. Let's view it. So here you can see I have two emitters. We have the red and we have the blue. So now if I go ahead and create a turbulence or any force, turbulence, and if I said that after the merge, the turbulence will affect both particles. So maybe you are thinking we can affect just one set by cutting the turbulence and place it after one emitter. And this is right. As you see, now we are affecting just the red particle without affecting the blue particles. But there is a smarter way to do that called sets. So let's go ahead and move back the turbulence after the merge node. So now the turbulence affecting both particles, right? So if you select the emitter and if you go to the sets, you can see I can enable the sets. For example, I can name the blue particle with set 1. So now the particle 1 or the emitter 1 is set 1. And then selecting the second particle, and let's go to sets and select set 2. So now Fusion knows that the first emitter is set 1 and the second emitter is set 2. So now in turbulence, we can tell the turbulence node which set we want to affect. If you go to the conditions, you can see I have the sets. So now you can see the set mode is set to ignore sets, but we're gonna choose affect specified sets. So now the turbulence will affect both sets, right? But if I go ahead and disable the set 2, so now the turbulence will ignore the second emitter, which is the set 2, as you remember. So now if I go ahead and play that, you can see the turbulence affecting just the blue particles, which is the first emitter, because in the second emitter, as you remember, we set that to set 2, and we told the turbulence to ignore the set 2. And this is a really very powerful way to group your particles. And this works with everything, like the friction, like the directional force. So let's go ahead and create a directional force and set that after the turbulence. So now I want to affect just the blue particles. As you remember, it's set 1. So now in the directional force, we can go to conditions and we can set that to affect specified sets. And now we're gonna turn off the second one. So now if I go ahead and play, you can see the blue particles are falling down because we turned off the set 1. So if I turn off the set 2, so now the directional force will affect the set 2. So you can see all other sets are enabled, but we don't have them. That's why Fusion will ignore them. So it doesn't matter if you turn them off or on for now, because we didn't create them in the emitter. So now the directional force affects the red particles, which are the set 2. And of course, you can cut the directional force and place it after the first emitter or the second emitter, doesn't matter, but this is a smarter way to work with particles. So in the next lesson, we will continue. In this lesson, we'll create and set up a particle system. So if you come over here, you can see I have 3 icons. So basically these are particles icons. So you can see I have just 3, right? But if you right click there and go to add tool, and if you go to the particles, and you can see I have more tools. So as you see, we don't see the list because it's outside the recording area. So if I move that up, and let's go ahead and click there and go to add and then particles, and you can see I have more options for creating particles. So let's go ahead and move the window down. So let's go ahead first and create an emitter. So if you come over here, this will create the emitter and it's called P emitter. So if I click on that, you can see Fusion created the particle emitter and the media output. So as a reminder, we talked about the media output. If you go to the edit page, you can see I have a track. So basically Fusion created that for you. So after you finish your particle system or any effect you do inside the Fusion, you need to connect the output to the media out to see that in the edit page. So this was just a reminder. So I will delete the media out because we will not use the edit page for now. So let's go ahead and delete that. And notice when I created the emitter, Fusion created a timeline for you. So now everything we create inside Fusion, it will be inside the timeline. You can create multiple timelines. You can go to the timeline settings and change the FPS, which is the frame per second. But let's now focus on the particles. So as you see, when I created the particle, I don't see anything in the viewer. Even if I drag that in the viewer, I don't see the particles because we need a renderer. So if I come over here, you can see I have a P render, which means particle render. So we need to connect the emitter to the render. And now if I view that, you can see I can navigate in the 3D space now. So let's zoom in using Control and mouse scroll, and you can see I have the green sphere, which is the emitter. The shape, you can change that. We're gonna talk about that later. And inside that I have the particles. So basically the emitter will emit the particles. So let's go ahead and play that, and you can see I have particles emitted in the viewport. But as you see, they are just emitted and stuck inside the emitter. So let's go ahead and add a force. So let's go ahead and hit Control and space, and let's type turbulence. So you can see I have P turbulence. So each node starts with P letter. It means you can use it with the particles. So let's go ahead and click on that and click on that. So we need to connect that before the P render. So holding shift and connect it there. So now you can see I have turbulence on the particles. So now the particles started to move. And in the turbulence, you have the controls, you have the strength X, Y, Z. So they are obvious what they do. So now you can see the particles are in the 3D space. So after we finish creating the particles, we need to convert that to a 2D. But as you see, we have the P render, which is the particle render. In particles, the render is a little bit different. So basically the P render will create the 3D viewport for you, or the 3D scene, and the 2D output too. So if you select the P render and come over here, you can see I have output mode, which is 3D now. So I can change that to 2D. So now everything is 2D. So you can now apply blur, merge, whatever you want. So now let's go to the P emitter, and I can increase the particle number from here. So as you see, if I zoom in, you can see I can increase the particle count. I can change the lifespan. So basically this will determine how much your particles will live in the viewport before they die. And this will add random variation of lifespan to the particles. So some particles will die faster than others. So now, in order to change the shape of the particles, we need to go to the style. So you can see I can't make the size bigger. I don't have an option there because the style is point. So in the point style, if you click on the style, you can see I have bitmap. So basically here you can attach an image. So your image will be copied on each particle. And we have the blob. And now, as you see, they are almost points, right? But if you come over here, you can see I have the size controls. So now I can increase the size of the particles. As you see, I can add a variation to the size. So some particles will be bigger than others. So you can see we have nice variation. So this is the size to the velocity. So basically the velocity will affect this size. We're gonna cover that later. So let's go ahead and play that, and you can see I have the particles. So now let's say you want to change the background. So because the output now it's 2D, so now we can come over here and create a background and then merge. So because it's 2D, so we can merge it. So this is the background and this is the foreground. So let's go ahead and connect that and view it there. So now I can change the background. So as you see, so I want to mention one important thing. Maybe it's not that important, but it's confusing. So now if I go to the render, because I connected the merge to the output, so now you can see here in the output mode, the 3D is disabled. So you can't switch between them. And this is because the merge is 2D, right? So the merge node doesn't work with the P render in 3D. So now in order to change that to 3D space, you need to disconnect that and then view it. So now we can come over here and change it to 3D. So now we are in 3D space. So because we are now in 3D space, if I come over here and connect it, as you see, I can't connect that because this is now 3D, right? So you need to change it to 2D and after that connect that to the P render. So this was important, I think, to mention it, especially for beginners. They will be confused after connecting something to the render, so they will see the output mode is disabled. So let's go ahead and disconnect that and we're gonna go back to the 3D. So you can see we chose the blob. We have the noise. Basically this will add a noise on it, and we don't see the result in the viewport because we need to convert that to 2D or render it. So let's go ahead. It's a little bit boring process, so going back and forth between them. So let's go ahead and work with the 2D for now. So here you can see I can add noise into the particles. And I have the color. You can change the color of the particles. You have the color variance. So basically it will add a random color to the particles. So you can see, and you can reset everything by double clicking on that. So we're gonna cover everything in detail later. So this was just a quick introduction to the particles, so you can understand how to render it, how the 3D and 2D mode works, and how to add a simple force. So in the next lesson, we will continue. Now let's go ahead and create another emitter from scratch. So let's go ahead and create the emitter first, and then I'm gonna create the render. So if you select the emitter, let's go ahead first and view that. So let's zoom in a little bit, and let's go ahead and make some room here. So if you select the emitter, if you go to the region, you can see I have the region which is sphere now. So basically you can change that. For example, you can emit particles from an image or a curve or a cube or a line or a mesh. So if you select the mesh, as you see, I don't see the particles because now we need to create the mesh and connect that to the emitter. So let's go ahead and click on the shape 3D. So let's go ahead and change that, let's say to cylinder, or let's go ahead and change that to a torus. So now I have a torus 3D object. So let's go ahead and make it smaller a little bit, the radius, and decrease the section more. So now if I go ahead and connect the input of the emitter to the output of the shape 3D, And let's go ahead and view now the render. So now you can see the particles are emitted from the torus. And of course you can use any shape you want here. So now if I go into the emitter, and you can see I have some options. Let's go ahead and stop that for now. I have some options. I have a volume. So basically this will emit the particles in the volume of the torus. So if you change that to a surface, this will emit the particles from the surface of the 3D object you have in the scene. And if I go ahead and play that, you can see all the particles are emitted on the surface, not inside the torus. If you change that to a volume, basically as you see, the particles are emitted on the surface and inside the volume of the 3D object. So let's go ahead and change that to a surface. As you see, I get different parameters there. So if you change that to a volume, you can have some parameters specific to the volume. And if you change that to a surface, you have parameters for the surface. For example, I have the particle offset. This will offset the particles on their normal, as you see. So let's go ahead and double click on that to reset it. So as you see, the particles are not moving in the space, they are just born. So now let's go ahead and create a turbulence, control and the space, and type P turbulence and connect it after the emitter. So now I have a turbulence on the particles. So we have the strength on XYZ. I can increase the strength 0.3. We will have stronger turbulence on it, so 0.3 and 0.3. So here you see I have the density. So if I go ahead and rotate my camera, and let's go ahead and decrease the density. So if I decrease that, basically I am decreasing the frequency. So if you work before in other 3D applications with particles, there is something called frequency. So the density is similar to the frequency. So if I play that, and if I go ahead and set that to 0, close to 0, you can see I have no frequency. So if I increase that to 0.2, so you can see I have more frequency. And if I set that to 1, so you can see I have more waves. 4, and you can see I get more trails on the particles. And now let's go ahead and increase the count a little bit. So let's select the emitter and let's go to controls, and I will increase the count of the particles in the scene so you can see the frequency better. Let's set it maybe to 50. I have more particles now. So now if I go to turbulence, so you can see I have strength over life. So if I set that to 0, if I grab this point and set it to 0, so basically the particles that are born new, they will have 0 frequency or 0 turbulence on it. So as you see, when they born, they don't have any turbulence on them. But after a certain time, the particles get the turbulence. And I can reverse that. So when the particles are born, they have strong turbulence. And before they die, at the moment they die, they will have 0 turbulence on them, as you see. So in the next lesson, we will continue. Now let's go ahead and color the particles. So first of all, we need to go ahead and select the emitter. And if I go to the style, you can see I have the color controls. So you need to open it. First, we have the color. So if I change that, let's go ahead and change it to blue. As you see, all the particles are blue now. And you have the color variance. This will add a random color. For example, I can increase the red variance. As you see, I have different colors on every particle. And I can increase the green too, and the blue. So now we have different colors, as you see. We have white, we have blue, and we can increase it more from here. to add different colors variation. So let's go ahead and reset everything. Let's go ahead and double click on that to reset the red, green and blue. Let's go ahead and close the color variance for now. You can see the other option, we have the color over life. So basically you can color the particles as they age. So for example, I can come over here and select this point and set a color. Let's go ahead and leave it at white for now. And let's go ahead and set another point by clicking there. And this time I'm gonna change it to blue, or let's go ahead and change it to red and hit OK. So you can see nothing happens because the color controls here is blue. So let's go ahead and set that to white. So basically this will overwrite the color over life. So now you can see I have the particles white and I have the red. So if I go ahead and play that, you can see they start from white and die as a red color. And you can add multiple points too. For example, I can add another point at the middle and change it, let's say, to green. So now I have white, and then the particles will become green, and then before they die, they are red, as you see. So now if you want to fade them, so as you see, after certain time, the particles are dying and disappears immediately in the scene. So you may like to add smooth transition to that. So we're gonna use the fade control. So basically this will fade the particles. So you can see it's fading. So if I decrease that more, you can see now it's fading smoothly in the viewport. And this will add a smooth result to the particles when they die. So now let's go ahead and render it. So as I told you before, you need to turn it to 2D, but as you see, we don't have a camera. We can see the particles from the front view. So we need to add a camera. Let's go ahead and click on the camera. We don't have to merge it. So let's go ahead and delete the merge. And the particle render has an input for the camera. If you hover your mouse, you can see we have the camera. So we need to connect that to the camera. And now let's go ahead to the viewport. Let's go ahead and turn on the 3D so we can see our camera too. So let's go ahead and move it back and maybe up, and we're gonna rotate it to face the particles so we can see the particles. And I think I will move it more back. And now if I go to the render and change it to 2D, now we are seeing the particles from a camera view, as you see. And now we can add a background to see the particles better. So let's go ahead and add a background. Let's see, this is the background and this is the foreground. So now we added the background. We can change the background from here. And here we have the particles. So in the next lesson, we're gonna continue.